good luck.
I don't believe it. Bit of class.
Hello once again, welcome to Dublin and the 2025 Irish Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Our live coverage of the main event continues with the final day of this 1K tournament. Cards up and live from the RDS in Dublin. Just 19 remain from a starting field of 4,562, and today is the day that we play down to a champion. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
How long will we be here? No one is sure, but we have got to get through a lot of players today to get down to our winner. Look forward to hearing from you over the course of our broadcast. Use the live chat on Twitch, use the live chat on YouTube, and don't forget that PokerStars is present on every social channel, including X,
even the bad ones,
Facebook, and Instagram. You can work out which one or ones Joe is referring to there. So let's look at the stacks of all 19 players. We've got Dmitry Dudikov, who has squeaked into the final day with just one big blind. Yuri Boyko, Riku Koivurin, they are both also in the hyper danger zone. Danger zone! Then we've got players who are sitting around average. Simon Wilson with approximately 35 big blinds. And then, of course, we have got the chip leaders. We've got the big stacks coming in to the final stay. And there is no stack bigger than that of Umberto Ruggieri. He is an EPT finalist. He came third in Prague in 2023. He has got 82 big blinds, 24.5 million chips, because we are going to be kicking things off at the start of level 34. Blinds at 150,000, 300,000 with a 300k big blind ante. So yeah, 3 shorties, but if they double up, if they get eliminated, we're going to see some consolidation. We could be in this for the long haul, Nick.
Absolutely right. But when we're looking at how many big blinds are in play right now, it really is going to be whether or not one person can start scooping it up, and that will define the pace of play, in my opinion.
And that's what happened last year with Tepe, with Tero Lorelei, really consolidating a massive chip lead, gaining that strong advantage, which could put the winner, could put the chip leader on course to win that €600,000 first prize and claim the glorious Irish Open main event trophy. Once we hit 6 today, 6-figure scores, and of course everyone else guaranteed, all 19 players now guaranteed €19,200. And looks like we are ready to get the day started. Looks like we're ready to get cards in the air on the final day, day 4 of 4 of the 2025 Irish Open main event. And that is the lineup on the main stage. This is the first time we've seen the chip leader, right? This is the first time we've focused on Ruggieri?
Yeah, I think we had like maybe a field rip of him yesterday, but that's about it.
Yep. He won a monster pot. We got a little comment on the side, but we didn't get to see him on the feature much. And I'm going to bring it up again. I think Umberto was on my team during the Barcelona field day, and I don't want to say that's had an impact on his ability to win poker tournaments.
You shouldn't. Because it didn't.
So in addition to Ruggieri, we've got 3 locals. We've got Joe O'Donnell back on the feature table, Yuri Boyko's back on the main stage, and Simon Wilson, who, as David Lappin was telling us yesterday, is a favourite of the Irish poker community, and their hot tip to potentially take this down.
Beard, sorry.
Well, the first hand is a raise from O'Donnell and a fold from Boyko.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't like.
I didn't know that Ruggieri was such a big fan of yours, James.
Nope. No, me neither.
Huh?
Just you wait. Just you wait.
But I hope for you, you'll get used to it.
Thanks.
I'd be surprised if Ruggieri knows who I am. Did you mention him when he was on your team in the Barcelona team games?
It's all I ever talk about, James. I'm your biggest fan.
Okay.
Well, if he doesn't know who you are, James, then why is he wearing your T-shirt?
Oh.
He's repping the JH. He's repping my card. I should get that T-shirt.
You absolutely
You
should.
absolutely should. In fact, don't get it, and I'll buy it for you.
I had a Jack of Hearts shirt for a long time. I don't know if you remember, but it was like a skeleton, and he had like a joint in his mouth.
Do they do the ball playing cards? Can we get one for Joe with the Jack of Spades?
I don't see why not. You can get anything on a T-shirt.
That is true. Ruggieri has opened from the hijack. Yeah, I'm just too lazy to design my own. I want someone who's already making it.
Did you guys not see Strag's shirt with my face on it earlier in the week?
No, that's creepy.
I don't think I did either.
Just the idea of Strag wearing a T-shirt is creepy.
It was more of a
That is
shirt
weird.
shirt. It was like a silk shirt, but you know.
Anywho, Ruggieri is open with ace-king. Wilson folding 6-5 of diamonds in the small blind. Action now on Carlo Walters in the big blind. 9-7 off.
Repping the Netherlands. That flop is 10-8 deuce. Fun, fun, fun. Fun, fun, fun for 7-9.
Yeah, the open-ended straight draw. Ruggieri still ahead right now with ace high. It is almost a post-flop flip.
2 left cards plus the straight draw feels pretty good, man. But is the visibility there, guys? That's the thing about this situation. We're not always going to be confident that the 9 or 7 is going to give us the best hand.
Blake RN asking if we go to 2 tables when there is an elimination. No, because this is an 8-handed tournament, so we will go to 2 tables when we're down to 16.
Shout out Blake RN. I love nurses.
We sure that Blake's not in the Royal Navy?
Either way, thank you for your service.
Gonna play it slow, just a call.
3 of clubs on the turn, so Ruggieri now a decent favorite, 71%. Walters checks for a second time.
So which pair is he going to hit, the 7 or the 9?
I mean, either's good. As long as he hits something. JT asking what's the total number of players remaining. We are at 19 right now. Not sure why we don't have the all-important field ticker.
I think it's better if we just sort of guess. Like when there's 1 table left, we can figure it out from there.
Sure. Second bow. That is a bet of 1.325 mil into a pot of 2.9.
Nay. Nar.
Any good?
Nar. Yep, chip leader doing chip leader stuff. I like the 2 barrels there. Feels good, man.
Must be nice to have more than 26 million chips. Nearly 90 big blinds at this stage of a main event.
26 million chips, James. That is absolutely stonks.
A reminder, the blinds are 150,000, 300,000, 300K big blind ante. They will stay at this level for the better part of an hour.
Speaking of T-shirts with faces on, I need to get myself one of those Rory Jennings child actor headshot ones they had made for the guys.
Once again, I'm going to contend, no, you don't.
The problem is the joke's already played. Secondly, you would then be just walking around with a picture of a random child on. That's how most people would look at it, and people would go, that guy's weird.
No, they'd go, is that the world famous Rory Jennings as a child star? They would totally understand it, yeah.
Yeah. World famous, for sure. I mean, I love Rory to bits, but he's not like he's Sean Astin.
He was in a Chemical Brothers music video one time. That's pretty famous.
Absolutely on the same level as the Goonies, Rudy, and the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I mean, we can keep going, Nick, but this is not an argument you can win.
He saved the world and Doctor Who at least twice.
Did he play the same character both times?
I think he was the same character in all the episodes, but yeah. In fact, he might have only saved the world once, if I might be bigging him up too much.
He saves my world every day.
Mr. Voltors is going to raise.
And we've got Charles Whitehouse in the big blind here with 10-4 of strawberries.
You guys think I got a shot at being the new Pope? I think I'm even in the running.
I'm gonna level with you here, Joe, because I don't want you to raise false hopes.
Thin?
I'm gonna say drawing dead.
Drawing dead?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
So Volter started the hand with like 18-ish bigs, decided to go for like a 2.5x steal. In fact, it might have been even less.
I mean, chat brings up a good point here, though, James. Like, if they wanted to bring back excommunication, I'm the bandmaster. I mean,
That's a good point.
I'm just like, you ate meat during Lent, you banned. You held hands with a dude, you banned. Okay, maybe not that one.
So
You're right, I have no shot.
Whitehouse calls the c-bet of 400,000. Does have the best hand, having paired his 10 on the flop. Jack on the turn. Walters now drawing dead.
Yeah, but this is not a ridiculous two-barrel spot. Definitely can target some 10x to fold, some deuce-x to fold, some spades to fold. The big blind has got to defend from the small blind steal so wide. They will turn up here with gut shots as well on this flop, especially against that smaller steal. I'd love to see two barrels, but how does Volters feel? And does decide to fire 1.6 into 2.5. This is what we're looking for here, gang.
I mean, you're not going to be able to win this hand with 9 high unless you
Yeah.
really go for it, and does get the best hand to fold.
Yeah, that's a really nice little line there from Volters. If you are going to be bold with the 9-5, tells a very believable story on an ace-high texture. His opponent is probably somewhat capped there. A lot of the ace combos from the big blind will probably want to be more aggressive pre-flop. So the flat does reduce the amount of super strong hands your opponent can have. Therefore, two barrels very effective. As we see here, gets the job done. Nice work.
Do you think that the Pope dying may be a cover-up for all the 420 smoke coming out of the Vatican yesterday?
You know what? You can carry on going down this line. I'm not sure it's going to work out for you. 19 remain. There you go. Confirmation, top right of your screen. 4,562 total entries this year. The biggest ever Irish Open main event. Already people talking about the number in 2026. Will it cross the 5,000 mark? Maybe we could increase by 1,000 players and have 5,500 entries.
Actually, Mr. Commentator, day recap, please.
Yes, thank you. Good comment. So folded to Simon Wilson in the cutoff. King 9.
Wilson has about 31 big blinds. I think at this advanced stage, we can do some stealing here. Goes for an open. I mean, I'm not even sure if we call this an open. It's just an open from that position, really. Stealing is usually button small blind.
Whitehouse in the small blind with ace-9 of clubs. Has 16 bigs. I don't know, Nick. I could be wrong here. I'd be tempted to get it in here.
I would elevate for sure, James, especially against a capable player like Wilson. Is it just all in? I think that's probably the best
16
line.
bigs. I think it's very difficult to 3-bet without committing yourself, so you may as well just rip.
Yeah, this feels pretty slam dunky, to be honest.
I mean, if we're in pay jump territory, maybe. Yeah.
There might be a not all in size or something here, James, but you know, I think probably we're just gonna get it all in, or the effective all in is the point I'm trying to make. Sometimes we'll leave a few chips if we're in pay jump territory, which we don't necessarily approve of, but it's a done thing.
And Whitehouse having shoved Gets Wilson to ask for a count, but we know this is going to be a fold.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice pickup. Feels good.
Now, are we coloring up or are we balancing?
I think that was like a balancing situation, but I could be wrong.
Wouldn't make sense because Wilson's in the hijack, so why would we be balancing off the player in the hijack?
You make a good point, James.
I think it's a color up.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Oh, PokerStars did retweet my story this morning. I wonder if they watched it.
Now, a reminder that we did start the day with a player with a 1 big blind stack. He has not been yet. We are still at 19. Boyko also short with 6 big blinds. And the blinds are approaching. Wilson with 5s in the hijack.
Heard a lot of good things about Wilson.
Yeah.
Excited to see how you play a very frustrating pocket pair like 5s.
It's going to start with a raise.
So far, he's playing it great.
Just the blinds to get through. We've got Karim with 8-7 suited in the small blind.
Karim was a little unpredictable yesterday.
So this is a legitimate question, Nick. I kind of feel that 8-7 suited. So he decides to fold that. In the big blind, I think this is an obvious call. But in the small blind, if you are going to play 8-7, what would be your preferred option? Call with it or re-raise?
I mean, I think it's really player dependent, but...
This is so sick.
Oh! Never mind the 8-7. This is all about the 9s versus the 5s. Ruggeri, interestingly, not re-raising pre.
Oh my gosh, guys. Oh my gosh.
Just flattered with the 9s as flop top set. Wilson is in jail here.
Remember how I said he was playing it great so far? I take it back.
And I presume, yeah, we saw a 5 folded pre. So he is drawing dead. 0% equity. Action has been checked to him.
Flop a set and you're flop dead.
This is absolutely unreal. What an absolute cooler to kick us off here early in the session on our final day of coverage. Obviously, there are some scare cards that might slow it down. Maybe there's still some reversals possible, of course, but this just seems like a car crash, and there's no way to avoid it. Set over set in the game of Texas Hold'em is just one of those spots you just pretty much always go bust. With the card removal, I guess there is no...
Wilson! Wilson! Ah!
Oh my goodness. I guess we've already seen a 5 then as 0% already.
Yeah, you better believe it, buddy.
King on the turn. Obviously, all future cards are not going to change the outcome of this hand. Wilson cannot improve.
Now, hold on a second. Wilson is going to have a lot more pocket kings than Ruggeri is going to have here.
That is true.
I guess this is all about getting the sizing right on the turn, Nick, so you can get it in on the river.
Yeah, something along those lines. The king is also a card that we're going to barrel as a bluff quite often as the initial aggressor, so we're allowed to have quite a large sizing here in general. We can see it really does not matter. But, it's as a point of theory, I think you're right. Yes, we want to find a sizing that gives us less than pot on the river for a more GTO-oriented sort of geometric sizing, as they say in the big leagues.
And just to recap, we did see the 5 of hearts folded pre-flop. We know it is not in the deck, and that is why Wilson is drawing dead. He is now betting 2 million on the turn. Absolutely sizing for a river shove with his set of 5s.
Well said.
Thank you.
I mean, this is just a old-fashioned, painful cooler. There is nothing you can do here.
Yeah, with the 9 of clubs in your hand, I think we just call again.
And that's exactly what happens.
You have to focus on the positive here, and that right now you think you're going to win this pot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got 6.95 behind. Sorry, you got 6.95 in the pot and only 5.5 behind. Assuming Ruggieri checks here, I would imagine Wilson is going to move all in and try and get the absolute maximum. Oh. Is Ruggieri going to lead here?
Do the 5s ever just call?
Yes, I think they do sometimes.
This is definitely one of the scare cards that he would be concerned about.
It's now a straighty flushy board, and I think Ruggieri's done Wilson a huge favor here. I think Wilson's going to retain half his stack.
Oh man, this is so interesting. 7 of clubs might be one of the worst cards to see on the river with a set of 5s.
Yeah, and I guess I'm playing results because we can see the cards, but I do feel that Ruggieri has cheated himself out of some chips here by not checking river. Wilson was absolutely setting up for a river shove.
Yeah, but the very fact that I would call here means that it's probably not the right play.
I think Ruggieri basically was concerned that the 7 of clubs was too much of a scare card and he wouldn't get paid by aces or queens or something like that. So did opt for the lead. If it was a brick, I'm confident he might have found a check, James, to your point.
And can we give Wilson some credit here for really thinking about this? So many of us would just be getting the chips in here.
So a reminder, guys, it's 2.5 million into a pot of just shy of 7. So a really fantastic price just to call and try and catch a bluff, or, you know, there's still other value hands here. You know, some 2 pairs might do the same line here, James. You know, if he has 7-9 or 7-5, I know it's almost impossible in this particular setup, but you take my point. Some perceived value that is in fact losing will occur at some frequency.
Hufflepuff says, I think we check with the 9 of clubs because we're never folding to a jam. Anyway, doesn't matter. Ruggieri has led here, and Wilson is confused at best.
I mean, I know what we're talking about here, but can he even raise at this point after looking this concerned?
Just makes the
just
call.
a call, yeah.
And that's what I mean. That river bet from Ruggieri has saved Simon Wilson. He does not go broke in this hand. He's still going to have 3 million chips. He's still going to have 10 big blinds. Granted, he is a short stack, but he is still in contention.
Yeah, and guys, you got to feel
No
like
good flower.
that was an awful setup for
Did well
Simon,
not to
but
bust.
could have been so much
Flower?
worse.
In Italian.
No,
Clubs, talk about the
Fiori.
clubs.
He did
Italian.
well, but
Flowers.
he didn't do well.
No, but he could easily be gone bust, flopping this.
That's what I'm saying. He did well because he decided to play
But
fast.
that's what I mean. He did well.
Absolutely, he did well.
Slowed things down. Nice hand.
Ruggieri clearly subscribes to the mantra that blockers aren't real, as he chips up to 32 million, more than 100 big blinds for the chip leader. And hello to Fizbo, who's watching on YouTube. He says, what a great festival this was. Had a blast these couple of days. Great stream as well as usual. Thanks to all you guys. Wanted to personally thank James at breakfast this morning, but decided at the last moment not to bother the poor guy at breakfast. You can always come and say hello. I kind of feel that when we're on location, when we're at an event, we're fair game.
Yeah, exactly. There wasn't thinking that on.
Really
As long as you're not banging on the door of my hotel room, it's all gravy.
I don't like being bothered at breakfast. I'm just kidding. I don't go to breakfast.
Wow, what a way to kick off the action here, guys. Still 19, but that could have been an elimination so easily had the cards fallen just differently.
You're so mad when the flush hits, and then you're like, thank God
Thank
that
God the
flush
flush
hit.
Yeah, poker's a funny old game, Joe.
Not making a full house saved him.
You call on a turn, you're like, really hope he doesn't have a top set, river the straight. I really hope he has top set.
Yep.
Silly, silly game.
So folded to Carlo Walters, who's opened with ace-8. Pocket fives this time for Michel Karim on the button.
62 big blinds. Volter is the shorter of the two stacks. 20 big blinds after putting in that raise to 6. That was the min raise. Does he want to try and put Volters in a tough spot, or does he just want to play it cool? Looks like he's going for it.
So Cameron Carter, Joe, says, you are funny, like Eddie Murphy. I would like to highlight that Cameron paid me a higher compliment. Cameron asked me to marry him.
Oh, he's the one that wants you to be his husband?
Yes.
Pocket fives. Piper, no, don't do it. Okay, I guess it's going to work. I read that comment, and I wasn't sure if it was a compliment or not.
I think the insinuation is that this is an Eddie Murphy fan who thinks you're a comedian of the same...
I mean, that's really very kind. Thank you. So that's more like a Seth Rogen laugh.
So almost halfway through this level, guys. We've played 25 minutes and still no eliminations. We have got super short stacks. Boyka is in the big blind this hand. That means a third of his stack is committed to the pot before any cards are dealt.
He's got 1 foot planted firmly in the danger zone.
Danger zone. You're looking at it like you want it. I don't. Like,
They're in town, yeah.
No, sorry.
Yes, Eddie Murphy did get knocked out. Eddie Murphy did play the Irish Open main event.
That's one.
But Eddie Murphy is no longer in the tournament.
Now Wilson, fresh off that encounter with the set over set. 7's under the gun with 10 big blinds. Weighing up the options. He's aware of the fact that Boyko is extremely short in the big blind, though. Perhaps committed, James? Question mark.
750.
It's kind of like me in a relationship. Committed-ish.
Yeah.
So he's found an interesting size here, guys. He's put in a size which is trying to make a statement to the big blind that he is absolutely under no circumstances folding. Also probably prefers to get more folds from the other players at the table in the process as well, rather than risk the tournament life with the 7s. And now Boyko doesn't quite have the goods, but might still feel obliged to run the hand. Now he's invested so much of his stack. Yeah.
Oh.
Fair enough. It feels very cuspy, and Queen 4 is just such an ugly hand, James.
Send us some cards over here, please. If you can.
What, like sets?
Try your best, like, you know.
Yeah, Simon Wilson's like, be careful what you wish for, buddy.
Some magic.
I'm still patiently
like this-
waiting to see what the
This is
deal
quite
situation
annoying,
might be.
you know, the corner of the table, so it's
You
yeah,
think there's
it's a
going to
bit
be a
uncomfortable.
19-way chop, Nick?
I meant we're arriving at the time when there
Yeah.
might be a deal
Yeah, okay.
negotiation. Probably not until we get to the FT, but with a
Yeah.
prize pool of this multiplier, this magnitude,
I completely agree with you, but I can't believe you're anticipating something that's going to happen in 11 hours' time.
dreamers can dream, James.
I mean, I'll happily take a Dundee chop right now. If the final 19...
Dundee chop.
I mean, that would be epic.
David.
Amazing.
David Doherty gave me the Dundee chop conversation.
What was the size of that one?
Don't remember exactly.
It was more than one table, right?
Oh, yeah. 14
Yeah.
players.
14? Yeah, okay. Sorry, that's what I meant, the size of it, like how many players.
So we have got a raise here from Walters with kings, a frustrated fold from Boyko, and now
Yeah,
it's the
pretty
other
much.
short stack of the table, Simon Wilson in the big blind with ace-queen.
5.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just about 6.
Boy, they really did it to him today, huh? The poker gods
I don't really see how Wilson's ever going to get away from this one.
retaliating for other gods being celebrated this weekend.
David Lappin is watching. Loving the stream, guys. Simon Wilson for the spin. Spin it up. Here's his opportunity. Looking for strawberries or an ace on the desk. Got to check the place included at the other tables first, though. Ladders, people, ladders.
Yeah, at this stack depth, you have to imagine he still has some fold equity. Probably 0 against kings.
Oh boy, not good news.
So Wilson
it's a
is
flip. You're super
at
live.
risk and behind.
Super live.
Ace of spades.
At least Volters gave him the fast roll.
I had ace of spades.
Lost it.
Modern DJ Automation says, should he flat here? No, thank you for your question.
Ace queen of spades, was it?
I'm not sure who covers who, but
You got me for sure.
Yeah.
I have like,
Långt två.
I have like 4.8 total. I
Ja,
think.
han svart. Han krullar
This is
håret.
4.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
4.2.
Krulltoppen.
4.5.
Krulltoppen. S-dam mot...
The flop is Jack 10-8.
fun flop.
Oh my gosh, that's a sweaty flop, James.
Wilson with 9 outs has the double belly buster, and of course an ace would work for him. He's going to need to see one of those 8 cards on the river. 8 outs for Simon Wilson, or he's the first player eliminated on the final day of the Irish Open main event. The river is the ace. Barry Greenstein makes his first appearance of the day, and that saves Simon Wilson.
I know it comes unfairly at the hands of Volters, but I feel like he deserved that.
That is going to leave Carlo Walters on 7 big blinds as Simon Wilson doubles up to 24 big blinds.
Sorry, usually I'm behind my computer. I don't need to celebrate so that.
Sorry, I don't.
Usually I'm in my room when it's like a big win and I'm by myself, so I don't want to be like...
Oh, it's whatever. Do whatever makes you happy. I don't mind.
We'd love to see it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair spot to celebrate. But
And a fair explanation.
it's also very kind of him to say that as well. I think it's nice when
Yeah.
people acknowledge that. And as you say, Joe, he's been at the wrong end of some very cold decks already. So for him to have a little victory there feels somewhat justified, although Volters...
You're just like, just give me a chance.
I thought that was fun.
Teach me how to get a good hand.
Okay, I'm going to entertain an alternative way of looking at the hand. We've got a few wannabe chat pros, Nick.
Yeah.
When you have 10 big blinds and you are in the big blind with ace-queen suited, are you ever flatting with ace-queen?
Feels like a flip to me. Like.
I'm sure there's some universe where you could max exploit and go, this guy under the gun is like the tightest player I've ever seen in my entire life. He only ever plays kings from under the gun, something like that. But it's very rare in the
What
modern day and
percentage
age.
of the time would you say you'd be flatting there with ace-queen suited rather than shipping 10 big blinds?
It's extremely, extremely small.
He's holding up one finger, and it's the middle one.
1%. Yeah, guys, and don't forget we're also playing 7-handed, right? That means that the under the gun open is even wider than it would be if we were 8 or 9. So I think it's almost 0, James. And also your bend. Just kidding. Certainly never folding. That's right, Dark King. Yeah, absolutely.
And we're still at 19 players.
Massive hand.
What happened to the guy with big blind?
Spinning it up.
1.4 and a bit. But the walk is good as well.
Wilson's definitely all in here.
Speaking of guys, is Petit still in the
Oh,
event?
no, she went late last night.
Yeah, towards the end of our
Boring.
broadcast yesterday.
So small to big, ace-3, jams,
Let me see.
424 big blinds. That means Walters has to wake up with something. It's 7 bigs effective, by the way. Walters is short here.
Yeah, no good.
It's not so good. Good price though.
He's live.
I'm not sure if I can.
With the big blind ante, there is a good price out there, but I don't know where the
bigs,
cutoff
nothing
is.
at all.
7-5
bigs.
seems like a bit too loose for me at this stage in the tournament with so many great opportunities ahead. If you can ladder some more and or just get back all the way into the tournament and take it down outright.
Yeah, I don't think this one makes it.
A good fold.
Not quite the bond, the Bray Bomber. The bond would be 7-5 of spades.
Ace 3 off.
Ace 3.
I don't know. I was live.
7-9 off, 6-9 off.
Well, let's check out
Worse,
what's happening at one of the two outer tables.
I think every 9 I.
Big pot between David Pollock and Pantaleon Pontos.
Nice.
Let's have a look at the board here. 8 of diamonds, 6 of spades, king of clubs, 8 of spades, 10 of diamonds. And we have a bet of 7 million on the river from Pollock.
Huh?
Pontus with the decision.
7 million. What is that, like 22 big blinds?
Thereabouts.
So the blue chips are the millions.
Raise all in.
All in.
Oh boy.
The shove from Pontus, the call
in
from
full table
Pollock.
3.
And Pontus tables pocket 8s. That's quads.
Quad 8s again?
And Pollock shows 6s for a full house, 6s full of 8s. A house versus quads. And I think Pollock was the covering stack there, so he will not be eliminated. But that is a huge double up for Pontus. We'll get you the numbers in just a moment. As we return to the main stage, as we return to our feature table.
Of course, hindsight is everything, but it feels like that was a very quick call with the underhouse. You bet 7 million, which is massive number of big blinds. Like, I don't know what was in the pot, right? But 22 big blinds just on the river, and then you get shoved on.
Okay, so Pontos is up to 35 million. Pollock was left with absolute crumbs. Out next hand. We're down to 18 players now.
35 million, wow. Like, I think I would probably tank there.
I hear you saying, Joe, yeah. Tough spot, obviously, boat over quads, but perhaps with that action, more consideration.
Of course, and I'm only seeing one street, and like I said, I have the benefit of hindsight as well, so I'm not necessarily being... I think that I would at least stress out a little bit when I get shoved down there before making the call. Because it's not just quads you're losing to.
So Pollock, the first player out. 18 remain. Karimbin balanced off the table, by the way, so we're currently playing 6-handed on the main stage. We'll be down to 2 tables when we hit 16 players, and we do have a new chip leader, Pontos, playing 35 million after making quad 8s.
Yeah, what is it about quads in this tournament, guys? We've
Not
seen
just
it
quads,
so many times.
Quad 8s is the hand of the tournament. We have seen quad 8s 3 times in the last, I want to say, 16 hours.
That's what I mean. Absolute madness. Walters is going to 3-bet. It is the effective all-in, it would seem. Makes the call.
And the flop is king 7 deuce, all spades.
Tough decision now for Wilson.
Do you really need to check? Oh yeah, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. That's nice of you. But I
can snap down if you want.
Yeah, we're not. No, fair point. But we're not gonna lie. Like I don't really think it matters if you have a spade or not.
Oh yeah, I know. I was just.
Yeah, fair. That's I like.
It doesn't matter.
That's it's a friendly game.
I like these two.
I feel like I owe you at least like a minute or something.
That's fair again.
No real surprise that after several days of men together in a large room, we've got people with the sniffles.
Oh no.
I think all the shorts are on our table, so.
We got a spoiler in the chat.
I don't know if I have a spade yet. I forgot, but we'll see.
Certain fellow by the name of Carlo Walters.
No spade, but.
Carlo.
Yeah, it was more for me, not that.
Carlo.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I think I'll need it.
I'm gonna guess
Asje is goed.
he doesn't catch up here.
And the river is
not an ace or a 6.
Oh, good game, guys.
Carlo, welcome to the chat.
Welcome, Carlo. Sick run, man. Very well played.
I have 3.
I'm going to give Carlo a pass, seeing as he was playing in this tournament, but the rest of you, I appreciate that it is possible by railing the event or by following the live updates to learn what's happened 30 minutes from now. Please try and keep it out of the chat. Please try and respect the 30-minute game integrity delay, which ultimately just makes this a more enjoyable experience for everyone watching.
That's right. But GG, Carlo.
Yes, absolutely. And congratulations on your cash.
How much was the cash, James?
Near enough 20K, Nick, and we are now at 17 players in the main event.
Yeah, I think it was 19-2.
Yeah, unlucky with the kings there, buddy. Very unfortunate situation. Pretty cold flop, very cold river.
So 2 eliminations so far. We've lost Pollock. We've lost Walters. That means Dudikov has indeed laddered, with everyone now guaranteed 22,000.
What a dude.
So is Boyko. Still 3 big blinds on this table as well.
Yeah.
What a boy.
What a boy. I mean, those ladders are big. Pocket 5s for White House, 18 big blinds to start the hand.
Trevor Wallace.
19. Oh, no, 18, yeah.
Love his skits.
Started with 9.
White House is raising into covering stack of O'Donnell. And our chip leader, Umberto Ruggieri. Uh-oh.
It's creeping.
That patch just does not want to stay on.
It fell off yesterday, too.
I have absolutely no idea what that fleece is made of, what material it is.
Teflon.
But yeah, it is not compatible with PokerStars patches.
Does White House just want to shove into the 2 chip leaders here when there's so many other short stacks in this tournament? I think we might just open. Just 2? Just 2 bigs? Maybe a slight size up? So blinds are 150K, 300K. Goes for the 6. I actually think this is a better line in the context of ICM. Although you are raising into some bigger stacks that can put you in the bin, as it were.
What about in the
Your badge
context?
fell off just as you were to raise. That's just your heart is beating so fast. Is that a tell? Were you nervous because you're weak or strong?
Not sure he's nervous at all.
I call.
Oh.
Okay, so Joe O'Donnell defending his big blind, and that means we are going to see a flop, which is ace-8-8. At this point, you should be paranoid your opponent has pocket 8s. It is a thing.
It's going around.
All right, here's the prediction, guys. Donnell's going to check. White House is going to bet 1 big blind.
It's a 2-part prediction. There's part 1.
Part 1.
Well, worst case scenario, you're 50%.
It's there's no way to make Nick into parlay. A Nick lay.
But just to be clear, this has to be a bet of 300,000. Any other amount, you lose.
Okay, that's fine. I've made my bed.
That's how a parlay works. You got to hit every leg.
Yeah, absolutely.
450.
What a loser.
The house always wins.
I'll just go home now, shall I?
Now, you should have done the 3-part prediction that whatever he bets is going to get called.
Oh, yeah, look at this.
And the turn card is the king of clubs. So White House still with the best hand and is the only player with a club draw here. That was a interesting float from O'Donnell on the flop.
He knows he has counterfeit outs.
Yeah, that float is definitely very speculative. No real backdoor opportunities. The king is really not a great card either, because you can imagine O'Donnell's going to float with some king high combos on ace-8-8 as well, guys, against the wider button open range. But now we have the 5 of clubs. It feels like we might just get there for cheap. I think we might check this turn a lot. All right, seems like we got that one right. 4 of hearts, no change.
No counterfeit.
No chop.
Now, there's an interesting sort of level to think about here, guys, right? Let's say O'Donnell's going to have some king X, right?
You just got O'Donnell.
Would king 10 or king 5 suited lead this river? That's a question you have to ask yourself.
Come on, Joe. Let's win this part. I like it.
Can you ask yourself that question? Like, if he's as unpredictable as this, I feel like that question you just asked is sort of irrelevant.
It might be. Sometimes logic just does not prevail at all, Joe. In this case, obviously, O'Donnell had a plan, and he's going to try and execute that. Does it perfectly, by the way. Got him.
O'Donnell.
Good job, Joe.
Well, obviously I was, 'cause he
O'Donnell
folded.
it.
I mean, if he shoved, I'd panic, but I reckon I was miles ahead.
Do we think he really thinks he was miles ahead, or is he?
I didn't have a flush.
I had 8-4.
Okay, he's
No, I
goofing
didn't
a little bit.
So
I had
stupid. Like
He's
He
just
had a
doing his
plan,
thing.
and I
He's
like
just
it.
doing his thing.
No, it's cool.
I love it a lot.
8-4.
He's playing poker. That's poker.
Some dark.
Yep, had plenty to rep there.
Get your
Make
books
sure
out
you
of
beat
here.
the average
How about a little speech play?
I think we should write a book about speech play.
525.
Yeah, lovely line there. Well played.
This is it.
Okay, so Boyko is pretty much forced all in this hand. He's posted the big blind, he's posted the ante, and he's got 525K left.
I think at this stage, we are invested, guys.
Both emotionally and financially.
How much are you playing, just so I know before I look?
Million. Like 900.
Okay. So we'll either play for it all or nothing.
I don't think you should. I'll take a quick double, though.
Nah.
Oh,
Wow.
We're going to play for nothing.
My first card was a 2.
I actually think 10 deuce is a hand
But I
we're
had a
supposed to
hand
spin
that
there,
Joy
guys.
Brunson won
Wow.
2 World Series with. Do you know
I'm
what?
glad you had it too.
10-2, I think he won 2 Worlds.
Going to go on a limb here.
Yeah.
And this is meant with no disrespect. Don't think Joe O'Donnell is the kind of guy who looks at charts.
Yeah,
Not a charts guy?
Doesn't seem to me to be a charts guy.
Doesn't have to be a charts guy. If you got the moves, you got the moves.
Nah.
Look, it's 10 deuce. It's a terrible hand.
I mean, I would have
Understandably,
called. I had 6-3 suited. Like.
Yeah.
it's just that against any 2 random cards with that much equity, probably need to run it.
You?
Donegal, but Dublin forever. I mean, not that I want to be. I've been in Dublin forever.
No allegiances. No allegiances to Dublin.
None, absolutely. If I go home, I mean Donegal.
Absolutely.
None whatsoever. Mind you, I've been here 40 years. Never forget where you're from.
I know that Joe O'Donnell became Caitlin's pick yesterday. He's now mine.
This time.
Go, Joe.
I like his style. We can talk about charts till the cows come home, but at the end of the day, James, you just gotta look a man in the eye, look a person in the eye,
So you're better than 10-2.
put him to a decision for all the chips.
Sometimes.
Just lead that river with Queen High and push him off a pair. He is my man. You dominated, Wilson. Fold.
I don't think he's going to fold somehow, guys. 33 big blinds in a dream. Facing that almost min is going to defend that suited pretty hand.
That's right, Toby. O'Donnell play a poker, the rest their cards. Alas, this is a case of domination rotation. Wilson now with the advantage. Wilson checks to O'Donnell, who's going to bet. Bet of 475,000.
Like the size here. Doesn't have to be big on this texture if you do want to have a bet at all.
So pair of sixes.
Yeah.
Backdoor possibilities.
Yeah.
Are you tempted to pump it up?
I think we're fine with just a call. I don't think we necessarily want to increase the variance. As you say, James, we can have the best hand right now.
Yep.
We have the opportunity to backdoor some pretty substantially strong hands. On occasion, when your opponent does have ace-10 or jack-10 or something like that, we do actually improve when they improve.
Okay, I predict. I'm going to do my own prediction.
Yeah.
If Wilson checks a second time, if Dunno can find a second barrel, I think this is pushing him off 10-6.
Right, what's the size, though? No, too late.
Pot is 2.7. This barrel is 725,000.
725 into a pot of 2.7. Obviously trying to represent that ace. And I think it's very believable. Is this just a smidge too small to get some of these hands to fold?
He just doesn't look like he buys it.
You know, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? You know, sometimes smaller bets can look stronger. Sometimes they're just inherently too small to get folds when you might even improve if you got it wrong. This is a tricky one to navigate.
David Lappin reminding us that Simon gets sticky.
Oh, one.
Oh, he has made the call. Right, that's it. I'm done with this whole prediction thing. Never again. Oh, it's a raise. Wow, he found a raise on the turn.
Wow.
Not just sticky, but read the situation perfectly. He didn't buy it at all.
That's one way to do it. Nice hand, senor.
Absolutely. And Simon Wilson has got his way back up over 40 big blinds, having had that calamitous hand against Ruggieri early doors. Meanwhile, Yuri Boyko still nursing 3 big blinds.
I just want to remind people that even though we goof about GTO and various player styles, like, look what just happened there. Simon Wilson knew the line didn't really make sense. Didn't do a magical live read. Right? Didn't stare him down. Didn't talk to him. Yeah. Just was like playing real solid poker there.
So this is going in. Boyko shoving for his last 3 big blinds with ace-3. Wilson in the small blind 9 deuce. That's a fold. Whitehouse in the big blind pretty much has to call with any 2. Has he looked? Oh, he's looked. And it is a domination situation. Boyko way behind and at risk.
Monster. That's a monster.
This could be the hand that takes us down to the last 2 tables.
It's always trailer. It's always a trailer. It's not even like...
Boyko.
3 of diamonds all day.
Best of luck, boys.
Uh-oh.
That is pretty decisive. It's going to be hard to come back from that.
Ooh, Boyko.
Oh,
You can split.
You can.
What?
Run out.
You can split with the case ace on the river.
If the ace hits, I'm taking the rest of the day off.
Barry Greenstein made 1 appearance earlier on.
Always ace of clubs.
Ace of clubs.
Always.
If it's any other race, there'll be a steward's inquiry.
No ace of clubs on the river. And we do lose Yuri Boyko in 17th place. He did get that all-important ladder, having come in as a super short stack. He is going to be cashing for more than 22,000 euros. And we will see a table broken. We will be playing 2 tables of 8 now. David Lappin reminding us that he's played with Simon a lot. Says Simon has a way of making every pot you're in with him feel so intense. And we really saw him put O'Donnell to the test in that last hand.
Are we putting a... Are we... Yeah. Could someone take this off? Wait. You need to go to the bathroom.
Simon Wilson's finding the intensity is too much for him. He needs the bathroom. We still got hands in progress, I think, at the other 2 tables, or at least one of the other tables. So we'll wait for play to conclude before they decide which table is breaking.
If we're waiting, can we go see the action at the other table?
Well, first of all, let's just check on the prize money. Current payout is 22,100 euros. We're at the stage right now where there's a jump with every 2 or 3 eliminations. Once we get to 10, there's a jump with every single KO. Once we get to 6, we're looking at 100K plus. Big jump between 2nd and 1st. The winner of this year's Irish Open is going to ship a first prize of 600,000 euros. And a reminder, we are going to play to the end today. We're not playing down to the final table, we're playing down to a winner. So there'll be a table broken now, there'll be a redraw when we get to the final 9, but we are playing on through the day, however long it takes to get down to our champion.
Yeah, but just under 20 it was. I think like 17.
Okay, well, let's go over to one of the tables where there is actually action. In fact, I think there's been an all-in. Yes, it is Riku Koivurin who is all in here for 7 million. Action is on Georgios Skaparis, the player in seat 1. Skaparis makes the call. Rico tabling pocket queens.
And
Scaparis has an ace queen of diamonds.
Barry's been poking around.
He has a habit of doing that in his bathrobe, the dirty dog. Let's deal a flop. King 9-4 with 1 diamond. Turn card. Oh, is that a diamond? We've got a diamond sweat, ladies and gentlemen. It's the 8 of diamonds on the turn. An ace or a diamond on the river would eliminate Koivunen, but that river card is the 10 of clubs, and that is going to be a double up for the Finn.
And a destructive blow to Scaparis' stack.
And this is the table that is breaking, so these players will be reassigned. They will take seats at the other 2 tables, including our feature table, so we are going to get some new faces.
If you're going up on the TV table, you're going to have to count your chips, and so we're going to stay here and we're going to get you mic'd, okay? Post table.
Clock has been paused.
All right, Georgios, you're going to 1-4. Ignatus,
process
you're
takes
going
place.
to table 2-1. Riku, 1-3. Michael, 2-6. Harove, 1-6. And Panteleimon is going to 1-8. If you've got a seat assignment on 1, hang out here. We got to fix you up.
If you're on table 1,
fix you up.
So we are by no means at the end of this event. The end of this tournament still several hours away as we play down from 16 to a winner. But once we do wrap here in Dublin, the next live event for PokerStars is the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT. It's the first stop of the 2025 season of the European Poker Tour, and we are going to be there from April 30th to May 10th. And for the last 5 days of the festival, the last 5 days of the main event, you're going to get live coverage on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. We'll follow the main event from day 2 through to its conclusion on Saturday, May 10th, which I'm calling Scoop Eve, Nick, because of course, come Sunday, May 11th, we'll be going Scoopy Loopy.
We're going to be going Scoopy Loopy. In fact, that I might use that, James. That might be the name of the new show during the day, Scoopy Loopy. It's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. Lots of coverage coming to you from the PokerStars channels.
Indeed. And Scoop is going to run until June 2nd. So one anomaly this year, by the way, the full schedule not out yet. I think it's going to be confirmed very soon. But they have confirmed the date of the main event. And the main event is going to be Sunday, May 25th. So not the last weekend of the series, which is unusual. I don't think this has ever happened before. So it is going to be strange for us because we'll stream the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday after that. We'll cover the main event, but then there's still going to be more Scoop events after that. So I guess it'll come down to the podcast. It will come down to Howard Swain's to tie it all up in a bow and give us the final facts, stats, figures, winners, riders, etc.
Maybe we'll get some winners on personally for first-hand accounts.
It'll be great to hear from them. Good luck to all of you playing Scoop. A reminder, the Scoop warm-up started yesterday and runs until next Sunday, which is a perfect opportunity to play some lower buy-in events, to get some MTT practice ahead of the big series, and also try out some of those silly formats that inevitably the mixed games players like to play.
Silly formats like 7-card stud and Omaha.
And
crazy stuff.
Deuce to 7 triple draw.
That one you made up, right?
I just made that one up completely, yeah. No one's ever played that before.
Triple draw. What would that even be?
So players are being mic'd. They are taking their seats on the main stage. Going to get the action restarted very soon. 3 minutes of the level remaining. 3 minutes to play out of level 34, and then we will roll straight into level 35. And for the second hour of this session, we have got a treat for you. On standby right now, looking very laxed, but ready to boom into a microphone is the Squid. Sam Grafton will be with us very shortly.
What's going on with his facial hair today? What's he? What?
Still rocking the tash.
That's why it's so laxed. It actually promotes the growth.
Looking pretty fly for a squid guy.
Okay, so who is joining us? We have got Pontos, Skaparis, Mitrovic, and Koivurin coming to the table, joining the 4 players we already had on the main stage. Umberto Ruggieri remains the biggest stack here with 32 million. Rico Koivurin, that can't be right. He just got the double up, but still only has 1.8? No.
We saw several blue chips being handed to him in that last hand. Yeah. Maybe there's a 1 or a 0 missing there. 10.8 million, 11.
Boop. Yeah, they're still updating the numbers. My bad.
He's jumped up to 4.5 now.
I think it might be Mitrovic who is the table short stack. We'll get that confirmed in just a moment. In fact, we can now confirm the chip counts of the 8 players we're going to be watching on the main stage. And yes, it is Mitrovic who has 11 bigs. Pretty sure Koivurin's got a little bit over 4.5. Whitehouse playing 16 bigs. And yeah, Ruggieri, not the table chip leader. Pontos with 34 million.
In a hurry.
Okay, good.
Clock's running again.
This was a good start to the day.
Yeah.
I had a bit of a rush.
2 double up.
Wow. You have like 12
I remember you were leading the last hand with 2 million.
Yeah, it was pretty sick. You're playing like 12 now? More, 15 and a half. 15, thanks. Okay.
Can I somehow see the desk they're streaming for just to visit, or is it super off limits? It is super off limits.
20 blue, yeah.
He's on 30.
Nick's got to grease the security guard every day just to get back here.
I can't believe I keep getting away with it, but, you know, got to get back here somehow.
Yeah, Koivurin's playing close to 14 million than 4 million. The stack we have from him is not accurate.
It's the Laura chips.
Yeah, that's like 3rd on the leaderboard for this table.
Yeah. Action is on Simon Wilson, who folds.
Folds round to
Whitehouse in the small blind.
Yeah. Pontos playing behind here.
Yeah, Mitrovic not dealt in this hand. Button will pass, and he will be dealt in next.
These freaking big blind dodgers.
I think it's more about not making Whitehouse post the big blind 2 hands in a row.
I'm just kidding. This time.
So just the call in the small blind. Whitehouse, guys, as a reminder, has about 17 big blinds behind, so under 20 effective. Pontos, obviously one of our chip leaders, if not the outright chip leader now. Might be tempted to raise versus limp here. King 5 offsuit is not a particularly pretty hand, but does have that sort of blocker potential, slightly reducing the chance that our opponents have trapped with the king, including kings, ace, king, king, queen, that kind of thing. As played, decides to check, also cool. Action back over to Whitehouse, check in that bottom pair. Check.
Whitehouse still ahead with a pair of 6s, 93% equity.
Action on Whitehouse.
with his slippery, slidey zip up top.
Checks. The White House is pretty slippery these days. Checks out.
Pontos.
With a whisper check.
Well, that deuce on the river doesn't change anything. White House is good if this hand goes to showdown.
You gotta give this a think here to make sure you don't get a bet.
Well, I mean, or you can try and get value from a deuce or a worse 6 as a blocker. That seems pretty cool. Your opponent hasn't really represented Queen Jack or an 8 yet. Decides to go for a check. King high is also going to try and get to showdown. A6 wins this one.
White House wins the pot, and that will be the last hand of the level. Blinds now 200,000, 400,000 with a 400K big blind ante. I'm going to make way for Samuel Wilberforce Grafton.
Well, Sam takes his seat there. He's going to read this comment from Mihai on YouTube. It says, please, can you show the other table? You can actually switch tables yourself. Just press Alt F4, and it'll take you to the other table.
Yeah, they just have to unplug their computer, plug it back in.
Exactly, yeah.
And then it comes up. So that's nice.
How's it going, Sam?
Yes, very good. Very good.
How's your trip been so far? It's coming into an end, but I know it's been a rave and a half for most.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. Drinking 5-6 days in a row is quite.
I think there was a legit rave on the grounds here yesterday.
Yeah, I think so too.
Saw a lot of half-naked young people.
It's quite wild. Quite wild.
That's right. Welcome, the Squid.
Hello, mate. So talk to me. Where are we? 16 left.
16 left.
From 4,000 odd. 4,
Everybody guaranteed 22K now. Next player out gets 22, 25 after that.
Yeah. Nice return on the 1K, but with that 600 up top, a real chance to get a career-defining score. 600,000 euros, a lot of money. A lot of money. Can even make Dublin rent for a couple of years.
You could put a deposit on one bed flat somewhere here in Dublin.
Sure, maybe. Let's not get carried away.
Wilson has opened with a 7. 2 9s for White House.
Yeah, and versus a bigger stack opening, it seems like this might be good enough to just put into the middle. Let's see how White House values the 2 9s. See, hands where you can't get called by that many worse hands, a bit less valuable as we get deeper. But it does seem like with a tad over 15 big blinds, he's at least considering going all in. Yeah.
All in, he does go.
Yeah, I think that's the play I might have made myself without any further knowledge of player tendencies.
Yeah.
Wilson obviously just opening the bear ace, interfering with the rejamming range, just trying to get it through. Will take his time. Might as well make his friend sweat a little bit. Don't make it easy for these guys. Why make it easy for anyone?
Don't make it easy. Let's get it in.
You like, give him a little look up and down.
And there you have it. Going to take it down. So Sam, I got a good question for you, buddy. When you're studying, the later stage of the tournament, obviously we need to understand how ICM is going to come into play. Are you thinking about it in terms of percentage of the field remaining? Is that often kind of your go-to to sort of jump to, looking at information that might improve your game at those stages?
Obviously, when we first began to think about those 3 dreaded letters, ICM, how you play slightly differently at the end stage of the tournament, we only really thought about the final table. We only ran simulations and adjusted our strategy with 9 left. But of course, just commonsensically, that can't make sense. It can't be like you play for chips all the way along, and then 9 left, you suddenly change your strategy.
Now it matters all of a sudden, right?
As you build towards the late stages of a tournament, you need to be more and more careful about tangling with bigger stacks, because as we get deeper and deeper in the tournament, the chips won are not worth quite as much, and risking that tournament life That's the key thing. Risking a tournament life day one with 3 more flights, no problem. Risking a tournament life with 16 left, everyone else makes some money when you bust out. So where does that money come from? That money comes from your elimination. So you just have to be that bit more careful. And that builds and builds until we get sort of 3-handed, obviously heads up, no ICM. Then you're just directly competing. If you take chips from someone, they lose money, you gain money. Here, if you lose money, if you flip, all the other players at the table are delighted.
Yeah, they benefit. It kind of leaks and drains, as they say, to the other players.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's close.
Everybody's always asking, what is ICM? Instead of
Nobody
asking,
knows.
Instead of
Nobody
asking, how
Nobody
is
knows.
ICM? You know what I mean?
Who is ICM?
ICM. They come and, they bang on doors and arrest immigrants, the ICM.
Oh, boy.
Deport them without due process.
I think Sam Grafton is ICM.
No, I wouldn't speak to ICM. You don't tell them anything if the ICM ask.
And film them too.
Who we liking? Who we favouring? Who's caught the eye of Joe Stapleton?
Well, there's someone in chat who is a big fan of Joe O'Donnell. Annabella the Happy Carnivore.
Go on, Joe. Second in chips.
Talking
in
about
chips.
how Joe O'Donnell doing more of the theatrics and beating them and showing that in person is a completely different game. You can't rely on game theory at all. And Joe is showing them that here.
Needs game theory when you're in person. It's right out the window.
You're taking it out and chopping it up.
Just look a man in the eyes.
Do you have it?
Does he? Yeah, exactly. One thing I would say about our chip leader, Umberto, if I'm not incorrect, that's obviously final tabled, I want to say Prague, a couple of years back.
That's correct.
I played with him in Campione. It's obviously Italian. He's made a few deep runs since that big score in Prague. A little bit unconventional. Goes his own way at times.
He does. He's fun. Yeah.
But very experienced. Well, experienced now. Going deep in tournaments. Once you have those big EPT runs, once you've been deep in a few tournaments, you're sort of hardened sometimes by the experience. And we do see people go on little bursts. So it'd be interesting. Wielding 31 million, by the way. A lot of chips. Interesting to see how he plays. Here we get the big blind defense. Pretty conventional with ace-9.
10-8 tray. Ace high. Is ahead.
Yeah, and you've got a lot of strong hands here under the gun. Even opening from the suited 10x. It's just very good for you. This board versus big blind range, which is going to be reasonably wide. We've got a club in hand. Lots of reasons to just start off with a bet. And if we fold out ace high, all the better. Very nice.
Yeah, I like that size too. With the 17-ish effective on the flop, feels good. Hoiverin, again, these graphics not quite updated yet, guys. Has a lot more chips than represented. Came off a big double up just before we combined tables down to the final 2.
Yeah, 4 days in now for these guys.
We're playing days 4, 5, and 6 all today. Just, the levels are a little shorter here, obviously, than they are on an EPT. 90-minute levels in an EPT. 1 hour levels here, but typically on the final day, we will play from 6 to the winner, and today we're playing from 19 to the winner. So it is going to be a long one.
If you finish between places 12 and 8th, you're obligated to chip in with, you've got to stack up chairs and fold away tables and dismantle banners. It's,
It's always great that when you're lifting the trophy that someone's like vacuuming in the background.
Yeah, we don't need you to tip, but we need you to grab,
Just take one chair. If everyone takes one chair, we're all set.
Yeah.
Many hands makes light work, guys. Come on.
Ruggieri has popped it up with 8-6 of hearts. 2 4s for Joe don't need no GTO.
Yeah, and deciding to flat on the button. He's got a stack where... Oh, he's
not a flat. No, he's reinventing the game, Sam.
Let's go. Who does need game theory? And look at this now. Waking up with ace queen in the big blind.
I'm folding this so fast.
22 big blinds.
I mean, it's nice blockers, right? You're not really wanting to get called, but you really interfere with them having the goods. The 3-bet call range for the button sort of starting around, let's say, jacks, potentially tens. And we just interfere with queens, ace, king, just making it more likely our opponent, I don't think he thinks he's going to have fours, but making it more likely that they have a bluff, a hand like ace-10 off, a hand like ace-8 suited. And it is the chip leader opening as well, which means... And
Scarparis confirming the 2-8, which says to me that this is going to be a call.
Ooh, I don't know about this, Sam. I don't know if I like the cold call.
Wow, and this is very unconventional, and two hands you wouldn't expect to see a flop in these exact conditions. The 3-bet has actually stopped him getting shoved on, I do believe. And now we go to Jack 7-5.
I don't think this is the sort of board that O'Donnell would fold on anyway. Goes check, check.
Oh.
And Scarparis leaps into the lead.
Yeah, I like that from Joe, checking back. One hand I think we would be worried about is jacks, maybe tens. I mean, there's not... And Scarparis will lead out. And we'll take your time here, bro, because 1.8 million is... significant. What hand are we in front of? Does ace king ever flat? You know, that's a hand that often appears in 3-bet pots. Good fold, I think, from Joe, and that really didn't play out as I expected.
That's the Irish Open, baby.
Yeah, it shows we're in for an exciting time here with 2 tables left. The 3-bet of the fours, taking the aggressive line and then playing the ace-queen as a flat, and worked out for him as it happened, picking up the pot. I think in general, you know, some players would just play no flats there. If we imagine the amount of hands we actually want to play is very, very narrow. If we just want to play tens and ace-queen plus, or jacks and ace-jack suited plus, we can just go all in. That's a range no one can mess with.
Right.
We don't need to really employ flats. That's the thinking some would apply to the situation, but did work out for the big blind and picking up a nice pot.
Annabella back in chat. Joe is playing the player, not the game. It's a different approach, and it absolutely punishes these internet kids.
Yeah, let's go. Cheerleaders in the chat. Is that Joe himself? We remove his phone?
Yeah.
Joe, we know it's your burner account. Stop it now.
Come on, Joe.
King 10 off in the small blind for Scarparis. Georgios Scarparis. Hailing from Cyprus.
This one's 20.
And pocket fours.
Problem hand of the final. The final 2 tables. Yeah, and so we don't really have enough to shove. We have too much to shove, I should say, here with fours. So do we want to bloat the pot and elevate it, but also fold out those 2 overs? You know, we can make a set. Or do we want to check and then play down the streets? Quite a difficult situation, actually, I do believe.
Yeah,
maybe when we got the same... Oh, he's raised. Well, so he's considering shoving or calling. I think call is the way to go here.
Once we get closer to 25 effective, Sam, right, 4s become a little bit more of a push. The shallower we become, the easier it is to put the pair in, but at the stack depth, late game, late in the tournament.
I mean, I might even flat 9s here.
Yeah.
I know. Obviously, it depends what you think of Scarparis.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a real decision for Wilson.
Ronan Traveler says, just tuning in now, what are the blinds at? They're actually on Scarparis and Wilson. Thank you for your question.
We can see the shove would get through, But let's not be results oriented. We don't really want to flip. I think having tanked this long, Wilson might indeed find the shove here.
Ah, they're playing for all of it.
Yeah, and Scar Paris now regretting the raise. Obviously, the more our opponent is raising, the better this shove is going to work out.
Man, when I'm all in with 4 here's and I see him pick up those chips, I am freaking out.
Yeah. I mean, this is just, I think what we've seen is everyone playing their hand in the most aggressive manner. King 10's an optional raise here, and then 4's is a pretty optional shove. I mean, to give Wilson credit.
If you run this in the solver, it just says do what you want.
Yeah.
Your guess is as good as mine, pal.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't worked out yet how to play 4s. That's the one hand that the solvers are like, this is how we play every other combination. 4s, nobody knows.
I think we should pause the clock and ask Joe. He's the only person qualified to talk about live poker.
There's no possible play with you, yeah?
Jack on YouTube says, I flat here. That is an option.
These internet kids.
There it goes.
How good?
What did you have? 8s?
Oh.
You wish.
We'll see on the stream.
Of course.
You wish.
Yeah.
I was ahead, I mean.
I don't have an all-in hand, but I have a post-flop.
The Cypriots are chatty.
Thank you.
Pretty interesting. I mean, the chips are moving here on day 4.
They are moving indeed.
Bizarrely, we saw some massive pots, and then someone with one big blind was just like chilling for like the first 45 minutes. No big deal.
But maybe you get super zen at that point. You know,
Yeah,
it's the last,
it's so
it's the last day.
peaceful.
It's
Yeah.
like you're 106 years old.
You're in hospital.
You're 106 years old. You're like, whatever happens, if I go today, you know, obviously if you're
I've had a
40,
good
you're
life.
fighting for your life. But like 107, you're like, it's okay.
You certainly feel that way after so many days of long poker.
I woke up again today. Sure. Ace Queen for Pontos.
You were short stack?
Yeah,
And you kept coming back for a while, but then...
How are we saying his first name? Pantelimon. Pantelimon Pontos. Definitely not a real name, by the way. That's sick.
It was definitely different yesterday. I think it was like just, I don't know, but it was not that hard
That
yesterday.
makes Sam just seem such a rubbish.
Lazy, just lazy.
Like, Mom and Dad, like, make it effort.
Whoever in here with dicey proposition against an early open. Oh, by the way, this dude's stack way bigger than what it says there. We think he has about 10 million more. So he's imagine 13 million here, not 3.1.
Yeah.
And this hand, yeah, going for a 3-bet, going to pressurize some of Pontos' opens, even pressurizes a hand like Ace Queen.
Yeah, I think it was Pantelis. Thank you. Also, impossible to say, possibly long name. Constantinitis Achilles on YouTube tells us his name is Pantelis for short.
I made day 2 and I busted a bit before day 3. Then the next I won.
All right, back over to Pantelis.
You won with the bracelet.
I think there was a character called Pentalimon in His Dark Materials.
I have no doubt.
Because I had only one day. Yeah. And I went to day 3.
The Greeks were notoriously involved in historic materials.
Not just His Dark Materials.
I played 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, the long days.
So what do we want to do with Ace Queen here?
You know, you didn't enjoy it.
Everyone facing tough decisions.
I mean,
Even if we knew our opponent was 3-betting King Queen on occasion, still, were we to shove, we'd only get called by better and we'd fold out the dominating hands. Does this mean we want to flat here as the covering stack? Can we ever...
I would feel real bad about doing anything other than calling here.
I think that does make sense here, particularly as we cover our opponent, which means hypothetically it should be a bit more chilled post-flop.
A lot of the people are saying, just shove it, bro. Remember that the stack size is not accurate for Kovarin.
Yeah, if he had 3 million chips, this would be an easy all-in, I do believe, as the chip leader. Do we ever 4-bet fold? Do we ever just fold now and stay out the way? I don't think that can be the play when we're opening off this 32 million. I want to open a lot worse hands than ace-queen. Oh, the blocker's just powerful enough to windmill it in. It's not like our opponent can just 3-bet call 9s here.
A lot of poker there.
Yeah.
Are you going to the king this week, or are you?
And Pontos genuinely trying to figure it out. Just thinking about the hands that he's played with this opponent prior to this.
Wow, really?
Have we seen them get out of line?
Also
Sometimes it's also a little bit weird when you're playing live. You feel like you're giving off something when you take so long. Sometimes you start to panic and think, am I revealing? Is this just ace-queen? He probably thinks it's 4s.
How do you overcome those feelings, Sam, as a man of experience?
Yeah, it's just about making sure you take your time when you have the good hands. Sometimes we moan about it when people have an easy all-in or a very obvious decision and they sort of tank, but the reason is so that when you genuinely have a decision, your opponents can't decipher anything about your range, strength of hand.
We are also on a pay jump.
Well, although he does cover, I believe. And he's going...
Is he going to click it back?
For the 4-bet. Yeah, and I do believe that this might even be to 4-bet fold. Just saying to his opponent, all right, mate, you're saying you've got it. You're saying you've got Jacks plus. Let's see if that's true.
This is a really interesting way to play the hand because I do feel it's difficult for Kovarin to continue unless he's decided he's just going to get the rest in now.
Yeah, obviously it's made a little more difficult to understand what's going on just because we're missing that stack size. It's not correct. Just to reiterate, if he had 850K, he would be committed.
We think he started the hand with around 13 million.
I mean, a 5-bet all-in here would be outrageous. To be honest, it's not clear to me whether Pontos is 4-bet calling or 4-bet folding, whether he's just trying to ensure that he gets some bluffs, you know, that he can induce something if his opponent has ace-5 suited. It's unclear to me, but it may well work. And look at this, we picked it up without even letting our opponent realize equity in position.
Pretty great.
Very, very nice from Pontos.
Yeah, well thought out, well executed.
Yeah.
Look at that, he's feeling it.
Up to 36 million is the chip leader at this table.
Yeah, and that's a great feeling. You're already chip leader, adding more to your stack and just sending a little message to the table. All right, it's not like he folded someone off a better hand. It just says, listen, guys, I'm going to stick up for these raises. If you want to come after me, I'm going to make you put all the money in the middle. You're not going to get any cheap 3-bets through. Very, very nice. Just in terms of the, seeing as our friends in the Twitch chat have told us, people aren't playing exactly by the strictest of game theory rules. So sending a sort of message, we used to call that game flow many years ago in the Card Runners EV, Card Runners Poker X Factor days.
Whatever, that same phrase has just been rebranded now.
And here we go. Ace is on the button.
And Wilson survived a pretty horrific cooler to kick things off today. Set under setted. And luckily the board ran out of flush. Ruggieri led the river, which allowed Wilson to just call.
Right.
Was that the same year you were on the cover of Card Player magazine, Sam?
Sure, yes, exactly. Sam Grafton breaks down game flow. Bluff magazine exclusive.
This is how little people knew about poker back then. I had a monthly column in both Card Player and Bluff magazines.
No way. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Those were the days.
Wow.
You can still have a column.
Yeah, but you just get ChatGPT to write it. Give me 2,000 words on game flow.
Oh, my goodness. My days.
Oh, this is wonderful.
Boring, but kind of fun.
I mean, look at this. Poker's so great because look how stoic they are. Inside, both of them jumping for joy. We're going to see a lot of clicking and posturing.
Yep. Can we just fast forward to the end of this?
Can we get another click 4-bet in a moment, please? I want to see the exact same hand play out like with the ace queen just now.
Yeah, and so off of 20 big blinds, potentially see a very small 3-bet. $2.1 million. And the thing is here is that I think as Wilson, we potentially just want to call. Our opponent is so polarized to aces or kings. And we have aces after all. So it's very likely that they, actually have a king 5 bluff.
Right.
Or we're going to get the money from kings anyway, post-flop. If we think our opponent's just super tight, then we just put it in. But I think maybe we just want to call here with the aces.
Well, with everything that's been said about Simon Wilson, that he is one to watch, that he's potentially one of the Irish greats, he has lived up to that. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if he had similar theories to you, Sam.
Yeah, I think that aces is a hand that very rarely gets shoved. We either click it, or in situations where there's no clicks, we just call in general. But again, Wilson might have other ideas. This 2.1 does look strong.
Yeah, off a relatively short stack, I think, is the takeaway here, as you say, Sam. And that might just be the flop. We're going to the flop.
Indeed.
Can't wait to see what excitement occurs now.
Oh my days!
Oh my
This is so disgusting. Wow. Oh, sweet.
I didn't think I could commentator's curse this one, guys. I really didn't think I could do it.
Wilson is like, wow. So this is quite nice for us as Wilson as well because, the king jacks, the king queens, and the like will have connected. Occasionally we've been outflopped, by the way, but it doesn't really matter. But small sizing, I think, is appropriate here. Obviously, we either just going to have king 5 off high or aces, neither of which needs much protection.
White House checks.
Yeah, and white and it's Wilson, who has the free roll. Actually had those two the wrong way round.
Yeah, so for those of you who are maybe new to all of this, although they have the same hand right now, Wilson is the only one who can make a flush. Sounds like TJ Reed got a shove through. So Wilson is the only one who can win this hand outright.
Either we want to
at showdown
bet basically a piece of lint on the flop here. Yeah, we want to bet one big blind or check, and I think that's what Wilson's thinking through. What does my opponent have? Do they have king 5 off with no diamond and they're just giving up, and the only way I can make money is to check? Or do they have something stronger? That they have queen 3 with the 3 of diamonds, and I want to make sure I get some money.
Not a piece of lint, but
a little big for a man of my tastes.
Yeah,
quarter pot.
By the way, if we knew our opponent's hand, and this is a very good size, I should say, because aces isn't folding. So now the question for White House is, what do we want to do? Do we want to let a card come off? Do we want to we could be against king, queen of clubs, in which case we'd love to just put the money in now. Before the board gets any more dangerous. On the other hand, can we really fold out any diamonds? It's not clear to me that if our opponent has a diamond in hand, that we can ever get it to fold. But we could get the money in against queen 10 of clubs now.
White House is breathing, picking up a little bit here.
Look at the player in the middle here. Mitrovic is like, what is going on? How long has this been happening? I mean, Jesus, guys.
He's too busy thinking about how he's going to shut down the Ghostbusters.
He's like, am I the only guy that didn't get aces in his hand?
Thinking about Vegas and that effing Mirage.
I mean, by the way, it is a tricky decision. We don't feel super good about this. I think we want to just put it in, yeah.
White House announces all in.
Yeah, don't look, Wilson. You can't fold it, mate.
Quick count. I think I am. I
think I am calling with the ace of diamonds. This obviously shows how serious the moment is.
Maybe he doesn't know he has the ace of diamonds. Maybe he just knows he's got a red ace.
Brutal free roll here, guys.
Oh, wow. You kidding?
This has the potential to be an absolute disaster for Charles Whitehouse.
You've got a feel for him here. Started off in Dreamland, now can only win half the pot and stands up.
And 38% of the time will win none of the pot.
Not allowed to have a phone. Hold on. There's a pay jump here. All in aces against aces. The aces are first. Yeah, he told me he does 6.
Best of luck.
Yeah, and Wilson just realized, feeling for his opponent a bit, knows what a fortunate situation he's found himself in.
It's aces against aces all in.
Huge turn and river for that man.
Fades the diamond on the turn.
One more pull at it for Wilson.
Halfway there. Can he dodge disaster?
Is it coming, Nick?
Oh, I don't know. It is coming! Absolute savagery here at the Irish Open.
Really unfortunate. White House down.
Great performance, though. Played very well. Did himself proud. Yeah, I didn't think it was possible to commentators curse that one, Joe, but wow. I guess it is, after all. Jeez.
What a remarkable poker
You remember the beginning of the hand when I was like, can we just fast forward this to the chop pot?
Yeah. And then I said, I can't wait to see what excitement happens on the fly. Oh, okay, there is that outcome as well. I forgot.
I mean,
we were both working against it.
It's just the sickest of games. Imagine going through 4,500 people navigating the landmines, the coolers.
I go broke with aces on the first hand.
Exactly.
Not this deep in the tournament.
The smarter move. Save yourself a few days.
Right.
But, think how well this young lad's played to get to here. Obviously, probably been on the right end of some run good as well. You get aces versus a button open. You 3-bet, you get called, and then find yourself on the way out the door in the cruelest of manners. This is why we love to watch this game, but this is why it's such a cruel game to play. Really remarkable collision there as it takes us down to 15 left.
And that was a pay jump. Everyone is now guaranteed 25,000 euros. So he's done a solid for everyone else at this table. And let's focus on the positive here, which is that Simon Wilson, who many are picking to be a favorite to win this event, goes from near disaster to start the day, was on the business end of the cooler, now dishing out an even more disgusting cooler and up over 50 big blinds.
Yeah, and we saw King Queen off 3-bet a minute ago. Not quite strong enough to flat without the suited property, so sometimes people will elect to turn it into a bluff. Is now a covering stack. So what does he want to do? Immediately with a decision, before he's barely stacked his chips. And so far, pretty much everyone's clicked the aggressive button.
Yeah. I think a 3-bet here feels good.
Past a spot thus far.
We have an extreme short stack behind us, and we're probably happy to get King Queen in against 6 big blinds if needs be. So let's go ahead and pump it up.
Got a bona fide poker celebrity in the chat. Jeff Platt on the virtual rail.
Hey, Jeff. How's it going?
White. And he was at WrestleMania all weekend, so for him to be up this early, remarkable.
You a fan of wrestling, Sam?
No.
I think Spraggy is, right?
Spraggy's big, big wrestling
him
fan.
and Makola were like staying up to watch it.
I'm actually, this week, my episode of Soraya's podcast comes out. I don't know if you remember her from WWE.
Sure.
Paige. I was on her podcast a few weeks ago.
Skaparis indulging in a little bit of chat means continuate is a little bit. Oh, and he's just jammed it. Again, people are not slowing down here with 15 left.
It's just reckless abandon, and I love it. And I think it's going to work, Sam.
Yeah, Wilson here with a little bit of posturing, in my opinion. I don't think we've 3-bet King-Queen off in order to call 25 big blinds. Just checking in case he's miscounted. And as always, you never necessarily need to reveal too much about the strength of your hand. And Skaparis, potentially feeling Wilson is doing this too often. Sevens, not really any blocking properties, doesn't really interfere with value. Obviously has the advantage of flipping with ace-king, which is one of the primary hands that gets 3-bet called. Folds out 2 overs, which is really nice.
Feels.
Nice.
Worse.
Nice.
Ace 3. I mean, you're bullying. I can't let you bully all the time.
Spoken like a true Greek.
No, you back off, I'll back off.
I had a good hand.
You like it, though.
Maybe too good.
I know you like it.
Maybe too good.
I mean, if we do imagine someone's 3-betting all the king-queen off, all the king-jack off, all the ace-10 off, if they can't 3-bet call ace-jack,
there's no way you're continuing in the
they can't. If they're going to just flat 9s, if they're going to flat 10s, you can become pretty imbalanced quite quickly. And now, of course, you are allowed to have a few more bluffs than value combinations when you're the covering stack.
Yeah.
So it doesn't automatically mean we want to shove 7s, and perhaps we want to shove, something with a suited ace maybe to compensate, and protect our raises. I'm not sure, but works out for Skaparis, picking up a nice pot to hover around the 40 big blind mark.
What's your preferred line then, Sam? Do you just want to call with the 7s?
I don't think we want to call.
It feels pretty bad to call it that stacked up, doesn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
So perhaps maybe just open fold or...
No, just raise.
I mean, open, raise, and then fold, excuse me, is what I meant to say.
I think that might be the preferred option.
I like the way he played it.
Yeah. Put them on king queen and put it in. Everyone's got king queen when they 3-bet, except when they have aces, which...
But I don't know, like all the rationale you just gave for reasons why you might ship it in with 7s there. I think he just kind of gave way fewer words and said, I can't let you bully me all the time.
Sure. No,
it's just a condensed version of, he could fold ace-jack and he might be re-raising with ace-10.
By the way, it makes you tough to play against. I mean, if he's saying, listen, I don't care, I'm not going to back down, then you as the big stack need to recalibrate your strategy.
It's about time we take a peek at some of the other action going on. Remember, we're not down to one table just yet, and we're at Michael Karam and Greg King's table. See TJ Reed there, not involved in this hand. It looks like...
Does he think he is? Because he's got his poker posture on.
He is definitely keeping very still. This is an all-in from King. Decision on Karam.
Oh, he calls.
Who calls. And it's a busted flush draw for King.
Sit open.
Karam's top pair is good.
Yeah, looks like it was bottom pair. Check raised or flush draw that hit rivered a pair.
Rivered bottom pair, yep. And Karam's gonna double up. Can't leave. Oh, he wants the GG. He wants the nice hand. from the loser of the hand. Oh, that's it. Greg King is eliminated. Not a double up for Karam. That is an elimination. Had him covered. That makes the GG make a little more sense. Okay, so that brings us down to 15 players. Gregory King, the first player to cash for 25-5, and I believe that puts us on another pay jump. And these pay jumps are starting to really mean something. This is a 5K pay jump between 14th and 13th place.
I mean, so far we've seen people really just going for the win, in effect. And here we see another possible confrontation.
Welcome back to the feature table.
And let's not forget, Scarparis, the player who just slammed in those sevens. This time, Queen's obviously a very different prospect, however, in terms of the pre-flop hand strength. Scarparis now 37 big blinds behind after putting in that initial open.
Taking an assessment of his opponent. And I think probably deciding whether he wants to just shove or whether he can induce action if he clicks it somehow. Can he make it 5 million and get his opponent to put in a few combos that would fold to the shove? Does he risk getting flatted and allowing, does he over-rep his hand? Would he let his opponent make a big fold if he were to click it? What's the exact sort of dynamic between these two? I think Queens is just a little vulnerable to flat at this stage of the tournament.
He is all in.
Shove.
And then he just adds, he goes, last time I did this, I had sevens.
Wishing he showed a 7. And it's quite annoying for Umberto. The king-queen off here would be just an easy fold. Ace-queen.
Yeah, a lot harder.
I think we all know this feeling with ace-queen of the sort of best hand that you're not happy to get in many situations. You feel like you could be getting bluffed. You feel like you could be flipping against plenty of hands. And you see that actually, I believe that while a lot of situations people 3-bet with a plan, okay, I'm going to 3-bet fold this and I 3-bet call this, Umberto perhaps has elected to go for 3-bet and then now is actually making the decision.
Yeah, it's a ton of his stack, unfortunately.
I mean, it is under the gun 1 versus small blind. I think the fact that the opponent is under the gun 1, I tell you what he's thinking now. He's thinking, why didn't I flat?
Of course.
Yeah, versus +1 there.
If I had to guess, I feel reasonably confident that Umberto will lean into fold, but he's working it through. And again, anything he might have seen from Scarparis in previous action will play into this decision. You know, we're playing against real Greeks. Real Greek Cypriots. It's a physical Greek. It's not just someone online. It's not an avatar. It's this man who, you know.
I think you can just call here and try to hit the flop.
Hit the ace and they can't even redraw.
If you didn't snap, I'm very happy. Take as much time as you want.
Wow.
That is a real Greek Cypriot.
I won't call clock. Take as much. We have 15 minutes for break. Nobody call clock. Think.
Oh, if he's going to do that, I'll just go now.
By the way, that's I mean that.
Cheap lead put.
That confidence is real.
I think that says a lot.
There you go. Called the hand.
Wow.
I think that says a lot about how he feels about queens, right? I mean, he's like, I'm happy just to take the pot. This is a very common tournament mentality.
Or sevens. Lucky sevens.
Oh, he's basically doing what I said. I gotta have queens. I gotta have sevens.
Good thing it's live stream, so you will see.
Pretty confident.
I mean, this is one of the nice things about not having a shot clock. It might be a little frustrating for the players at the table, but it does allow people to indulge in a bit of chit-chat, a bit of psychology, which we otherwise miss when people are under that counter. You don't get the speech play.
I think that Ruggieri was likely going to fold anyway, but after that, there's just no way.
It's very hard to fake that level of confidence.
Yes.
You will know soon enough.
Your 3-bet is too big. It doesn't leave me other option.
And you see,
Write that down.
Scott Parr is really happy getting 2 shoves through.
Winning big pots. He's third in chips at this table now.
With my stack.
Same hand.
You have 40.
Ace 2.
Ace 2, something like that. Suited.
Suited, it's good.
I would hope.
And it looks like we are on Scarparis again. Yeah, do something with that.
Not so big now with the 6-3
That's
off,
right.
are you?
Under the gun.
The test of a real poker player is, can you play 6-3 off from under the gun?
Anybody can play good hands. Wilson. Hey, Mr. Wilson. There we go.
We haven't seen anyone play 10-7 suited from final 2 tables since PCA 11 in 2000.
I think we're an odds-on favorite this year to see. There's some funky stuff going on in this event
funky.
still.
It's funky. Mitrovic is saying, how come these guys are all in every other hand and I'm getting dealt?
Did you see the 10-7 suited hand from a couple nights ago towards the end of the night?
No.
I went through this already, but he was up against aces. Aces raised under the gun. He flats 10-7 suited. This guy flats 10-7 suited under the gun +1.
Oh, deceptive.
Flop comes 1 heart. It goes check, bet, snap call. Sorry, bet, snap call. Turn is total brick. Bet, snap call. River's a 7. Aces bet. Dude shoves.
Wow.
It was incredible.
And the ace is folded, right?
No, the ace is called.
Nearly worked. Works every time except the last time.
All right, back to this hand.
Yeah, and Joe, non-GTO Joe.
GT, no. Joe O'Donnell with ace-9 in the small blind. We've got a raise and a flat and some dead money out there that Joe could be looking to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, one problem for him here is Ruggieri will flat some strong hands here. 26 million versus 34 million. I do believe hands like 10s, ace-queen are in the calling range.
Maybe this woman on the rail is with Joe and she's the Annabelle. Annabelle the carnivore who is singing Joe's praises. We are going heads up only to this flop. Queen 10-5, 10 for Pontos. A set for Ruggieri.
Yeah, and that's great news for Umberto. And I think check is pretty natural here as the cutoff, particularly when we have middle strength hand like King 10. Not a hand we can ever play for 3 streets, get floated by a lot of gut shots. So we'll check it over. And Umberto will probably want to go for immediate value. Decides to check back. And Pontos is going to feel better about the 10 now. Ace comes off. And this is the downside to checking.
Mm-hmm. It's never good.
Yeah, once your opponent checks the flop, suddenly it feels like they might have more ace combos all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he can't know this. If a 10 had come off, he'd look like a genius. But a 10 wasn't folding. And we do have 26 million. I think we want to sort of pile some money in. Pontos electing to bet now. Also, another problem is we can't even raise here. I think this is a little bit strange from Pontos. People do use the ace to sort of protect other hands, but gonna get to the river.
And that river is a 9.
So where are we now with King 10? Sort of bet a medium strength hand. Perhaps just hope our opponent has Jack 10. We even lose to 10-9 now. Almost want to bluff with it. And Ruggieri now surely must go for some value.
feel like you want to size up on this board now with the set, Sam, especially now that your hand is so well disguised through the streets. I guess your opponent will still have some ace combos, maybe some hands like King 10 that might hero call still, I suppose. What's your size on the river here, Sam, as played?
I mean, I don't think we necessarily... We don't really have many bluffs is my main problem here.
Yeah.
Like, when we've called the turn, what's our bluff? King 8 of spades?
Yeah, king summing with the spades, I guess.
Sometimes bets flop anyway.
That's sizable.
Yeah, and I think it's sort of situation where because you haven't got the value you wanted with your hand, you now overcompensate a little bit on the river. I mean, if
Hail Mary.
If I was going to do anything with King 10, I would shove. I would check raise. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not a
because you can have the King Jacks.
Yeah, I mean, again, no one believes that you play King Jack like this. So I think you do. Like, it would be sexy to play King Jack like this, but
no one would believe it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's obviously unlucky for Umberto that it ran out the way it did. Had the turn been a brick, we might have got 2 nice streets versus the King 10 there. Had it come 4-4 turn and river, our hand looks like Jack 9, our hand looks like King Jack, our hand looks like Ace Jack, plenty of bluffs. That ace really, Ace and 9, so even Jack 9 shows down a little. It's very, very tough.
If we start betting flop, I think suddenly we're allowed to have more misdraws, right?
Yeah, we can just bluff 3s for 3 streets.
Yeah.
That was my first one.
Another nice spot there for Umberto. Had his fair share of sets so far today, guys, and it shows in the stack. 30.1 million, 75 big blinds.
But I outlasted.
I think it was. I'm not sure. I don't really remember. But
A lot of action, though. They had a few eliminations, and Mitrovic, who I've sort of been bemoaning, and we'll just shove it in. No other option.
6 big blinds.
Yeah, and he's going to have a lot worse than this. Just hoping someone finds 7s, 8s.
That was on the table when
Come on.
table.
King, Queen suited.
2.5. 6.
He was like, we played together before in Vegas. Yeah.
It's nothing. Who knows? Just barely anything.
Nope.
A piece of lint. And
nope.
No action, it would seem. But Mitrovic has somehow managed to just cling on to a few big blinds all throughout the last of the 2 days of coverage. And that is the name of the game. Survival is the name of the game.
I'm sure you did. You've been waiting.
I'm assuming Aces probably would like some action, though.
Yeah, he's okay. He's sponsored by Levi's, so sponsored by Levi's jeans. So he gets a lot of money from them. It's a long-standing contract.
I mean, he's being anti-railed by all 4 Ghostbusters right now. Nobody? William Atherton? Ghostbusters? Die Hard? Richard Thornburg?
Is he just, what's he say? He's too advanced with his
Too esoteric?
Yeah, esoteric is the word with his film references.
I don't even know what that word means. It's a very esoteric way to describe me.
Sometimes I feel a bit esoteric.
He wanted the knife from Eddie Murphy. Thank you, Rip Roar. Pontos with King 10 suited.
What did your hat say earlier, Sam?
Sorry, say that again?
What did your hat say earlier?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Sponsored by Manners.
Sponsored by Manners, yeah. Endorsement deal.
Endorsement deal. Manners maketh man. So our chip leader is going to start pumping it.
All right, Annabella's chimed back in. I'm not related to Joe in any way at all. I just respect it when I see a player that doesn't buy into this nonsense about EV and pot odds. Joe plays the game his own way, and look how it's working. Poker would be so much better if we had a lot more Joe O'Donnells. I mean, we all agree.
I'm not going to disagree. I'm not going to disagree with the last statement.
Finally, someone said it.
Yeah.
We've all been thinking about it.
Usually, you gotta read like a 4,000 character tweet.
To
what,
get
Joe, insight like that.
I feel liberated. You know what? I've been lying to myself this entire time. It's all nonsense. It's just about skills on the table, live reads. That's what we need more of.
O'Donnell player poker. The others,
they're cards.
They're chips.
Everything's good. Trump's in power, and John O'Donnell is playing real cards again. Finally.
All right. How about this one? I'll wait. We'll wait till we get there. I'll try one more.
Pontos considering opening the Jack-10 here. I think is actually kind of reasonable, especially with Umberto under the gun one, making it, the other stack can't flat, probably won't flat as liberally as they should. You see these guys considering, how should I use the chip lead? And this is what I was talking about. Umberto's experience, realizing how wide he can go, despite how aggressive people have been. No one really flatting, so the ace-deuce, the playability matters a lot less.
Okay, Mitrovic, 8-5 in the big blind.
Oh,
folds.
man.
He has to get back to forcing Val Kilmer to build a laser. Still nothing.
Still nothing.
Real Genius?
Never heard. Is that a film?
You've never seen Real Genius?
I think we're just, Have you ever seen Kez?
No, I've never seen the Decalogue.
Yeah. You've heard about it, though. 10 years hanging out with Hartigan, you've heard about it. Believe me.
Yeah, that's the real Decalogue.
Mute my mic. I'm going to be laughing for a few moments. Oh, dear. Oh, I think we should go off air on that.
I mean, that's a perfect setup, so thank you.
People must think we rehearsed this before, and that was too good from you, Joe Stapleton.
That was wonderful.
That's why you're the best. Oh, dear.
All right, you know who was the best is Joe O'Donnell, who's all in with ace-queen.
He's just up and shoved it.
Whoa.
We don't need EV or pot odds.
Who needs pot odds? It's just a made-up thing.
There's a million out there. Oh, my dear.
Oh, this is so sad.
And we've
Wow.
shoved and we've actually got Mitrovic to fold.
How
an
do you fold
unbelievably
ace-10
strong
suited
hand.
there?
By the way, can we just give Mitrovic a little bit of credit
Yes.
there? Because you can really sort of throw away your 5 big blinds. You can feel like, I haven't seen a hand this good in, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to just put it in. But he knows that Joe isn't shoving ace-9 there.
That is wild.
Yeah.
And he's made a really good fold. And this, by the way, is the downside. I do believe if Joe had opened there, ace-10 suited has to go in. Now we open up the possibility for our opponent to have, some small pairs or some king-10 suited or whatever. But when we get the jam, it sort of feels almost, I hate to say it, but it feels like ace-king. It's actually not quite as good as that, but it feels like
it's the same energy.
And it's the same. And he sensed Joe's, and this is the downside to playing with energy, by the way, rather than playing with game theory, is that, the other people at the table aren't mugs. So, Joe's a little unlucky there, but I think that's one of the reasons we want to just raise.
Can we just also clarify? I think Joe is a legend, and
He is a legend.
I've absolutely loved
Annabella,
how
the
he's
Happy
played
Carnivore, is back. Joe is a regular at the Saturday Deep Stack in Dublin. I can tell you, I've seen many poker kids come into that tournament thinking they're hot stuff and go home with their tail between their legs.
Oh, dear. You're just strolling into Dublin. You're feeling like you're hot stuff, and then you just come up against
Joe O'Donnell. You just got O'Donnelled.
And then there's a lady on the rail being like, ha-ha! You're not the first to have your tail between your legs. Look at this. He's just folded ace-10 suited, and now he's got 10-5 suited.
Gross.
Yeah, good fold, mate. Good fold, Mitrovic.
Got another orbit.
I mean, by the way, our man has laddered like 8,000 euros.
And could ladder 5,000 more if he just doesn't go out next.
Yeah, and I think for Pontos here, a little unfortunate for Pontos to be up against another big stack. Going to mean he has to play in line. Decides to come in for a raise. I don't hate it. I think we want to limp mainly. But raising this particular combo seems okay to sort of mix in there with the stronger holdings.
This is going to be the last hand of the level, by the way.
Yeah, and if I know Umberto, he's not folding 6-4 of diamonds. Should sort of match up reasonably well against a lot of high card. Oh no, he's going to just let it go.
He wants the full break.
It's okay.
Break considerations.
Thought that was a sweet hand just to play in position, but there you go.
It's okay.
So these folks are going on break. 14 players remain.
Yeah, and what a level. Pontos there, you see stacking is 34 million.
And with the blinds going up to the next level, that 34.5 million equates to 69 big blinds as we have a look at the rest of the stacks at this table. Remember, this is only about half the field, literally half the field. 7 players at this table, 7 at the other table. We are going to keep this table after the break. Ruggieri second in chips. Mitrovic still holding on. Joe O'Donnell pretty short, as is the player from Finland. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first break of the day. We will be back with more from the final 14 players in 18 minutes time. Back after this.
Blinds 2,000, 4,000. They are not in the money yet. 32 players getting paid.
He's announced the raise, makes it 20,000.
And Callahan opening with 8s. Pocket 3s for Slade.
All in.
Yeah, it's about 100.
Lee Jones doing chip counts now.
Johnny pushes all his cookies in.
Lodden pushes in all of his cookies. Lee Jones, 2006.
Pat pushes all his cookies.
Oh, graphics error. AJ White has become AQ White.
Ack White?
Now the action is back around to 7-seat Pat. He's invested.
Pat O'Callahan now has to decide whether to call.
The 4-seat Pat is
The effective shove is Lodden, of course.
Patrick of the Callahan. Lets it go. Can't really blame him.
So White is the at-risk player, dominated by Jonathan Lodden.
And slap him down, dealer.
5 deuce, no suits.
Now I really want to hear this turn card.
It's a queen.
Come on, buddy, one more queen, put it home. Now, Johnny will need a king.
Never call for outs for your buddy when they're ahead.
That's a nice deal in there, Slappy.
Okay, so get 13-6 from there.
Nice hand, AJ. Ah, Slappy's gone. But this, James. This could be the one.
You know it's coming, right?
This could be the one.
Lodden raises with King 10.
Connor, would you move the button a little more towards you so which one players that you have?
Slappy meet sloppy.
Now you make it 2,000.
AJ doesn't really have the chips to do anything but move all in.
Pat says he's all in.
Is all in.
I guess we had his name wrong before. It's actually Ack White. I'm all confused now. He's got a king.
Hold around to Luca in the
Fold.
small blind. Johnny has to call 32,800 if he wishes to play.
So it's going to be Loddon versus White round 2.
I think so.
Johnny calls.
Johnny is gambling for most of his stack.
King 10 for Johnny.
White officially the at-risk player here. Ahead, but Loddon has live cards.
We know that one king's been folded.
Pat has flopped a pair of queens. Johnny needs a king to win this pot. Burn us all. Turn card, please. There we go. That changes things. Now Pat has 2 pair. Johnny now has
I'm focusing on the dealing and not on the cards.
4 out, which are the jacks to win
This dealer's a lot more ginger.
It is a jack.
She tapped the table. She was like, sorry about the bad beat.
Hitting Johnny's gut shot.
Before she turned the river over.
Out of the tournament.
White eliminated.
Did you lose a player?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, congratulations, all the remaining players. We're down to 32 players. Everybody's in the prize money.
Oh wow, that was the bubble. White bubbled, and now we're down to 32, and now everyone's locked up at least 7,400 euros.
So that was a sorry you just bubbled table tap and then turned the jack over?
Oh. Anthony Holden still watching from the rail.
This side is so rigged. Yeah. The button is on Luke in the 8th seat. Nick Downey has the big blind in the 2th seat. Rob's going to be first act. He passes.
Folds queen 10 under the gun.
Canvas passes. Connor and Pat.
Round to Luca on the button, king deuce.
Luca passes.
And now it's Slade.
Nick makes it 13,000 total to 9,000 raise.
Raises with the 6s.
Johnny calls.
Loddon calls with 3s.
Was that a huge raise?
Just to get him in.
I think this is it, Joe. Yes.
9, 9, 3.
Let's take it back. The worst flop in EPT history.
Flop is 9, 9, 3.
One more time.
Just to get him in.
So bad. Just incredible.
Oh, full house for Johnny Loddon.
He bets 25,000.
Now, James and I can do that because neither James nor myself have ever made a mistake on television before.
Correct.
Johnny makes it 50,000.
Slade continues. Loddon raises. Oh my God!
Well,
why would you try?
What? Says he's all in.
Just say the words.
It was 2006. It was all about style. That's super embarrassing, though.
So
you don't even get a chance to make your little move with all your chips. You get snap called, drawing pretty much dead.
Yeah, they're checking the stacks here, but it looks like Slade's got Loddon covered just.
The turn is an ace.
So Loddon is at risk, but a 91% favorite with one card to come. But it's a 9 on the river, and Slade makes a better full house. Loddon effectively counterfeited and eliminated in 32nd place.
I should not have said almost dead.
I really try to just have one Bahama Mama. I ended up having two.
I've referred to you a couple times on today's show as the people's champion. People really were rooting for you. You had the Twitch community, the PokerStars Twitch community, and it seemed really fun. But I just want to double check. Was there extra pressure from that, seeing everyone counting on you? You were sort of playing for everyone else, for all the Platinum Pass winners who didn't quite go so far. To know that you had that many people rooting for you, was that pure joy, or was there like a little bit of extra pressure on there too that maybe wasn't, that was stressful?
I think to me, it was not stressful at all, which might be a little bit of a surprise. But I think me being there and representing the whole Twitch poker community, the whole Dare to Stream community, just was an absolute honor. And I think nobody would have been like disappointed if I busted. Even if I busted on day one, nobody would have said, well, you made a mistake or you played it wrong. I think everybody was just having my back, and just knowing this, was giving so much energy to me and to my mindset that it was just pure help. Yeah.
Well, let's go back to the beginning then. Let's go back even before day one. So you arrive in the Bahamas, and the night before the PSPC starts, there is the welcome drinks party for all of the Platinum Pass winners, the 400 people who've qualified for this event. Joe, you and I walked down to the venue, and we were 15 minutes early. It was due to start, I think, at 7 o'clock. It was 7:15, and there were already 200 people queuing, waiting to get in. And that's when you knew this is going to be a great crowd. These are people who are here for it, they want it, and they're ready for it. And that's a tough one, right? Because you could have a really big night, but you know you've got to play this 25K the next day.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to that at all. I think that obviously I'd like to hear what Nicholas' situation was there that night. I think that some people overdid it anyway, but not you, I'm guessing.
No, I really try to just have one Bahama Mama. I ended up having two, but that's also fine. I think it's all about finding the right balance between enjoying this once-in-a-lifetime chance, but also opportunity, and still having fun with everyone else. I think I found the right balance. I connected with a lot of people. I also knew a lot of the pass winners from before the PSPC.
Yeah.
Because we had some opportunities to connect with each other with like a Facebook group. And we had a meeting in Cologne with Felix X-Flix Schneiders. And I think all the other pass winners from the other countries also had those opportunities. We had some competitions to get to know each other, and that was just really great. So it felt like meeting a lot of friends. The time was obviously short, so I would have loved to be there for longer, but that's always with these events. So I think I was disciplined about going to bed early, and it paid out. It paid off.
100%. So day one, you've already referenced the fact that you did. There's no such thing as an easy table draw in a 25K buy-in, right? And you've mentioned you had Mustafa Canet, but I mean, Joe and I were referencing the fact that that room felt electric at the start of day one. In no small part, thanks to the presence of all those Spanish qualifiers when they all came in together in their hats. I mean, in a way, does that help relax you in the sense that it looks like everyone's just here to have a good time?
I think so, yeah, because I also did have a good time and thought about just having a good time. So seeing everyone enjoying themselves just also made me feel like this is a 25K event, but it's not like a pure competition, everybody coming in with hoodie, sunglasses and everything on before the tournament even starts.
Yeah.
But people were talking to each other, chatting to each other. So I think this is like a great community event, and it's not all about winning or final tabling an event like this. It's more about participating, which is already so much fun.
I want to talk about the other bubble. And I realize it might be difficult to sort of pinpoint how you were feeling in any given moment, right? Because it's like it's a marathon of emotions too, not just of poker playing. but the other bubble being going from 7 to 6 players when you've made the final day and you're guaranteed $1 million. Granted, you're guaranteed close to $1 million even before that, but I would imagine there had to be some precipice there, some big jump in emotions when you made that other 7-figure bubble.
Definitely. So that was, I think, the first or second time in the tournament where I felt enormous pressure, because I started to think about the amount of money. Up until that point, it was like, oh, I'm playing a tournament. It's so much fun playing with all these high-profile players. Also, the chips, the TV table, it was all so much fun to just be there. Even if it was a free roll, I would have loved to participate. But then I was looking at the payouts more and more, and I saw, wow, I always dreamed of maybe someday winning the Sunday Million, and then there's a price jump of just double the first prize for the Sunday Million just if one player busts. And that was just feeling crazy. But then I looked at the rail and the people rooting for me, and then I was calm again, I think, because then I also said to myself, it is a big prize money difference, but yeah. I achieved so much already, so enjoy every moment of it. I said to myself, enjoy every moment, don't think about the money, and regardless of how I bust now, it will be my story.
Is raised.
You know how it goes.
And we haven't caught his cards yet. We do know that Georgios Saloftas has aces.
So I don't know how balanced Porig's opens are as far as sizing. I did see some really loose opens in late position yesterday, some very obscure ones, some queen deuce off, etc.
Cool.
Oh,
this near 3x, and I'm wondering that's where this flat call is coming from, is seeing maybe yesterday's coverage and seeing some of those really wide late position opens. Yeah, and I remember it being pretty big yesterday as well. We saw 700K from Parkinson with Ace King earlier today. So my point is Parkinson could have just about anything.
Okay, well it's a 10-7 flop, and
7 check.
Call.
that is an all-in from Porig, called by Saloftas. We're now going to get to see Porig's hand, and it is a 10. He's got 10-5 of clubs.
Yeah.
Wow, what a weird open.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was maybe a bit worried about Parkinson coming into this day, just seeing how some of these loose late position opens, these attempted steals, and getting his hand cut right off in that cookie jar. I mean, this is just a disastrous result, getting that 10 high flop against the trapped aces. Can certainly backdoor some clubs.
Does not backdoor the clubs, so Porig Parkinson drawing to 2 outs, needs a 10 on the river, or we are down to 12.
Legends never die! Both 10s available. Oh.
Nope, this legend has been dispatched. One of the grandfathers of Irish poker eliminated in 13th place. Porig Parkinson bows out, cashing for 24,660 euros.
Yeah, really brilliant performance. A lot of.
See you in the bar later, I hope.
Very good.
Feature on.
Too long. We only have 2 hours.
Fast forward 12 months and we are back in Dublin for the 2025 Irish Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. It's the final day of the main event here at the RDS in Dublin. 14 players coming back from the break, playing down to a winner today. That's right, we're not yet at the final table, we're at the last 2 tables, but we'll keep going until just 1 player remains. This is the lineup on the main stage, same feature table that we had for the first session of the day. we've got the two big stacks, Pontos and Ruggieri. An amazing comeback for Simon Wilson, who was down around 10 big blinds at one point today, hovering around 40 big blinds. It is Mitrovic, the guy who looks like everyone, who's the shorty right now with 5 bigs as we enter the 250k, 500k blind level. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benger.
Hello, everyone.
And Vincent Hand.
Hello, gents. How are
Two
you?
players from the 2017 Irish Open final table.
Oh, I'll see you guys later.
Notice how I didn't refer to finishing positions, Vincent. You know that Griffin will bring it up multiple times in the next 2 hours.
Yeah, looking at these prize pools, sorry, this first prize, what was yours? Was yours about 600k?
No, it's quite a bit less, but it was also less than a quarter of the field. So I'll take the 200k.
Yeah, huge first prize in this year's event. We are paying players 25,500 euros right now. We are on a money jump. So if you can ladder to 13th, boom, extra cash.
I don't enjoy many things more than a terrible lookalike, so I cannot wait to set my eyes upon Mitrovic.
Oh, yes.
I was watching the last couple of levels from home, and I didn't notice the person who looks like everybody, so... I'm not great with celebrities.
Okay.
When he comes on, let me go. Let me fire first.
All right, you're fine. I literally have a list of names that have been floated for this player. There he is. It's the guy in the white T-shirt. So we've had the raise from Quaverin with Ace 10 and Simon Wilson with King 6 of strawberries in the hijack.
Amazing.
I don't have one.
So this one: Richard Branson, Vincent Van Gogh, Ewan McGregor, Anthony Worrell Thompson, Rob Beckett, Jared Harris.
And do you think any of those are good?
I think a few of them are decent.
He looks a little bit like...
oh, you're going to add another one
what
to the
about
list?
a slightly ginger Jack Black?
A ginger Jack Black? Well, that's a new one.
He looks a little bit like your man, Vicky Korn's husband from the
David
Show.
Mitchell.
Yeah.
No.
A little bit. That's what I see, but I think it's proven the point. He looks like everyone.
Oh, Philip Seymour Hoffman. Thank you, Gavin Joyce. That was another one that came up.
I get told I look like random people all the time. Like people will send me cousins and friends. It's usually just a man with glasses and brown hair. But Benge has a lot of doppelgangers for famous celebrities.
Who does?
Benge.
Benge, okay.
Spraggy.
Yeah.
So Pontos on the button with Ace Queen, the dominating ace.
Yeah, very big trouble here. This, you know, I mean, have to imagine off around 19 big blinds playing this as a raise, sigh, call. One getting shoved on here. Pardon me, actually, covering raising under the gun. Thought this was button 2 big blind. Distracted with all the lookalike talk.
I mean, it's not like we have graphics that say UTG.
I know. I'm sorry.
Oh my God!
Give me a second.
Never seen them before.
I think Covern going to be able to get away these positions.
Ace 10 off is my bogey hand. I've bust so many tournaments with Ace 10 off.
It's a cursed hand. It's very cursed.
So Pontos 3 bets to 2.8 million. Ruggieri folds the small blind. Joe O'Donnell folds the big blind. Action back on Quaverin.
It's not a spot where I'd really want to wager my tournament life with Ace 10 off. I think if you're going to do it with Ace 10 off, you're just going to be doing it far too often. Correctly makes the fold. Yeah, Joe Stapleton came up to me at the last DPT in Prague, I believe it was. Possibly the one before in Cyprus, and was doing a little piece where it was like, do you have a hand that generally causes you trouble? And 14 minutes later, after saying Ace 10, I had busted with Ace 10. It just talked it into existence. By the way, the last hand I saw before I left my house was the aces versus the aces for Simon Wilson. What a spot to win with aces. Not just to get aces, but to win aces versus aces.
Unless we forget, Wilson, you know, 1 foot out the door and then that Barry Greenstein, the ace queen to kings. I mean, the way fortunes can change in a poker tournament.
Do you want to eat your lunch, Griffin? I see you've had a sandwich delivered. If you do, what you don't want to do, I'm going to press this button here. I'm going to have a lovely conversation with Vincent and just pretend you're not here, okay?
It was presented to me in the booth.
No, I'm giving you the opportunity to eat. I don't want you to go hungry.
We know how angry Griff gets when he's hungry. Oh, a million chips in play. Now, they were possibly in play before and I didn't notice them, but a chip worth $1 million, eh?
So in addition to Pontos on 36.8 million and Ruggieri on 30 million, at the other table we have Michel Karim on 36.3 million. So 3 huge stacks right now of the 14 remaining players, 2 of them on the main stage, including the chip leader.
From what I've seen, I've heard a lot of people telling me very, very good things about Wilson. I've not played with him myself personally.
Lappin's a fan.
But very much up and coming, very getting established within the Irish community, and seems to be one of the best players, if not like right up there as the best. But
yeah,
it'd be fun to watch him. I've seen him getting very active in the last few levels. Doesn't seem to miss many spots. And
ooh, hello Ace King for Koiverin. Laughing Poker suggesting a lookalike for him, Dana Carvey. Now we actually had a really good lookalike for Koiverin yesterday, and I forget the guy's name, but he's the team principal for Williams Racing. James Vowles, that's it. Thank you, JRB. Do you watch Drive to Survive, Vincent?
Do you know what? I've not, but I did watch Full Swing, which is the equivalent of it, but for golf. And I'm not a huge golf fan, and it was incredible. And people have told me that Drive to Survive, even if you're not hugely into F1, is well worth to watch. Like just getting the story of the characters. But yeah, it's. I would imagine that we're just going to see an all-in here. Usually when you're offsuit, especially out of position, three betting, calling a little bit awkward. But if he thinks that Wilson has been active enough, if Wilson is unlikely to believe him, we might see him go for it. It's just a little bit awkward.
The all in and King Jack offsuit is going to get mucked.
Watching the Full Swing is unreal when you look at the top 20 golfers in the world. You know the way in poker, Griff, you can have your moments where you're low in confidence. Some idiot from Canada flies over to your country, beats you on your hometown, takes your trophy, jets off and reminds you about it for 7 years. Like, it can dent your confidence. It can require therapy. But those players, the golf players who people idolize, look up to, you listen to them talk about golf and they're like, I don't know if I'm ever going to win again. And these are like the top 20 in the world. And there's not as much variance in golf. It's all in your control. Whereas in poker, like you could be in the top 100, 200, 300, 1,000 players in the world, but you could easily go years with it being really, really tough, especially in these fields like the Irish Open with 4,500 players. Like, I think when you get into these spots that these 14 players are, it's easy to get caught up in it, not enjoy it, but they're quite rare. And the opportunity to play for 600 grand from a 1,000 euro buy-in is quite rare. So, like, I hope they get to enjoy it, because...
Yeah, I think one of the biggest struggles or traps as a professional tournament player is, imposter syndrome. I think it can easily creep in if you have some streaks of bad luck. Like you say, you can have a year where you're up a few hundred grand, and then you can have a break-even year. Sometimes you can even have a losing year, and it can certainly affect other areas of your life and how you feel about your game. And it's just, there's so many variables, so many factors as we see the shove from the short stack. Great hand to get here for 5 big blinds.
Oh, unfortunately, run into Ruggieri with queens.
It's one of those shove sizes that's quite interesting. If this was for 3 big blinds, we'd always raise. If it was for 8, 9 big blinds, we'd always call. But 5 big blinds is kind of around the mark where if the big blind has a lot of chips, it's awkward to just call. But
raise. I announced it.
He did announce raise.
This Ruggieri guy is deep in like every tournament, right?
Seems to be on quite the heater.
He's had some big results for sure, including that 3rd place finish in Prague a while back. So we've got Mitrovic at risk here and behind.
No, it's a all-in.
Yeah, I know. It's not for you.
Odds are Mitrovic will be our 14th, pardon me, place finisher.
Any final lookalikes as we come to maybe his final hand, James?
Jack Nicholson.
I'll accept it. He's going to need some help. I think he might have...
I see it. That's good. He does look like everyone.
10 and a 10 only on the river, going to save
Michael Bean. A river card. It's a 9. So we lose Mitrovic.
Hey, jump.
We hit the pay jump. Mitrovic, the last player to cash for 25,500 euros. I would also recommend he join a lookalike talent agency. They will find a lot of work for this man.
There can't be too many people out there doing 10 characters on the weekend.
Simon Pegg.
You know what I mean? You're not involved in the hand. It's nice. I hate rooting for the big stack, but I had to.
So that will see Ruggieri up to 33.9 million.
Easy. I was saying I always have to root for the big stack because 5,000.
I was enjoying the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat and everybody explaining that Joe O'Donnell has completely changed how we look at poker. I'm not even joking. It was a very enjoyable, refreshing chat. So the people really enjoying the live tells, looking in the eyes.
Yeah, absolutely, of course.
No, for sure.
Playing the game as it's meant to be played.
Just throw back to the good old days.
Absolutely. It's interesting, Vincent, that you watched the golf version of Drive to Survive, and we've seen it replicated with tennis as well. And I know we discussed this earlier in the week, but I just want to revisit the fact that every time someone says, oh, poker would really benefit from a Drive to Survive type series, what you were talking about just now is the very reason why you can't do it. Formula One has 10 teams, 20 drivers, and it's very easy to identify at the start of the season which teams and which drivers are going to be competitive. So you can focus realistically on 5 or 6 people, maybe 3 or 4 stories. Imagine trying to cover the international poker circuit for a year. Who the hell do you choose to follow?
You're going to have to get lucky, real lucky.
Well, I mean, I guess the way you do it is, you know, in PokerStars' eyes, like you pick the people who come to the EPT who are going to be in not only the high rollers but the main events, and you can build narratives. Now you will have to have a lot more cameras, and you're not guaranteed to get great content. And then you
could follow 10 people who play high buy-in tournaments, and you could run so bad that they don't have a single final table appearance, and then you have a lame-ass TV series.
Yeah, gambling.
Just do Adrian Mateos. It'll be fine. I will say the only reason I haven't watched Drive to Survive is because I've heard it's so good that actually I will become an F1 fan, and I have enough hobbies as is.
I assume, maybe unfairly I assume, but I assume you don't also watch F1.
I don't. No, that's true.
Yeah, no, that's great then.
I'll be honest with you, because the only reason I started watching Drive to Survive is for a couple of years, PokerStars was partnered with Oracle Red Bull Racing. I knew that I was going to have the opportunity to go to the Las Vegas Grand Prix, and I figured I need to know something about the sport. So, yeah, I caught up on the first few seasons and absolutely loved it. And I have a passing casual interest in the sport now, but I would never spend a weekend like watching qualifying, watching a race.
Okay, I'm changing my answer. If someone paid me to watch Drive to Survive, I would watch it.
Oh, not like you, Griffin. Just open to any offers, eh?
That's a great reason to watch it.
I know. Look, it was amazing opportunities as well as going to Vegas. I got to tour the Red Bull facility, MK7 in Milton Keynes. Got to host a charity poker event there. Did a interview with Christian Horner. Yeah, it was fun to be immersed in that world for a short while.
So, Finton, you mentioned we were talking about variance and the feelings poker players can get through. Do you think you have a good grasp of your own ability? And like if I were to ask, you mentioned Wilson, of course, and you were saying about that he's this rising star in the Irish community, and one of, if not the best. Where do you rank yourself? Top 10 Irish poker.
I'm not just saying this for
humbling.
No. I just don't even think about it because I think it's very hard to control. It's very hard to know. There's so much variance that they're genuinely. It's just really difficult to know. And I don't even. People ask me all the time as we see the shove here from Ace Jack, like who are the top 10 regs online? Like I don't even know.
Yeah.
Like, I play against a lot of the guys during Scoop and W Coop. Wow, Wilson with the Kings seeing the all in.
Asking for the count, but we know his secret. He doesn't care how much it is.
It is. quite a lot of chips to have shoved from the cutoff, I would say. Ace-Jack off, potentially a hand we could have raised. I can understand the logic. Fear of raise folding the best hand, but when we shove 70 in big blinds, we don't really ever get called by a worse hand. We don't give the opportunity for the weaker aces to shove, the king-jack suiteds to shove. But maybe didn't feel comfortable raise calling, maybe wouldn't want to raise call, maybe shouldn't raise call. Like maybe this is a hand we just raise fold, but he's going to be in a spot of butter versus two kings.
Yeah, my first instinct when I saw it was, I think I do prefer raise. I guess the ICM implications of just like not wanting to raise and then get shoved on by sixes in the big blind or the ace-5 suited and feeling like you have to call.
We do just see one of the aces dead there as well, so Wilson's going to be in incredibly good shape here to pick up another monster pot. 18 million chips. It's just so many big blinds with 13 players left.
It's also Koivuren's tournament life on the line here. 23% chance of survival. Jay the Grey says ace-jack all in here is questionable. Do you think this was a questionable shove, Vincent?
I think I possibly would have played it different if I knew the flop was going to come king 6-6.
And it is looking pretty bad. Less than 1% chance of survival now for Riku Koivuren. Drawing dead on the turn, and we are down to 12 players in this year's Irish Open main event.
Yeah, I mean, can we make it 1 million there, and the small blind makes
Always
it
a sweat.
3-1, and then not shove our 8-7. It's 8.7 million. It's really difficult to sort of navigate. I think a shove is okay. I understand why, but yeah, maybe let's find a different path.
There's not too many hands with two tables left too often.
Got the money jump, 30,600 euros, and now we're down to 2 tables of 6. I appreciate we're 5-handed right now on the main stage, so a player will be moved from the other table to keep the 2 tables balanced.
When you're at the peak of your powers, Griff, you talk about self-ranking yourself amongst your peers. Did you ever, was there times when you were like, I'm the best?
Well, that's the thing is never, right? I always kind of felt like I was an imposter in a way, but it's like when you, I found myself using the momentum of other people's impressions and praise and being like, okay, I'm gonna play this character. And I think it kind of feeds off itself and it manifests itself.
Yeah, I feel that. There's days when I'm not even sure if I'm beating a $55 poker tournament.
No,
you wake up on the wrong side of bed, you eat some bad food, you don't do anything, and then you're like, God, I might never win again.
So the bounce back for Simon Wilson continues, now playing 54 big blinds, and Sacramento highlighting that Paddy Power is going to be sweating bullets. Wilson looking good. David Lappin assuring us that plenty of people got 225 to 1, €5 a pop. And interestingly, I don't know whether you saw it, Griffin, that hand, one of the first hands of the day, the set of 5s versus the set of 9s, if Ruggieri plays it differently, if Ruggieri had not led the river, there is no way that Wilson doesn't shove and get KO'd in that hand.
Yeah, I missed that one, but it sounds like a massive cooler that I'm surprised Wilson found a way to get away.
So it goes, and then the aces against aces.
Well, that one is just, it's like a very...
2 big hands. Have to run well.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
but you've had some
Robert Florecki from Romania is the player who's being moved from the other table.
Set over set. You should have been gone in that hand as well.
Yes, they're talking about it now.
Because if he checked, you were going to jam.
No, in the river. In the river, no.
If you check, he jams the river.
No, he checked. It's spades on the river. It's
was there? Okay.
I am be blind.
Okay.
He checked.
Was it a 4-flush board or a
3-flush board? I think Ruggieri's analysis is off, by the way.
Wilson will allow him to believe that.
Yeah, 100%. And Ruggieri had the 9 of clubs in his hand, so there's no way he doesn't call with his set of 9s in that spot.
34.
34, and you're playing like more?
Always enjoyable when you get a lot of chips and you get to ask people, yo, how much have you got? Because I'm going to be taking it all.
All the big stacks are on this table.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, for sure. 18 of them.
Great.
Nice.
First hand on the table.
Welcome, sir. Pocket sevens. Just need my eyes to adjust to that hoodie.
Very, very interesting decision to flat here with ace-9 off, a hand that generally people would choose to re-raise or just throw it in the bin, especially versus a range that's going to be pretty tight. Man, Pontos has picked a lot of spots. I won't be shocked if we see him going for it here once more.
Yeah, a bit tricky with Florecci's stack size here, and I think that's probably why we see the fold. I wouldn't have hated to see a squeeze, but going to be committed to put in the 19 big blinds, and maybe, you know, new guy at the table comes in +1. Again, we are just playing 6-handed, but clearly it was a mistake. It's king high.
That's how I like to think about poker as well, Griff.
So it's Skiparis who's flop best, second pair top kicker.
I was waiting for you to say his name because I didn't want to pronounce it, and absolutely butchered the first time I said it. But Skiparis has been very, very enjoyable to watch. I've enjoyed his banter at the table. Very, very much personifies a Greek poker player for me. And I mean that as the biggest compliment you could possibly have. He is Greek, right?
I believe that's the Cypriot flag.
Oh my God, sorry. I thought you guys were calling him Greek. That could be a very big insult to that man, and I take that back and apologize.
Pontos has the Greek flag.
Oh, I'm sorry. That could be even worse. I'll be seeing you guys later, sorry.
Can we get a professional in here, please?
Oh, I didn't look at the flag. I just thought he was Greek.
I've been saying that for the 8 years I've been working with you.
They're finally canceling you, Finton.
Oh, I'm
so many close calls, and this is the one that takes you out. That bloody flag.
There's worse things I could have said to a man from Cyprus, so maybe Greek will be okay.
I mean, it is a Greek name. He is clearly Greek Cypriot. Most of the island is Greek.
Thank you for looking out for me, James. I would have very much expected you to throw me under the bus here, so I appreciate that. I've enjoyed how he's played poker.
Aber Canary says, Cypriots usually don't mind being called Greek, as most are Greek Cypriots. Just don't say he is Turkish. We've been to the island a couple of times in the last couple of years. We're well aware of the literal division.
Yeah, I wore the wrong football jersey, I'll tell you that much. I like to wear football jerseys when I travel to these events, and a little nod to the country. I wore a jersey that was not from the correct part of the island we were in, and some people were not too happy about it. They thought I was trying to wind them up.
Oh my.
So, I'm sure you've heard this story before. Back in the day when we would shoot those dumb comedy sketches for the TV shows.
There's nothing dumb about them. I think that's what should come back.
So
can you imagine how you do on TikTok, James?
So the whole, I mean, I don't disagree, but not many of them were that good, and most of them aren't worth being recycled. So we were shooting a sketch in Barcelona, and the gag was that Joe doesn't know anything about soccer, and he's wearing a Real Madrid shirt in Barcelona. And I'm like saying, what the hell are you doing wearing that? And it goes, but it's a Real Madrid jersey. It's not a fake one. That's
a great joke.
Anyway, so I mean, people were literally throwing stuff at him.
Really?
Yeah. Not realizing that, because we were just standing to the side, we're not actually filming. And it's like, what is that guy doing walking around Barcelona with a Madrid jersey on?
I didn't realize it was that intense.
Pontos opening up the range here with the button open.
Ruggieri is playing the Spraggy, and he will be punished as a consequence.
Honestly, I think A7 off might be just one of the worst hands to play, full stop.
Yeah,
it's crazy that Benji's bust many tournaments with it when you think about it. Love you, Benj.
I mean, people still talk about how Dor Brunson won the World Series of Poker 2 years in a row with 10 deuce. Let us not forget, Ben Sprague did 4 bullets in a 100K at the PCA with ace-7 offsuit.
I agree. It's a miserable hand. I actually quite like the way Ruggieri is playing it, though.
Okay.
I think, you know, sort of chip lead on chip lead, small blind to button. You know, I mean, sometimes I think when you're facing the button open, I think just folding is fine. I think 3-bet is a very, you know, it's just feels like an ugly hand if they have a continue. But I think that Ruggieri, in a way, is playing this small blind flat like he's in the big blind. Joe O'Donnell's got 12 big blinds, probably has a pretty tight range. So he's just sort of defending the blinds, I think. Not too concerned with O'Donnell and doesn't want to be 3-betting this out of position and doesn't want Pontos to just get away with a queen 5 open on the button. He probably expects him to be opening up his range quite a lot on the button. So I think this is a little more intricate than like sort of like why are you flatting a7 from the small blind? I think it's a special circumstance.
Oh no, I was just trying to meet troll Spraggy.
Okay.
I have no issues with how Ruggiero is playing.
Now check raising this board with the black a7. This is not,
it's spicy.
It's spicy. Yeah, I'll leave it to Ruggiero. I mean, this is not the way I would play it, but he's technically got the best hand, and this is going to get interesting. So this is what we're here to see.
The problem with just raising full stop here, not just this hand, but like say ace jack, like a value hand, or even 10-9 suited. Like you were playing here versus one of the few players that covers you, so you don't really want to play a very large pot here with a hand that's not the nuts. And even if you've got king queen here, there's so many bad turns. I'm not saying you can't check raise king queen. Obviously you can, but like, you want to go pretty big, I think. And I think you want to get the SPR down as much as possible. And it might even sometimes be worth keeping king queen in your range and then going to check raise turn when you get a safer turn.
But I think this might even fold out to queen 5. This is like a pretty decent board for Pontos, but because this raise, because Ruggiero is so all over this texture and he is kind of repping king queen. I mean, do we really want to get in the murky waters calling these raises? I mean, it's a strange hand and does put in the call. Obviously still thinks he's drawing to the effective nuts.
I would just want something that gives us a clearer plan on the turn. Something that can lead towards us having...
Oh, no, yeah, this a7 is way out of line for sure.
So this is interesting. 6 of diamonds giving Pontos the flush draw to go with the straight draw. And look at this. We rarely get a post-turn flip. But here we are, 50-50.
This one most likely going to come down to who can take the reins rather than who's going to show down. I have a funny feeling that... Wow, Ruggiero's just going to bet again, eh? So this is why... Let's say we had a7 with the ace of diamonds. Then at least we can start putting chips into what is a significantly large pot with a chance to win if our opponent has a good hand. Whereas here we're kind of just betting in the dark. We've check raised on a board where our opponent's not going to 3-bet, so they're going to keep all their strong hands for the most part. They're not going to 3-bet too often, I should say. And now, like what kind of read can you get off your opponent when they call a check raise on this board that makes you confident to want to keep barreling? Maybe, like Ruggiero's been, like you said, James, he's been putting up results left, right, and center. He's been making deep runs. He has been playing somewhat unorthodox, and so maybe he just picks up on stuff where people bet weak, they just don't show the strength, and he is able to exploit that. But like this is pretty out of line, I would say.
Yeah. 3.2 million is the bet on the turn. Pontos with the decision.
Like the hands even that you would want to fold here. Let's just say like an ace-10. A hand that is a pair but it has no redraw for your opponent. Like, would they even always bet the flop? Like, are you always going to bet the flop? Like, people are usually betting it with like their queen 10s, their king 9s, and it's just this size doesn't really threaten those a lot. Now, as we see, Pontos actually has queen high. And he has a hand that he never should have probably opened in the first place. But the rest of the queen highs are like, they're open-ended straight draws with like a pair. It might work, but it's just real spicy.
Yeah, I mean, and you're really up against an uncapped range too. I mean, Pontos is going to have a lot of flushes in this spot.
But like, say they just have like king 9 and this size can't force a fold from it. Like, are you going to bluff the river? Like, are you just going to just shot in the dark? He's going to get it through.
Yeah, Pontos lays it down on the turn, and Ruggiero reclaims the chip lead, 37.2 million now.
Sometimes you just got to let him know, Griff.
Yeah. Sometimes you just need to punish and then...
when my opponents can have the strongest hands that are possible, I just don't like betting into them.
Yeah.
With zero equity. You can just draw on deadlock.
Yeah.
It's not for me, Griff. I'm a man who likes to make the nuts and then put the chips in.
Yeah, there's something about Ruggiero, man. I'm telling you.
He's got that spidey sense.
There's something going on with him that's impressively unorthodox and very entertaining to watch.
I kind of like Sam's take on that hand. It was played pretty miserably by both players.
Attention all players, register in the memorial. We're kicking off in about 2 minutes. Button has been drawn to seat number 4.
I actually am supposed to go to Taiwan.
Pontos with a hand that I can't imagine someone from Greece with 30 million chips is going to fold.
Cyprus for 2 weeks and chill, and then LA one as well. I had a big tour plan, but I'm tired now.
Wow, yeah.
I was in Cambodia. I went to Taiwan, Amsterdam, Cyprus, here.
Yeah, it's a lot of travel.
So this again is honestly a very, very interesting spot immediately. These are two of the biggest stacks in the tournament. Jacks is not a hand that I would have much interest in wanting to raise and then potentially pay for all the chips. So I think this is a really nice flat from Ruggieri.
It's very nice. And I love playing.
Yeah, very disguised. Short stacks behind that can shove. Very under-repped. Just another example of Ruggieri preparing to be tricky. I mean, if this flop comes 10 high, even if Pontos wants a little blood, wants a little revenge against this sort of range that is often a bit better than his, but often in the range of hands. I mean, certainly Ruggieri can call something like 8-9 suited, 6s and 7s, but a lot of the time, you know, you're going to see hands like Queen Jack suited, maybe a King 10 suited, King Jack off. The hands that, you know, faced it with a big bet, even with backdoor flush draw sometimes, might just fold. So let's see if Pontos just goes stiff out the gate or decides to play it passively.
Yeah, I think if we're going to see a bet like you somewhat touched on is any kind of small bets here, we've seen Ruggieri willing to get sticky. It's just...
Does Pontus know that it's his go?
I had a hand in the $3,000 euro high roller where a player didn't realize it was their go, and I was in the pot with them, and I had a feeling they didn't know, but like the clock's ticking down and they'd gone through 4 time banks, and then I was like, "It's on you. Do you know?" And they're like, "No." And I asked the dealer, and everyone on the table agreed not for them to lose their time banks.
Yeah.
But how long do you leave it? Because you don't interrupt them if they've got this really tough decision. But we were on the flop.
It depends on the stage. Yeah, you should be as this was.
Ruggieri checked the flop here, by the way. Ruggieri he's a little sneaky customer.
Yeah.
I saw him with a set of 5s earlier on. You've got infinite chips. Let's get it all in with a set. And Ruggieri's like, I'll check.
Yeah, and look, and now, you know, Ruggieri with the snap check back, just flatting pre, kind of, you know, capping his range. It feels like maybe Ruggieri might have something like an ace high that would have to fold to a big bet, and you're sitting here turning the straight draw. Maybe Pontos just goes for it.
Yeah, versus most people, if you face a check on 7-6 deuce and you got Queen 10 here, like I'm absolutely bombing the turn. Like best of luck. But did Ruggieri just snap check again?
Ruggieri won't even look him in the eye. Ruggieri checks and looks away.
Man, I'll tell you one thing. Ruggieri, when you see the hand that he's against and he's found 2 checks here with jacks, it's like, what do you know?
He just knows that he has nothing and he wants him to bet eventually. And he's not falling for it. Pontos is like, dude, you know what? I don't trust you.
If he checks here, though, I might have to walk off the set. If I ever got to the river with jacks here, which I simply would not.
I mean, you'd always get to the river, just not like this.
Yeah. I would not get to the river with 7 big blinds in the middle.
That number would be a little bigger, right?
Yeah, exactly. But with his hand so disguised here, and Pontos looking like he has ace high, I think you get to be extremely greedy here. Like, it's hard to bet more than pot when you've checked twice.
Yeah.
But I think any hand from pocket 5s, pocket 4s to somehow having jacks is worth about a pot-sized bet here. And the ace high would have to call it. Now, Pontos...
He's gone less than pot, by the way, slightly, 2.875 million.
But that's also kind of what makes it difficult to call with ace high, because that value range has opened up to... I mean, even pocket 3s can bet 3 million here. Maybe even ace 2 suited if we find those flats pre instead of 3 bets.
There is an argument that if you had pocket 3s, that maybe they've got pocket 4s, pocket 5s, and you can't.
Right. Good point.
But I like the bigger, greedier size. Some people might... Jacks is just too good to not put some chips in the middle at this point, but some people might be aware that they've ace high and just try and eke out a half bet pot or whatever.
Now,
half pot bet.
I think I'm right in saying that no one has yet moved over the 40 million mark. And Ruggieri is now very close, 39.68 million to start this hand.
That is so many starting stocks. 800 starting stocks, right?
Wow.
Just 800 people.
Wow.
Have bought into this tournament and your chips are sitting there in Ruggieri's hands. They're probably my chips, you know? I touched some of those chips at some point. So I could technically say I've touched the chips of the Irish Open winner, right? I've done it before with Griffin, I'll do it again. Is that something to be proud of, Griff?
So just to be clear, if you
Everyone's really a winner, right? Sorry, he's eating a sandwich, I'm just trying to make him talk.
Just to be clear, if you fired 8 bullets, which was possible in the Irish Open main event, your chips now account for 1% of Umberto Ruggeri's stack.
Not even worth as much as that blue chip. Not even worth as much as that orange chip. Wait, no, the orange is 100k. Purple.
We have Florecki here in the small blind with Jack 3 offsuit, likely to be a fold, and then it'll come down to what Georgios Skaparis has in the big blind.
I think versus the slightly bigger raise, I'd be somewhat tempted to fold King 3 off here. I understand, you know, the honor of defending the big blind is mighty, but it's just a pretty bad hand against a player who covers you. I'd throw it in the bin, get it gone, unless you want to get real spicy and re-raise. But I don't think we've seen too much of people getting out of line in that sense. We've kind of seen kind of sporadic overvaluing of some middling strength hands at times, but not really just putting the pressure on with these kind of weak hands that could flat, could 3-bet.
So Simon Lynch watching on YouTube says someone in 2022 or 2023 fired 8 bullets in the main, for sure. This year it was possible to fire 10. It was single re-entry per flight, and there were 5 flights. They added the day 1A last Sunday. Have you heard of anyone who spent 11,000 euros on this poker tournament, Vincent?
I've heard of a few that done 6 or 7, but I've not heard that. I also heard yourself and a lovely chap, David Doherty, chatting yesterday about potentially, I believe it was David, raising the buy-in to handle.
It was Lappin who was talking about the buy-in going up. Look, there are 3 options, right? Add a day, not ideal. Change the structure, not ideal. Raise the buy-in, not ideal. And I don't know which is the lesser of those 3 evils.
There's lots of room in the RDS. Huge rooms that we've not been tapped. What's the record for the Estrellas? 8,500? I think we're doing 9,000 here one year, James.
Which is fine.
And we'll be playing the exact same structure, and we'll be playing this one for 2 weeks.
And therein lies the problem. One of the charms of the Irish Open, day 1, Good Friday, final day, Easter Monday. It's possible to play it over the Easter weekend. The only way, I think, moving forward, it'll be possible to complete the tournament inside of 4 days is going to be to change the structure.
Does the Estrellas, now the PokerStars Open, right, does that have...
An extra day.
An extra day.
Yeah.
Listen, Irish people all basically take the Thursday off as well.
I think I'll
do the commentary on the Thursday. You don't need to come over a day early, James. You can put me in the booth on my own.
I'm all for making Friday day 2. I think there is some concern that will massively impact on numbers, that we will not see the field size that we had this year if you can't have day 1 flights on Good Friday.
I mean, the Irish Open buy-in used to be 3,500, right? During the poker boom.
I think it's found its sweet spot as a 1K, and this is one of the things I was talking about with Dara and David yesterday, is I remember what we did to the UK IPT. It started as a 500, then they made it a 700, then they made it a 1K. It lost its character, it lost its charm, it lost its allure, because the buy-in was being increased to try and cap the fields to make it playable in venues within a short period of time.
Right.
I'm with you. I think the last thing that should be changed is the buy-in. I would not enjoy... €1,000 is a lot of money to a lot of people, but it makes the satellites quite affordable as well.
I do think that there is an argument, and this is something for them to look at, that you could potentially strip out some of the levels on day 1, hear me out, I'm coming to that in a moment, and you could play to 15% of the field in the day 1 flights, so that you're in the money on day 2.
I think people would love that. So
I have to say, I don't think it's necessary to start with a 100 big blind with a 50k starting stack.
Well, I love the Irish Open. I love being here, and I've never sat down at that level and never will sit down at that level. I don't want 500 big blinds.
No, it's
I think that it's really nice as well. I understand where people are coming from, that if you moved it to the Thursday, it could impact numbers. But I actually think that the vast majority of recreational players, all of the pros are going to be here anyway. But the vast majority of the recreational players, or people who just play for fun or play semi-serious, would enjoy that if they came back on day 2, they were in the money. They might have a longer... The problem is you might... maybe the day ones end up being that much longer. It's harder for dealers, right? You'll have days that finish at 3,
we are
4
in the
a.m.
money on day 2, though.
You're not. You come back with 35% of the field.
To start day 2, you're saying?
We're saying that all the day 1
you-
flights play down to 15%.
That's how the Australis does that, and it's a lovely
Yes,
way
correct.
to come back in the cash monies.
Gotcha.
I can get on board with that, and I don't think anyone. I hear all these people defending the structure and not wanting to lose these levels, but I'm not sure who those people are. I've never heard anyone say it that I play with.
No.
I've never heard anyone be like, oh, do you know what, man? I wake up in the morning, I just want to play 500 big blind poker against other people, and we can never get the chips in.
Anywho, let's pick up the action here. Ruggieri opened under the gun with Queen Jack of Diamonds. Scarparis has called. Wilson with a decision in the small blind.
Scarparis again with the sort of medium ace late position defend. Ace 8 off, a bit unorthodox, especially at 40 big blind depth. And this is one of the reasons why is that, you know, opening up, really capping your range and opening up others behind to be able to squeeze. You're crushed by the range of the under the gun player.
It's a very nice spot. I believe it's going to be tough for either of these players to do a whole lot about it. Now, Ruggieri has got 40 million chips. And Ruggieri doesn't really like to be pushed around from what I can see. I would not be putting up a fight here with Queen Jack of Diamonds. I would not want to peel anything here. Like, I don't want to call when I'm sandwiched. So a frustrating one to fold such a pretty hand. One of the prettiest hands in the game. But I think it's very, very difficult to call here.
8.9 million.
It looks like we got a quick fold from the ace-8, and that's a nice pickup. Wilson just seems to be getting the spots right so far. Of course, he's had a few spots go in his favor, which you need to, but he also just seems to be picking up nice pots. Do you have the list of country flags remaining under your table, or is that not something we'd have right now? I can check it, actually.
I can tell you. I can tell you.
I would like to know how many Irish people, and I know you're not supposed to be biased, but obviously I would love an Irish person to lift the trophy.
Well, I mean, obviously we can see right now that we have 2 Irish players on the main stage. We have Joe O'Donnell and we have Simon Wilson. And they are the last 2 Irish players remaining, Finton. There is no Irish flag at the other table.
Has Joe O'Donnell just limped with 7-3 off here? Oh, he's gone all in. Oh, man. Joe, you're the second last Irishman, and you're going to break my heart. Listen, there must have been a... Listen, I like to stand up for people, but there must have been a little graphics. I'm pretty sure that's 2 7s. I'm pretty sure it's 2 black 7s. I'm pretty sure it's... Griff, Joe O'Donnell has looked down at 2 black 7s, and he's gone all in.
Okay.
Either that, or he's born on the 7th of March. These are the only 2 options. In America, of course, it would be 3rd of July.
Is it possible that, you know, I'm going to put this down to a brain fart. I'm not saying anything about the player, that he's just misread his hand?
No, he had 2 7s. He's actually texted me. Don't worry about it. What has probably happened is someone has told Joe that in the big blind ante format, you got to be pretty aggressive when you're about to go through the blinds and you're incredibly short stacked. And Joe has said, do you know what? 2 7s is good enough for me. I'm going to be all in here. Because there's no way he had 7-3 off. If he had 7 deuce off and he wanted to make a little bit of a spectacle, go around high five everyone, ask for 100 quid off each person playing the 7 deuce off game, just like my favorite hand of poker of all time, when we saw the bluff with 7 deuce off in Monaco, James Hartigan might be able to tell me the player's name. He screamed in his native tongue.
Oh, the Hungarian guy, yeah.
Your guy. What a bluff, by the way. Patrick Antonius has never shown so much emotion on a table as when that bluff was made and he started laughing. Oh, Ole Shemi in there. What a moment. But anyway, I feel like that was Joe O'Donnell's moment. He forgot to do the bit where he slams the cards on the table and high-five everyone, but I think that was a big moment for Joe. His grandkids will be talking about it. I'll be talking about it.
James, what was the one recently in EPT first hand of the day? Do you remember this?
I remember Paris. There was a guy who shoved into the blinds with 7-3 off.
Yeah, and it was, I believe it was the first hand of the day, and he open shoved
You know why he did
30
it though,
or
right?
40 big blinds with like
without looking
7-3 off.
No,
or
without
something.
looking though.
We don't know.
No, he didn't look because he
Oh.
was so tilted the night before. Joe's decided that it's time to turn up the heat, by the way. We can talk about it in a moment. Joe has pulled the trigger versus the button open here with king 3 off. Ponto's possibly going to be priced in, but
you can't call it off with the Spraggy.
That's a very, very strong argument from James Hartigan. But it's more than 10 big blinds. This is going in the bin. Joe is, 2 Irish people left. He heard us talking about it. He's like, I can't have Simon Wilson having all the plaudits here.
I mean,
I'm getting back in the mix.
Assumptions can be made about a player's ranges if you don't see what they're capable of. And Pontos, I think you make some assumptions about maybe an older gentleman shoving on you.
What do you do with aces?
He's playing into it.
So the gentleman who had that moment of madness at EPT Paris, the night before on the final hand of the day, he burned through all of his time.
No, you're
Did I get it
confusing
wrong?
2 different players.
Did I get it wrong?
You're thinking about Eric Afriat. No, it was an Italian player at the final table who shoved 7-3 offsuit.
I'm so sorry.
Was it the final table or the final?
Final table or final table bubble. Meanwhile, Dmitry Dudikov, who, let us not forget, made it through to day 4 with just 1 big blind, has done a great job of laddering, but can't go any further and has just been eliminated in 12th place. Dudikov will receive 22 grand, and we are down to 11 players now.
Apologies for my lack of ability to recall, and I'll never attempt that with EPT knowledge again in the presence of James Hartigan. I've had a real shocker in here today, haven't I?
You're doing great, buddy.
So, that infamous hand you referred to, Ponto's got the Spraggy again. That hand you're referring to, by the way, after Eric Afriat was tilted by Barney Boatman's big hero call, and he then proceeded to throw all his time bank cards out and acted like a petulant child and abused the dealer. And I continue, by the way, to call him out for that. I know that he was very upset by my commentary. Apparently his wife was very upset by my commentary. Both of them were trying to find me at the venue in Paris to have words. I'm still waiting for that conversation.
He did ask me did I want a little bit of fisticuffs at the table in Paris too.
Did I tell you my post Eric Afriat story? I played with him in a tournament.
Interesting.
And he sat right beside me, and I was hoping he didn't recognize me because I wasn't particularly kind either with the words about him during those antics. And he turns to me and goes, you're real tough on me out there. I'm like, yeah, I was tough on everyone. And then I swear, 2 hands later, I busted him in a big pot.
Did you high five him? Did you say good game, buddy?
No, but he was like tilted. It was I couldn't believe it. It felt it was like at the simulation or something. It was just that main character stuff. It was just like, this is crazy.
Not too many multi-way pots have taken place as usual here with 2 tables remaining, but we are going to see one.
Queen 9 at 6 on the flop. Ace Queen flops best. Top for Ruggieri.
Everyone got a little something. Going to be pretty difficult for any. If Ruggieri checks this in position, I'm going to just start thinking he doesn't believe he can bet on the flop.
Thank you, by the way, to HDH Rant on Twitch to remind us that the guy with the inexplicable 7-3 all-in at EPT Paris was Francesco Del Foco. Of course, we said, what Del Foco when he moved all in?
Yeah. I wonder if it's clipped anywhere. I would love to have an idea of how many were left and how many blinds.
Of course. He shoved 7-3 and ran into aces. And Barney Boatman said...
Oh, there's the clip.
Barney Boatman said, 7-3 off versus aces, a classic confrontation.
Here, can you just click on it for a second? I just want to see how many big blinds it was.
18th place he went out.
Yeah.
Have to get through the commercials first.
You don't have YouTube Premium? Oh, this is
Twitch, you moron.
Oh.
You're not sub to the PokerStars, James? You don't pay $5 a month for the greatest emotes on the internet?
The blinds are...
I expect to be gifted it for free. I mean, good luck working out from that resolution.
Make it big for a second.
Well, it's not, if I make it bigger, the resolution still sucks.
Oh, okay. So it's 80,000 to call. Actually, yeah, I can't see that.
Hang on, can you adjust the resolution? Why is it?
If you pay $4.99 a month, I'll give you the premium, James.
Just go back to the smaller. Nobody can see what we're even doing. Oh, you can't see how many chips it is. Tell us how many chips it was how many blinds it was in there, chat. Come on. For sure he does take it down with the ace queen. We decided that hand wasn't important. It was 20 bigs, open shove, 7-3. Wow. That's what it was. 18 left in an EPT. Into aces in the big. Here is the updated chip count. You can see Ruggieri having a brilliant level.
And he has crossed the 40 million mark now. Well, that means he's got more than 80 big blinds. The two shortest stacks at the table being Florecki and O'Donnell playing 16 big blinds each.
40 million chips, quite a lot of chips, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had 40 million chips. Maybe online. I guess I have online. Almost certainly.
I have. I think I had more than that in the main. World Series.
You're
main.
unbelievable. Just I think I've had more than that. Let me think. Is it like the Big 11 or maybe the Benny Builder 109 on a Sunday?
Series of poker.
Just
main
the
events.
main event. How'd you get on that one?
7th place. Not bad.
It's funny, I came 7th in the Irish Open, so we're pretty much equal.
We are. I actually had some. I'll tell you, this might be the third time I mentioned on the stream now, but I had some right sick brags at the table the other day when people were talking about their first ever cashes. Because I was like, I think my first ever cash was quite large, and I looked it up. 39K, my first live cash.
Really?
Yeah, just starting right at the top. And as a matter of fact, I think it was 4 of my first 10 cashes were in 10K buy-ins.
Do you know one person?
I just showed up.
Do you know one person who can outdo you? And if you think about it, you might get it. He's an EPT great. Has never won one.
Okay. Just outdoing what?
His first cash. I made a video about him and I looked him up, and his first ever cash was an I think an $89,000 1K EPT win.
Just tell me it's too
All
much.
Ace Shemian. I think you would have got it.
No, I wouldn't have gotten
An EPT great who's not won it. There's not many.
Oh, this is a annoying situation for Skaparis. Outflopped by the ace-10.
I think it's a board where when you raise an early position, you've got more chips than your opponent. You just mostly want to bet. I don't think you need to overcomplicate it, especially when you have got the top pair.
Yeah, let's get value from those weaker aces and those Jack X.
It's one of those spots where it's incredibly frustrating and you're probably taking off one, but without a club, it's not really fun at all.
Bad flop for me.
You know?
Yeah, I think it's yeah.
I think it's fine to fold.
I like it. I like it too. I mean, look, you're gonna be full when he has 8-9 of hearts. Feels like you made a bad fold, whatever. But reality is turn can just be a 7, and that 8-9 of hearts can bet anything, and you have to fold the 10s. You gotta imagine.
Turn can be a 10 and be a disaster as well. You know, you can have some straights. You can already have a set. I don't mind the fold at all. What did you go on? Talk to me. What did you? Was it like a 250 regional, or did you just bang straight yourself into a 1K?
So I was already pretty established online. It was my first time going out to Vegas, and the first tournament I ever played out there was a 1K Venetian.
It was your first tournament out in Vegas as well?
First live tournament ever, actually.
He's so obnoxious, isn't he?
First live tournament ever. Yeah, I played cash games in Toronto, but I never played a live tournament before, and I got second for 39,000. And that was that. Listen, I was hooked for life. I'm
pretty sure if you look up my first live cash, it's about €140.
I think my something like my 12th cash was winning a 10K event.
I might not even have 12 cashes.
Door.
I played very little live poker for the first 10 years. It was a small tournament in a casino called the Fitzwilliam in Dublin, where I used to work.
Huh.
Are you confirming my?
No, I was looking. I was interested. I just didn't know what mine was.
Oh, you're making
it was $1,800. It was 15th place finish in a 300 event at the Venetian in the summer of 2010.
Do you remember now? Is it flashing back to you?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and then followed by a runner-up finish in a $230 event at Caesars for $4,780.
Memory is such an amazing thing too. You click on something like that and you look at that thing, and I remembered I was like, Clint Coffey beat me heads up. Jesse Cohen, I just remember these things flood, like something I haven't thought about in 10 years. You know, it's amazing how these memories flood back somewhere in your brain.
All right,
Wilson
this
might
is our
attack.
first blind versus blind confrontation since Wilson claimed all these chips. Is he immediately going to lay down the marker? Might prefer to have a high card, but, you know, he's got 6 trigger off. If he wants to make a little statement here, he could.
So Sacramento looked you up, Vincent. First cash was €427 in 2010 in a $20 no-limit tourney. So,
by the way, I probably won it then. If if it was a $20 buy-in.
All I'm going to say is if we are ranking people by their first ever cash, Griffin's way ahead, but I'm ahead of Vincent.
Yeah, but what year did you say yours was, James?
2010.
Oh, sorry, I could have sworn you said 92.
Don't Griffin me.
You're on the final table with Doyle, were you?
Yeah.
Hey, there you go. Check back the 6-3, make a 3.
Yeah, I kind of like betting this trade, but you can go either way. But when I've got 6 trade, you know, you can, if they happen to have a better hand, if they happen to check raise, like we can take a little bit of heat with this one and also get a chunk of value. Sometimes people prefer betting here when they have like say queen tray or king tray, where like we're going to get called by king, queen, king, jack, king 10, all these hands that limped. But I think people play pretty honestly blind versus blind deep in tournaments. So like, I just want to get a little bit of value, get a little bit of protection. We've got some really nice runouts for our hand as well, where if the pot starts to get big, it's not always a disaster.
Yeah, I just don't think we see a lot of rogue check raising here, you know? Yeah. It's just like, it's about, you know, you play enough poker, you see enough sample. It's just not, you're not going to see a sort of an off-the-wall
it won't be the worst hand
with the
to
8 of
check
spades.
raise.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not. It's actually an interesting candidate.
Certainly. I'll tell you one thing.
Only
if you're getting
cards,
folds from Jack 9 with a spade versus a one big blind bet, I would bet any 2 cards. Except for if I 2-pair.
Yeah.
I'll be checking them. I'll be keeping you in. I'll be Rugerian it up. I'll be getting that spidey sense going, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think, obviously, listen, blind versus blind with wide range versus wide range is very complicated for everyone to play. But if you're a little bit maybe less experienced, or if you're just, you know, in a big spot, like it's maybe hard to find a call there with Jack High, but like pretty good hand.
What is it, James?
Vincent, so I need to interject. I just need to clarify because there are people accusing us of irresponsible gaming. How old were you in 2010?
I refuse to comment. I was 20.
There we go.
I was born in 1990. I'm 34 years old. Just so I can't make jokes about that.
Bobby Flowers, thinking about it here. That's the nickname I've decided to give him.
Bobby Flowers.
Yeah, Robert Floresci.
I love it.
Right? Not bad.
I like it.
He's got the
yeah,
sort of...
It suits his name, actually.
Yeah.
A lot riding on his position here because Joe did promise me it was, once again, the year of Romania. First live event streamed by PokerStars this year, and we've got a Romanian in the final 12. You tell me it's not conspiracy?
Yeah. You have your supporters.
Would be cool to have an EPT in Romania because then we could advertise it. The year of Romania.
Yeah. Two very bad beats yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
Whose big blind are we raising into here with this raise? I think this is
just the stickiest, Queen 5-iest.
Listen, I'm all for getting a little bit loosey-goosey on the button when you've got the chip lead, but when you're playing against 2 players that cover you, I don't have to open the 9-8 off. I might even fold 10-9 off. Depends who it is. If I'm staring down the barrel at Griff, I'm opening 9-7 off, you know? He's dreaming about the main event and his first 37K cash and stuff.
And the effing Mirage. You know, it's funny. One of the things that I've learned about doing so much commentary is people will surprise you. They play way differently than you think. You know, Scarper's the ace-8, the ace-9, this open into a very capable player that...
My problem for him would be when he plays the Jack-9, somewhat passively blind versus blind. I think if you're going to open these hands, you gotta be really solid down the streets, you know? Just because at this point, you don't want to be overly clashing with the top
now you
stats.
just find yourself not only with the bottom of your range, which you feel you have to bet, but a board that Pontos, he happens to have 3 3s, but could check raise pretty indiscriminately with the 5-7s, all these other ones, and then check call with the ace highs and king highs. I mean, you're really floating down not a good stream here.
I do think, for the most part, people will always just raise here with a trade. There's some arguments for not doing so when you also have an ace, but Skiparis isn't going to get sticky with 9-8. So this actually this should keep him out of dodge. Or you think there's possibilities of some...
I think it is important to balance and raise a lot of threes here. I think it's also interesting to feign something different when you have it this locked.
Oh.
And mix in some calls.
Here we go. This is a pretty large pot immediately.
Especially because you, in particular, I think the ace-3, I like it more as a call because I think there are some ace-high bet calls from Scarparis here, but because you block that, give your opponent a chance to maybe start smashing the king thinking you're going to have ace-high or that you might have floated with queen-high. I think it's a particular 3 that I like is just a call here. I mean, you just got this board absolutely locked. Give him a reason, you know?
Yeah. I think you got to also be somewhat careful that you don't get too carried away with 9-8 off here. Just because if you're going to open 9-8 off, you're opening like potentially 60% of the deck, right? And if you're opening 60% of the deck, you're going to have a lot of garbage. Once your opponent calls on 4-trade, they start to have like, you know, a lot of ace highs, king highs. Maybe they have a 4. You know, a lot of the straight draw stuff is going to check raise. So now we don't want to be too ill-disciplined where we're betting too big too often. Like when in these wide range spots, I just think you need to be a little bit careful. You know, because what's his plan if we get called here?
No, this is I won't sugarcoat it. I mean, this is a glaring mistake from Georgios Scarparis here. I think that he's opening too wide on the button, and I think he's barreling with the stone bottom of his range against a very capable, very sticky opponent. And he's going to really regret, you know, having played this hand. Suddenly, you know, you start the hand with near 40 big blinds, and you're going to leave it with, you know, 27 at best. And who knows if he's even done representing.
This is going to be a very interesting river. If you wanted to, like, you know, go through it here to 9-8, maybe just have a club or something. Just have something that gives you the potential to be comfortable firing a lot of chips. Like if you're on the river with 9-8 here, what do we want to try and make them fold now? Is it a 4? Is it a 6? We're never making them fold a king.
Yeah. What if you just tell yourself, oh, what if I can't let my opponent win here with ace-9 of clubs, with, you know, queen-jack of clubs. Like there's a lot of different reasons you can tell yourself that you might not even have value.
I really hope that Pontos doesn't decide somewhat randomly to lead this river card. Like, of course, it looks like a card that completes some straights and stuff, but I still think you just want to give your opponent either give him the opportunity to bet a king, and then we get all the chips in,
or bet their missed flush draw.
Yeah,
I mean,
or
Jack 10 of clubs might just treble here.
I'm not even a huge fan of the long tank because you might just freak your opponent out.
I was going to say this is going on a bit.
Oh, well, thank you for joining us, James.
I mean, forgive me for slightly dozing off, but come on. Oh, fuck. 2-minute tank, check.
There's the possibility, even though I feel like how long he took is somewhat suspicious. Maybe Scarparis is going to put him on a 6, you know, like a 6-5 of clubs, an ace-6 of clubs.
Here's a question as he reaches for chips. If the last aggressor didn't have to show, do you think he's more inclined to check?
I don't really think it has an influence when your cards are going to be shown anyway. But like in the tournaments, for sure, people are more blasty on rivers. Man, this is really out of line if he puts all the chips in here.
By the way, I think it's an excellent point.
Right, he checked, yeah.
From Chris Marcellus, that we can't see Pontus' eyes behind the shade. It is possible he had a power nap there.
It's possible.
Well, Pontus does win the pot and chips up to 32 million. Scarparis down to 13.7. Now a sub 30 big blind stack, and that is at the new blind level. Blinds going up to 300,000, 600,000 with a 600K big blind ante. But we're going to the other table where TJ Reid is all in and at risk. He has run ace-8 into ace-jack. Brandon Harris, the player who has him dominated. All spades, and the ace of spades is in Harris's hand.
2 outs. What a 3 of diamonds. 3 of diamonds.
TJ.
That's better than 3 of diamonds. Come on, pair the
Does
board.
pick up some chop
Pair the
outs.
board one time. I'll take a chop.
He used his one time.
Not a chop. TJ Reid eliminated in 11th place. He cashes for 36,700 euros, and we are down to the final 10. 2 tables of 5, 3 commentators in the booth, Finton Hand, Griffin Benger, and joining the action, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Again, another player not overly familiar with, but Brandon Harris, I've got quite friendly with a lot of the UK boys over the last year or so, and I see them bigging him up on the Instagram and the Twitter and really sweating hard. Apparently a player who's been putting up some big results in the UK and on the verge of... Sorry, was I meant to let you say?
There's only... No, nothing. No, I don't know what he's smirking at me. And I
thought you
why.
were mad that I did that. I did an impression of you.
Yeah, that's me. Famously, no sense of humor. I was just going to say there's only one Brandon Harris in my book, and it's Brandon Shaq Harris. So this guy's going to have to work pretty hard.
Okay, we'll just call him BH. Or we could give him an Irish name, which, if you don't know how to do that, is you just drop the last letter and add an O. So
right,
he
yes.
can just be Brando or Harrow. Whatever he wants. He can be Brando Harrow if he wants.
Okay,
we have got an all-in from O'Donnell.
Just
Jack 4 off, never been a controversial hand in the poker world before.
I love this madness.
Have you guys been keeping up with Joe O'Donnell's biggest fan in the chat, Annabelle the Happy Carnivore?
That's my.
Have you been keeping up with what he's been going all in with?
I haven't, but I can guess.
I'll tell you.
I mean,
I'll tell you one thing. When Wilson gets some feedback from his friends, if he does, once the time is caught up, there'll be no more opening a button with 9-7 off, because he's opening that 9-7 off, being like, well, the big blind ain't going to pull the trigger. He's been all in with 7-3 off, which we're not sure if it was 7-3 off or pocket sevens. He's been all in with king 3 off, and he's been all in.
Why do you keep saying pocket sevens?
Because I'm pretty sure Joe wasn't risking his tournament life with 7-3 off from first position.
I'm telling you, he was.
He was.
It was a 7 of spades and a 7 of clubs.
No, I'm telling you, based off what we are seeing now, it's confirming that this man has gone rogue.
Can we get confirmation in the back there? Oh, it was a miss. It was 7. Thank you.
7-3 off under the gun for 12 big blinds. King 3 off for 16 big blinds. Jack 4 off for 18 big blinds. He's remarkable. I'm such a fan. He has gone rogue against these guys.
Basically, the sentiment in chat before I left you guys for an hour was that he is proving to the world that GTO, EV, and pot odds don't matter. That's a direct quote.
I mean, I think that what he's doing, that I love so much, the best advice I ever got in poker was to be looser in spots people won't expect and tighter in spots people won't expect. He folded a7 on the button to the king 3 shove because he probably has an image of someone that would be shoving pretty tight. And he's on the other end of the actual spectrum. And whether or not, he might get his hand caught in the cookie jar at some point. But in the meantime, people are going to play tight against him. They are going to raise fold king queen and ace 9 and these kind of hands. And it's hard to get the top 3% to make a call. So I think it's just really entertaining stuff.
Terribly entertaining.
Ponto's clearly a man who does not like his button being raised.
No.
Just getting a long stare down there when you got the 6-5 off. Well, listen.
Now, what does he do with the king?
What?
What? It's opposite day.
Okay.
That
was also pocket 7.
Maybe sorry. I think Joe's back up to 9 million chips. You can't be risking 9 million chips. Do you know the difference between 9 and 5 at this stage, Chris?
I guess. So the nickname I've given this gentleman here is Robert Florecci is Bobby Flowers.
Nice.
Yeah.
I can go with that. It's the year of Romania. Why not?
It's a pretty wide open from Wilson. A hand that maybe.
I think this one's a little cocky against that button. But hey, look,
there hasn't been too much re-raising going on pre-flop, and if Wilson's feeling very confident post-flop against these players, it's not like he's going to flop a 10 and suddenly find 60 big blinds in the middle against a stack that covers him. If you're not getting re-raised and you're not getting punished, you do get to raise much, much wider.
Another piece of high praise coming in for Joe O'Donnell here from Annabella the Happy Carnivore. Says, like I said earlier, Joe is playing the person, not the game. His game really wouldn't be all that different if he played in the dark.
Oh,
sick.
Well, I don't know how he'd play the person if he couldn't see them, so I'm gonna have to fight back
it
here.
Wouldn't be. But the thing is, I do agree. If he was playing in the dark, it would probably be a very similar game.
What's
you
the
mean
thing?
without looking at the
What's the thing?
cards? I thought you meant they turned the lights off, Joe.
What's the thing? It's like something play card play game. What
Player poker, yeah.
How does it go again? It's one of my favorites.
O'Donnell player poker. The rest, they're chips.
Yeah, that's what it was. It's just a very
that was
famous
when your boy won Prague. Someone wrote in and said, O'Neill player poker. The rest, they're chips.
It's stuck. It stays somehow. It's in the lexicon.
Whoa, Wilson. Listen, I get that you're feeling yourself, but this is naughty.
Yeah, this is some potential Icarus stuff. You were just talking him up. All the whole country's behind him. He's the new hot kid on the block. Don't fly too close to the sun, Wilson. You end up like that volleyball, drifting in the ocean. Tom Hanks screaming your name.
This is so off topic. But we went for drinks in Prague a few years ago, myself, Benji, and a lot of others. And you know Benj, he wants his £2.50 beer, and he doesn't want anything else. He doesn't want to be bothered. And we went to this cocktail bar, and they served him a cocktail in the Wilson volleyball.
Oh, you guys went to Anonymous?
Yeah. And they served him the Wilson cocktail, and they told him it was like €15, whatever.
I mean, it actually is perfect for Ben, considering he is the castaway.
He actually is, but he was so angry at having to drink.
Oh,
he was holding this volleyball, drinking his cocktail. Sorry, so off topic. Wilson is raising super wide, and Pontes is flatting the fives. Joe's got a mischievous look in his eyes, but unfortunately he doesn't have cards.
That's because, as Annabella says, Joe is just looking around the table and knows when he will get away with a shove.
I'm starting to believe it.
There you go.
What are we? We're big blind, 600,000. Two options.
What do you call jacks?
Well, these ones are the jam jars. I wouldn't try.
Jam jars.
I wouldn't try and get in on your intellectual property of the Joe.
Of
and
course
James.
not. And you say Johnny's.
Yeah, or Jack and Jill.
Johnny's, I thought, were the aces.
It's a North American European thing.
It's Parker calls them the Johnny Rockets.
Scarparis is all in with the Johnny Rockets. I like that. These are the jam jars, though, the red ones. It makes sense.
We got Black Jam over here, too. I'm just not trying to steal the JH and the JS.
Tell you what, this hand, they're extra jam jars.
That's right. Jamming the jam jars.
Because he went all in.
Where's the line for you, Griff, with the 22 big blinds? Which is the hand that would convince you to re-raise rather than just rip in? Like where? Because you're not shoving aces. I know that much.
Oh, yeah, I would not have shoved this hand.
Yeah, I'd be very tempted to re-raise and give someone a little opportunity to...
It just seems like a beautiful spot to
there
be.
There go the fives.
The 4.3 million. You would be leaving yourself with like 14 bigs. Give him and you know what? He might have shoved the fives on him.
I wanted to bring up something to Finton right now.
You always scare me when you're taking a deep breath before you lean back in your chair there.
Now, I don't know if this name means anything to you, but Senior Snowden writes in and says, I miss watching your stream, Finn. Maybe I said something out of context years ago in your stream, but I sincerely apologize. I've been banned for years from your stream. I really enjoyed your content. Sorry if I accidentally trolled you years ago. I hope life is well. Now, I was going to read this to you.
It feels like Stan Eminem.
Oh, like that psycho.
Yeah, he's writing the letter.
Psycho poem. Yeah. At first I was going to read this and tell you like, oh, he sounds really apologetic, but there's two words in here I don't really like. Maybe I said something out of context, is not really owning whatever happened. And sorry if I accidentally trolled you. You don't accidentally troll someone.
Let me see how his name is.
You need to take a little more ownership here if this is a true apology.
I'll tell you what. If Love to Ride is in the chat, which he almost certainly is, have a little click on his name there and
bring it up.
Read exact. I don't know what he said. But I'm not.
Can you find out?
Oh, it'll be there.
Yeah,
and you can just post it in the chat unfiltered, and
yes.
we can do a little kangaroo court.
I would love.
We can have a vote, and if he should be allowed to come in and watch every single day of Scoop streaming, which we'll be doing once we're back from Monte Carlo, then he can come in. Whatever it says, I'll let the people decide.
Here we go. A jury of your peers. As we pick up the action this hand, pocket sevens for Pontos.
You know, I've learned something about my relationship with Spraggy today, is that...
You don't have one?
Him and I mean, more than you think. He actually texted me this week to say he was disappointed we didn't spend more time together.
A public @reply on Twitter doesn't count as a text. I just want you to know that.
Anyways, what I learned when you came in the booth, kept on calling him Benji, is that him and I aren't on Benji territory. But you know what? I also, I'm such an optimist. I thought to myself, I think Benji and Benger has a lot of potential, and I'm going to use that
potential
so that we can start being closer. So I just wanted to say I'm using your friendship to,
That's okay.
to make
he's always
to
been
make
ben,
mine
he's always
better
been
with him.
Benji to me though.
I'm going to tell you right now, if you want to, you wanting to be closer with Spraggy is 100% the reason why you will never.
It is a repellent.
Yeah.
You need to be somewhat pissed off.
I'm sorry,
at
did
his
I not
presence.
make it clear that I've been ignoring him all week and now he wants my attention?
All right, yes.
Yeah,
but you're
I'm
kinda
on.
giving
Listen,
away the
I know he's
game
not.
here.
No, he's not watching right now.
He's a huge fan. He's listening.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I'd love to know what he has. I can't wait to see what he has.
Let's go.
This is box office, by the way.
Ace, deuce of
Okay.
spades. He's all in.
Honestly, I genuinely thought this one might be a fold.
I don't know how.
I mean, it's the only one that's close to what he's doing.
He gets one better hand to fold. Not going to get a call from Wilson. What say you? Pentalemon Pontos. Probably can't do it. I want everyone to get your best Joe compliments in the chat. It's going to work again. He's once again read this table like a book.
I mean, he hasn't had a misstep, has he?
Nope.
There hasn't been a single confrontation. He hasn't got lucky with a flip. There's been no all-ins.
Or throw me, send me home. I'm joking.
Modern DJ says Joe has played many final tables at his local card club in Donegal. Granted, those were mostly bridge games, but a lot of the mental game translates over.
Sorry to the people of Donegal. We will change
Donegal,
the pronunciation
sorry.
ever so
Sorry.
slightly.
Donegal. A Donnybrook in Donegal at the local bridge game. Griffin knows the word Donnybrook because it's one of the few. They use that term for fights in baseball for some reason.
Yeah, they do.
Do they actually?
Yeah. It's like because they're trying to come up with like cute way to mean like two teams of grown men started punching each other like a bit of a Donnybrook at the Red Sox game.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
I live in Donnybrook.
Wait, what? Is this you getting me again?
No, I live 7-minute walk from the venue.
Wait, there's a place called Donnybrook?
It's literally the other side of the park is Donnybrook.
Oh, that's funny. I wasn't referencing that. I was just
Sorry,
referencing.
that is so random if you were not referencing that.
I wasn't. You were upset the way I pronounced Donegal, and then I said there's a Donnybrook, meaning a fight. Anyway.
No, that is incredibly random.
King Queen for Wilson. Glitch in the Matrix, everybody.
That reminds me of that meme I sent you the other day where the guy thinks he said his name. Do you see that one?
Oh, you must have forgot to send that one to me, Griff.
Griffin, sometimes I wake up and there's like 8 or 9 videos to watch, and I'm like, I gotta start my day. So sometimes I just pick. I do this to everyone. I pick what I think is an appropriate emoji a lot of the time and just fire that.
No.
Yeah. That is the worst.
Yeah.
That is so disingenuous.
You thought you had a bad,
bad
friendship with Benji?
I'm
Sorry,
like,
Spraggy to you.
I'm like, what is this? Oh, it's an animal
actually-
video. I send like the almost crying eyes.
Oh my
what
god,
is this? Like
that
a woman,
is so painful.
a woman
know
falling
that you
off a
would
motorboat.
you
I
are
just send like the
scum.
water emoji.
You're
to know that you would rather be on Twitter and talk trash
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
than watch
One thing
my
I will
cute
do,
dog
my dad
videos.
is almost certainly watching right now, and I'm going to hang myself out to dry. My dad will send me videos that are 7 minutes long.
Oh my god, my dad sent me a 1-hour video the other day on email. I think he might be watching right now, and I'm mortified.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
dad sends me 7-minute videos. But I've got to the point now where I'm like, Dad, if this is not the funniest video that I've ever seen, if I'm not laughing within 9 seconds, our relationship is over.
Yeah, what was the hour plus one?
It's probably just your highlight to being deep in the WSOP. He was like,
No,
hey,
I mean, God,
Griff.
no, I mean, God bless him. Like, it sounded the topic did seem interesting, but it's tough to find the commitment.
An hour is such a long time when you could just be wasting your life scrolling and lolling on Twitter.
Yeah, where did he send it to me?
Did we find out what Mr. Snowden...
I don't think that Susan is on at the moment. I have not seen her. Oh, no, wait, she isn't there. He was banned by Finton, so that usually results in a permaban.
Okay, this is cute. He sent me a range video.
An hour
She
long.
posted. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Okay, hold on.
Sorry, we didn't have a vote. It's good. Do you know what my guess is before we see it? It might be a football spoiler. I'm not a big banner, but when it comes to football.
Oh, if you haven't watched the Aston Martin game yet?
Wow. Got a lot of heat for enjoying football this week.
Can you post it again? Sorry, whatever it is. Am I looking in the regular Twitch chat for it?
Oh, maybe sent to me, possibly.
All right, we got 7-4 of spades for Pontos.
I would like to do a dramatic
Got to be
reading.
careful, by the way. I mean, old Joey is real defensive of his big blind. And the great thing about being on the stream, no access to your phone, you're not going to find out.
Okay, I got it.
You know, how rogue he's been going. I mean, things will change about their impressions of this player once they get done with this level.
It does seem like you may have been a little capricious with this ban, Finton, now that I read it.
Go on.
What was it?
Go on.
Oh, I got
What he said was, and thank you, Susan, can you get rid of the DJ booth so I can see the cards?
Wait.
You must have been real hangry
I'll
that
be
day,
honest,
huh?
I think he deserves a second chance.
Yeah, I agree.
Banned this guy?
That doesn't sound...
You monster.
Do you know what? I'd need to see the chat history, because I have a sneaky suspicion that would not have been a first-time offense. And it's not really an offense.
He was out there giving other people too many second chances?
I have definitely banned people for like the death by 1,000 cuts of like just being generally annoying.
I would have bet so much money that I wouldn't have called this to be announced if I wasn't so sure it was going to be quite bad, especially with the way he worded his message.
It was not a great apology. Florici
But it doesn't really need to be an apology, does it?
is defending Queen 8.
Hey, it's
And
Bobby
we've got an
Flowers.
Ace 8 tray flop.
You coming to my shop with the 7-4 of spades?
Go ahead, do the bit. I like it.
In the Bobby Flowers? You were hoping for some roses, but all you're going to get is some thorns.
Raksha is also a character witness here, Finton, and saying, for the record, he has always been well behaved in the PokerStars.
It's just not been a good level for you.
Just make him a mod. Just make him a mod.
Finton, let me
This is
tell
what
you,
happens when you banish
Joe,
people without
earlier,
due process.
He misremembered an EPT hand in front of James earlier.
Oh,
what
no.
was the other thing? You almost got canceled with the flags, the Cypress thing.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
just
be
been
careful with
messy.
that, yeah.
No.
So Pontos has continued for 800,000.
Hey, you thought I put on this Arsenal logo to fold mid-pair? I'm Bobby Flowers.
I wonder if we're ever going to see a little raise. It looks like we've seen an all-in, essentially. I don't hate potentially protecting our hand here versus a wide opening range, but I might be tempted to do something else rather than just shove. It's very hard to get called by a worse hand.
The virtual all-in.
I would have loved to see 1-6 here. Just the stone min click, you know.
Like we've got the nuts.
Yeah, like I mean, if he has the ace, you're busting anyway. You're not going to give him a free card when he doesn't have an ace. So let's just, you know, maybe get him to do something silly, like shove in the queen jack, queen of diamonds, or something.
Pontos
wasting everyone's time.
I was going to say he's pretend sticky.
Yeah.
It takes a while, but does kick it in.
Friends are happy. Yeah.
Annabella's back. Joe will switch up his play again. Mark my words.
Any reactions to my Bobby Flowers bit?
Not really.
No, I didn't think so.
We're kind of overwhelming them with bits right now, so
Yeah.
it's hard to pick out one, for a lull. I'm glad you guys like my bit about not watching the videos. That's in my act.
Yeah, I could tell that I was a part of an act there.
But you inspired it.
I did not.
Yeah, of course you
I
did. But the thing is, you're not the only person. Like, I have strangers that send me videos constantly also.
It's not the same, though, Joe.
I know it's not the
It's
same.
not the same. You can do what you want to those people.
there are
When Griff is pouring his heart into picking
only
do
person
you know
that-
what he sits at home every night and he's like, all right, I know I should sleep, but I'm going to spend the next 30 minutes. I'm going to find
some
the
doom
best
scrolling.
10 memes that Joe, he'll wake up, he'll start his day in a good mood.
I
And
will
you're
say,
just ignoring them?
I will say,
Pocket eights for Pontos.
I give you permission, Joe, to show the doom scroll that I sent you this morning. Because
It was like 9 videos.
I popped off 9 Twitter shares.
Oh, Twitter shares.
Oh, and he
Twitter
hits me
shares
across
is aggro.
multiple media also.
Oh, yeah,
It's
yeah.
Instagram, it's Twitter, it's WhatsApp.
No,
One
it's
time I
most-
was complaining he sent one through Venmo.
Canadians don't have Venmo, but that's a good joke.
Pontos making it 1.3 million with the Snowmen's.
Joe having a little yawn there. He's been just owning
Card dead,
everyone.
just totally card dead.
In fairness, he's made it happen. Like, he's sitting in a pretty cozy position now.
You can't expect to pick up Jack 4 every orbit.
It's a strong point.
I mean, he was clearly just making a really sick meta reference, wasn't he?
Speaking of homies who aren't afraid to get chips in, Ace-9 suited for Georgios Scarparis.
We'll be seeing the community cards, though. Feels like a little bit of a waste to shove. Plays reasonably well post-flop. It's a pretty good flop.
Ace-5-5. Top pair.
Again, not sure if Pontos needs to complicate things here. He's raised in early position, big blind defense. Ace-5-5, you can just bet small. Like, huge win if we can just make Jack-10 off with no heart fold here.
Or Jack-10 off with a heart.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, true. Could easily happen. I wonder where the line for Scarparis is, where he'd want to start check raising with an ace. Feels like Ace-9 playing for stacks here would be a little thin, but
I think it's cool though.
Yeah, I mean,
knowing how wide Pontos is opening the cutoff, you are only 20 big blinds effective.
I'd be pretty tempted to check raise with this one, but not potentially always bet turn.
Yeah, check raise check. Ooh,
Yeah,
cheeky boy.
It's just, but maybe on a turn like a 7 or a 6 where you've got some more natural bluffs that aren't flush draws, we can keep betting small and force them into continuing weaker hands. But
The flop comes Ace-9-9.
I know if I'm Pontos,
Very easy.
I'm always checking.
Nothing can happen.
It's easy to say when we can see that Scarparis has an ace, and of course there is some hands we can still get protection from. But for the most part, I've not much interest in pummeling in chips with 8s here. I think we're just building a pot that's worth more than our hand.
It was like the one earlier with the Ace-3 and the Ace-Jack.
Yeah.
It could have went Ace-Ace for a job.
But again, I guess it depends how he thinks Scarparis is going to play when he has top pair, when he has trips, when he has flush draws.
It's important to keep in mind here that we are on a major bubble, the final table bubble. Next player out gets 36,700 euros. After that, it goes up to 45,800. That's when you're really that can make your year, depending on what your yearly poker budget is. I think a lot of these people would absolutely make their year, maybe their career even.
1.8.
And Pontos is firing a second barrel into top pair.
Very tough to find this in game, and it's the reason why these bets will be effective. But if you're Scarparis, it's easy. We can see the cards, and it's so easy to say. But people are not really betting this size with a hand that is better than ours. If they have Ace-10, Ace-Jack, unless they have exactly aces, they're mostly going to size up and put more chips in, whereas this is somewhat designed to stop you from dictating the size of the pot. So I would be somewhat tempted. I'm not sure if I would find it, I'm going to be honest, but I'd be pretty tempted to get a little bit of a raise in. Very difficult to find. But
With top pair.
Yeah. Because he's
I believe it. In the conversations that we've had recently, I believe that you believe that at least. I think you would go for it.
Yeah.
And based on the spots I've seen you go broke in poker tournaments, I also believe you.
Do you know where I'm coming from, Griff?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this bet is very clearly designed to be a check back river. I mean, like you said, if you have Ace-10 plus here, you want to be setting up for a very big, maybe even pot-sized all-in if there's another brick on the river, say maybe more Ace-Jack plus. So you're not betting, 35% on the turn. You're betting in that 70% range because you're getting called by all those Ace-X's. So I think this bet is designed to charge something like King 3 of Hearts or queen ten of hearts that might call again and just be able to check back.
It would be
I
pretty
personally
cool if
wouldn't
you
have
do check
bet.
call maybe to try and rep him his flush draw, because he made it so small on the turn that you can still call your flush draws.
Yeah,
so you
I
could
think
lead
that's
for a
why-
small
yeah.
bet, you know.
Yeah.
But this is why these bets are so efficient in game. I'm not saying I wouldn't have bet 8s
Check.
personally, but
Scarpera's going to take it down and share down.
You kind of can in live poker for the most part against most people just bet exactly what your hand's worth and stop them from putting lots of chips in and making your life awkward. Now you need to be careful that you don't overdo it and value cut yourself like we've just seen with the 8s. But there's a lot of situations where the correct theory goes out the window, just like we've seen from Joe, you know?
Speaking of, I have some updates from the chat about Joe. Smart Clips comes in to say, just came on as I wanted to say, I think it's sad how folks are conspiring against Joe.
Hey, I'm a big Joe fan.
One of the 2 Irish left, and nobody in the RDS is rooting for him because he's not playing the way they play.
I think you got it all wrong.
I think so too, because Annabella's back saying the chat here is very much on Joe's side at Smart Clips, and we are not buying into the Wilson hype. Joe is the better Irishman.
Wow.
Now that I think about it, is Wilson even Irish?
Smart Clips back and says, Joe is a true ambassador. Glad to hear that. I feel the commentators could give him his flowers more.
Dude, I don't know what you want from me.
Johnny Flowers.
Well, I'll tell you what. If he wants his flowers, I know exactly where I'm getting them from because he's sitting beside Bobby Flowers.
Bobby Flowers, sorry. And there was a great Bobby Flowers comment from David Too High who says, careful with Bobby Flowers. Last guy who bluffed into him ended up pushing up daisies.
Nice.
All right.
I do also have an update on the Senior Snowden situation. We'll see what happens blind on blind here first. Oh, we're just going to, wow. This table is quite unpredictable. This is...
Wilson gave him the stare, having not even yet looked at his cards. And
Sorry, sir, I fold. So Senior Snowden comes back, and I guess his closing statement.
Oh, God.
He says, sorry I blew up the chat. Finton, Lex, and Spraggy were my most favorite poker streamers at the time. Again, Senior Snowden, you're not doing yourself any favors here. When you can't even say that Finton, like you got to throw Spraggy and Lex in there, too. Do you even want to be unbanned?
He's unbanned. Let the man back in. I hold my hands up and I say,
back in the barn.
Stop talking.
Maybe it was during a long lockdown stream and I wanted to enjoy my Raven piece, you know? Bring him back.
Yeah, and I just want to say this whole...
Joe is all in.
Oh, my God. Guys,
Hey,
why is he waiting for as many players as possible?
I'll tell you why. I'll
Give
tell
him his
you why
flowers.
right now.
Give him his flowers.
I'm ready to tell you why. He's looked around the table.
That's right.
Most of these players have not yet looked at their cards, but Joe doesn't care.
He's got to read.
He can feel it. Ah, Pontos, mate.
The King 8 suited couldn't wait to fold in the small.
What?
Couldn't wait. It's like he thinks everyone's put in an ante, and the only way to get it is if you're the first man in. It's outrageous, and I will die on this hill.
What I will say,
by the way,
in support of Joe,
Joe looking strong AF.
Say all you want.
What I will say.
What? Yeah, go.
Let's just pipe down for a little bit there, former Irish Open champion. Let me have a little word about my fellow countrymen.
Ooh, I forgot
all
about
right?
that.
Yes,
all right?
yes, Daddy.
The one thing I will say is that when he had the King 8 suited, Wilson had shown aggression. Wilson had raised in the cutoff. When you shove from under the gun, you take the initiative. You show people who's boss. You're not the one who's going to blink.
You're
all
throwing
in.
it the first punch. I did not see it that way. My God, this is some.
And you're not
this
only
is some
throwing
Irish
the
poker. I
first
like
punch,
it.
You're throwing a haymaker.
Yeah, around the table to everyone.
You're like
this is some
Smart Clips. Back again. Joe getting it through time and time again with no showdown. True.
Have you heard of small ball poker? Joe plays big balls.
He plays
poker.
big, right on the table.
just slams them
Just
down there.
thud, thud.
By the way, Joe's put the glasses on. I don't think he had them on previously because he's stacking chips, Griff. He wants to make sure he counts them right for his next all in.
Yeah.
Joe will update his strategy after the break when the internet kids get their briefings.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see because Joe's gonna turn the screw then. He's gonna be open shoving 20 big blinds with aces. You're gonna see one of these internet kids with pocket nines be like, got him. Tell you one thing, Joe's got you.
He always had you.
Now, I'm not saying this, Okay, smart clips. I'm not saying this, but Thor, God of Toilet Thunder, it says Joe will run into kings in 5 minutes.
Tell you one thing, that better not be a spoil.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was reading it as if it was like a
Not
prediction.
Oh, Joe, you just...
But I read it too.
Oh, Joe.
Oh man, that's kind of a rookie mistake.
Tell you one thing, we could swap Joes in the boot if I.
I'll tell you 2 things.
I think it was a prediction. I think it's saying like this style, you're likely to run into kings sooner or later.
I'm feeling a disturbance in the force though, because I feel like I've already seen it.
Shaking their head.
I feel like I've already seen it. I think it's like this. It's being manifested right now.
Was that a real spoiler?
I'm
not going to say what he answered.
All I seen is I seen James Hartigan just throwing bottles on the ground and walking out.
Well, O'Donnell does fold to the Wilson aggression again. Maybe you're onto something.
Yeah. If he raised, it means he might. But then again, there was aggression earlier when he shoved the Jack 4.
Did I ever tell you?
And the King 3.
Yeah, good hands, by the way. Did I ever tell you I was meant to be called Joe Stapes?
I think you must have, but it could be one of your blatant lies.
You were meant to be called Joe Stapes? That's an incredible coincidence.
No, well, Joseph. Every firstborn in the family for as far back as records go, Joseph. And my mom was just like, nah. He's not being Baby Joe. He's not being Little Joe. He's not being Joey. That man is getting called Finton.
I cannot picture having a name that I like more than my own name.
Me neither.
I was not the biggest fan as a child because I didn't know any.
But you were the biggest Finn, am I right?
But I do enjoy it
I'll
now.
hold them down if you want.
I enjoy it now. But I wanted to be Joe. I wanted to be Connor. I wanted to be John. I just wanted, I just want a little pal with the same name.
Yeah.
When you're a kid, you just don't want to be different.
You wanted to be a John L. Or
you know what that reminds
John
me
S.
actually?
or John L.
You know what actually that does remind me of when I went to go see Star Wars: The Force Awakens. I came out of that movie and I said to the person I went to see, this is a true story. I said, "Man, I really like that Finn character. It's a cool name. I wish my name was Finn." And the guy turned to me and said, "Dude, your name is Finn." And I'm like, "Oh my god, no wonder I like it so much." But it plays to what you're saying. It's like you want your buddy, buddy with the same name, and I found one in a Stormtrooper. That's my end of my story. Bobby Flowers, he's 7. Don't step in it. Scarpers has been raising a lot.
This just stinks.
Yeah, 5-handed. It stinks like Sprag.
This is a really stinky spot. I just want to read this quick comment from Smart Clips again, who says, sickened. And you can feel the relief in the commentators. The conspiracy was true.
Tell you one thing, buddy. If that is somehow Joe texting us, you shouldn't be on your phone.
He's
on the
good,
final
right?
table. Sorry, final 2 tables.
Jack 8-5. Ace Queen. Still the best hand. Has the best backdoor draw. 2 of the best backdoor draws.
Pretty interesting spot, but I'm just betting and not folding. Obviously would be just a little bit annoying to face the aggression, but 10 big blinds deep with 2 over cards. You can make a flush if the cards run out right. You can make it straight. Just not going to be folding. It's very annoying.
I don't know. It's a bit more than 10. It's 11.5 big blinds behind. I don't think we're just bet calling all in here, are we?
If they shove?
For a third of your stack?
I might have bet bigger and then not folded. Slightly
What
bigger.
utility is that, though? That's just to commit yourself more.
Yeah, but if you bet this size, like you don't make it awkward for them with like 6-9. You don't make it awkward for them for 6-7. Like you can kind of make it really tricky for them with some of their draws, I feel, if you bet slightly bigger on this board.
Where they feel inclined to either shove or
baby.
call.
Yeah.
But then when they shove, doesn't that speak to pair? Is he going for the checkers anyway?
Yeah. Listen, I'm not happy. Ace Queen here.
Yeah.
It just feels difficult to fold 11 big blinds deep.
I think this is probably Joe O'Donnell approved.
I don't think we can fold versus this. It's petrifying. But we've 2 overcards and the backdoors.
Yeah.
A very tough
Right,
spot.
sure.
Very, very tough spot with A7 to continue unless we see like a 6 on the turn. I mean, that's a double gutter. It's not going to get a whole lot better. I would not pull the trigger here, but like in terms of cards to bluff on the turn, there's not the impossibility that you shove here and just get called by like King 10 or King Queen of Spades.
That light, huh?
No, listen, it's unlikely. If you shove and get called, they'd probably just have a jack or better. But like, there's some situations where if you shove, again, I'm saying I wouldn't.
I don't think we're seeing a lot of King 10 floats on the flop.
King 10 of hearts? It's not going to fold versus
King 10 of
sorry,
hearts.
sorry, I should have, like, even King 10 calling the turn would be close. I mean, if they had King 10 of hearts or King 10 of spades.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
River is a jack after it goes check, check. There's a bit of a brouhaha, a bit of a Donnybrook developing in chat. People want to bet now on Wilson versus O'Donnell. Go ahead about this hand, though, Quinton.
No, it's an interesting spot because you want your opponent to have ace high that will fold, and with the ace of hearts, unfortunately, you make it less likely that your opponent has ace 10 of hearts, ace queen of hearts, ace king of hearts. These hands that won't fold flop, so it's not really the most ideal hand to bluff, but you don't have a huge amount to choose from. Like, once the 9 comes, a lot of our semi-bluffs, whether it's 6-7 or queen 10 or 9-10, so we don't really have a lot to choose from in terms of wanting to bluff this river, so you might be somewhat forced into pulling the trigger here. Now, I would be very careful with what size that you want to choose, because the worst time we're going to bet here is a 9. We're going to have some jacks that check. We're going to check some straights. He doesn't pull the trigger.
Bobby Flowers checks, or according to D1, Bobby Flowers wilting.
I think this is an incredibly difficult spot to bluff.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just. It's hard to have any bluffs.
Yeah, but you really strengthened your opponent's range by check raising and them calling. Ace queen is probably the worst hand we can expect Scarpers to turn up.
What strong hands do you think can check the turn with 2 flush draws?
2 10s.
Yeah, 2 10s, good show. Might not always bet flop, but probably will.
We do get to showdown, and ace queen is going to drag this pot. You didn't like the D1 joke? Bobby Flowers wilting. Can't even bet pot.
Oh, I didn't catch it. I was too invested.
On those boards, I would have just picked something that had a little bit more natural equity and more straightforward turn play. You know, when there's flush draws and straight draws, you don't need to go as wide as A7, I don't think. Even though you've flatted with A7 pre-flop, and then you're in this awful spot on the flop where you have 3 to a straight overcard. It's kind of tricky, but it's not the hand I would have chose.
This is back and forth here. Bryant has taken the side of Simon Wilson. Says, you're just wrong. You have no idea how live game works. Meet me at the entrance. I'm in the red PokerStars hat. I bet you 1K Joe lasts longer. Sorry, he's on Joe's side. Excuse me. Whoops.
There hasn't been too many setups so far, right? Like it's been pretty small ball poker. If it wasn't for Joe, we'd really be clutching at straws here for the big pot. So
yeah, probably.
I think you probably owe Joe a little bit of an apology, actually, Griff.
You owe him some Bobby Flowers.
I think I've been generous enough with Joey.
Can you guys, I don't ask a lot of favors of my friends, but I would like to ask this favor.
Are you going to ask me to fly to London to go to comedy?
Oh, no, but I mean, yeah, that's sure. I'll take it. If I'm ever in this situation, right, where I'm deep in a tournament that's being streamed.
Let's stop right there.
I could sun run for like 2 to 3 days, and maybe it happens.
Okay, go on. Let's have the opportunity. You want to make sure that you want us to be really mean and make sure we're like normal. Like we don't sugarcoat anything.
No, I want you to do what they're doing for Joe and just act like I am the greatest poker player who ever lived, no matter what I do, and find ways to justify.
If I can do it for Joe, I can do it for you.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always actually had.
I want you to make stuff up. I would be like, Joe can fly. Stuff like that.
No,
I've fly a plane or literally.
You can literally, like, Joe can levitate at will. That sort of stuff.
I actually have been working on this new theory that you're secretly the greatest tournament player in the world, and you're just this is all like
I'm like the Harlem Globetrotters. They just won't let me play with the regular people.
Undercover boss sort of situation, and you're just like pretending to be this aloof like comedian guy. You know, like finding out that Jar Jar Binks is actually the Dark Lord.
Yes,
you know,
absolutely.
the Sith.
This bumbling, stumbling
Is that the actual
dummy.
story?
Yeah,
there was a theory that people were.
He's
got
actually
a lot
a
of
super Jedi.
There's a great YouTube video about it. It's
Okay.
not a fan fiction. It's a YouTube video where they like show evidence of like something happening or how
Sounds
agile he
sounds
is.
like a fan fiction to me.
Oh, it's a fan fiction, but it has.
They have
it has-
compelling evidence.
Yeah, it's a really funny like joke theory that
there's basically
people
like-
have made art about it where he's like in proper like like he's actually the dark like he's the actual Lord of the Sith.
And do you feel it?
I mean, of course
It's
not,
better
but
than what
it's-
they actually did.
Exactly. Somehow Palpatine returned.
Yeah.
Scarparis with a beautiful hand going into the bin.
Yeah, King Queen with a heart.
Yeah,
was it the King of Hearts too?
It was the King of Hearts.
Oh no.
Smart Clips is back. When Wilson is in his living room multitasking his life away, Joe is in the bars mixing it up with his salt-of-the-earth working-class friends. Who's your real Irish poker hero?
That was written by ChatGPT. That was
Yeah, who do you
That did feel
who
kinda
do you
Jeopardy.
wanna who do you wanna be whose corner do you wanna be in?
Annabella.
Come
Back
on,
in the
Annabella,
mix.
fire back.
Yes, if Joe wins, he'll go back to Donegal for a big party. If Wilson wins, he'll go back to his bed sit and grind 4 tables of 1-2 on PokerStars.
You know, I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to think this might have something to do with a generational divide between Irish people more than anything about poker. Am I overreaching here?
Actually, it's folded around to the blind. It's going to be Scarparis and Wilson again. Scarparis gave up his small blind last time around, and it was a better hand than this.
Joe represents Guinness and good times. This new kid here.
It is his laser disc player.
Yeah. And his Walkman.
Always staring down at his pager.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see Wilson raise this one.
Yeah, this was a limp in from Scarparis.
Yeah, this is looking like we're jumping to 7-figure territory, bud. I'm thinking about 1,050,000. Oh,
No, just a flick in.
Cheap. Oh, no wonder everyone is against you, Wilson.
Just a flick in.
I get it. Suited properties.
Jack 5, 4, 2
Why
hearts.
not?
This is fun. Pair of 5s. 4 hearts for Scarparis. Annabella says Wilson is nothing without his HUD overlay. But Ronan says Wilson is a traditional player, no accessories, just himself. Conflicting opinions there.
Scarparis seems to be selective when he gets in the mix post-flop, but when he does, he gets pretty aggro. So this could turn into a tricky spot for Wilson. Middle pair has no choice but to call flop. I don't think we ever see a raise. I don't think we ever see a fold. Would suspect we just see a turn card every time.
A shove and a fold.
Except it wasn't that. It was a bet and a call with a repeat 5 on the turn. That's trips 5s. Trips 5s? Trip 5s. 3 5s.
Saw Scarparis earlier on with the 9-8 off when he raised on the trips
5
board, pulling the trigger with
It is so slow.
very little equity when the king came. So even though this board, blind versus blind, once Wilson calls, he will start to have a lot of 5s. I wouldn't have been shocked to see him bet here, but maybe once burned, he's taking it a little bit easier. If I'm Wilson, I'm going to be putting a lot of chips in here. We have a lot of natural bluffs. We got a lot of straight draws. We got flush draws. Our opponent can certainly still have a jack, which is not going to fold, kind of regardless of what size we go here. So I would be putting in a chunky bet. And then Scarparis with the flush draw might have a tricky spot. Like, I don't think we're trying to target here if our opponent has king 10 or if our opponent has ace high. Like, we're just trying to make sure that if they have a flush draw, if they have a jack, we're putting lots of chips in, and Wilson does bet the size of the pot, which makes the flush draw, in my opinion, a hand that we're going to have to bin off. But if he thinks that Wilson's getting out of line, maybe he's going to fight back.
Why I oughta. There go the 2 cards into the muck. And not a moment too soon because things are heating up again in chat. Smart clips. All I know is Joe has invigorated a spirit in the silent majority of recreational poker players in Ireland who are sick of this internet generation GTOing the fun out of the game.
Honestly, I don't know how much more positive things I can say about Joe.
It's not hate on Wilson at all. It was when his friends came here and tried to pretend like Wilson is a better live player than Joe. Against the backdrop of multicultural tensions in Ireland right now, amid a recent call for a Conor McGregor presidency, Joe is certainly a fine first winner for the post-woke Irish Open.
Oh my God, no way that's a comment. That is ChatGPT.
That is
You
smart
wrote
clips. That is smart clips.
O'Donnell's all in.
Can I just say smart clips?
With the king and the 10.
I'm really enjoying what you're throwing down.
Can I just say that once again, Joe has managed to avoid a single good hand? Yeah, how can one man shove 6 times
But
and at
this
no
guy's,
point,
this guy's going to have kings, right? I don't know.
at no point has an opponent even had an ace high. At no point has an opponent had
I think
a pair.
someone did fold 1 ace high.
They've
against
had
him.
1 ace high in 6 attempts. We're talking 30, 40 different hands.
No,
when you
I
add them
know,
all
I
together,
know.
and Joe has just sniffed it out every time. I reckon Joe has powers he doesn't even realize he has himself. You know what I'm saying? He has a spidey sense that goes beyond reading players. It's a palpable tension he feels in the room if there's an ace being dealt. You know.
And he gets it through.
Have you ever seen a performance like this of avoiding strong
Trying
hands?
to put my finger on.
not without a
Wait,
HUD.
I got a good one. How about this? Luck of the Irish.
There you go. That's
Huh?
a good one. Put that on a T-shirt.
Just made it up.
I'm just wondering, which of these guys would make the better post-woke Irish Open champion?
I mean, I'll be perfectly honest as someone that is supposed to be completely unbiased. I would much prefer if Joe won. I think it's a great story. It's more in the spirit of the Irish Open. Having said that,
I think he might have. He took his glasses off after
Yeah,
he looked
yeah,
at his
yeah.
cards here. He might. Not
Having
have a good
said
hand.
that, if we were to speak strictly maybe in poker talent and investment, maybe Wilson would be, in a way, and I want to be careful when I say this, a more deserving winner.
You want to take a few deep breaths before you finish this sentence.
Some people may say.
Some people may say that someone that is clearly pursuing poker as a profession and taking the way you should play hands seriously and not shoving 10-3 suited under the gun maybe would be a more deserving winner. But I'll take the heat for that.
I'm asking this for no particular reason.
Yeah.
There must be a service you can buy that gets people in a chat saying nice things about you. Not
listen,
related to this at
I'm
all.
just-
Because one time someone definitely paid for someone to be trolled. Like there are hundreds of accounts all writing very weirdly worded insults at a player at a final table.
We do see Wilson getting in the mixer here with 6-5 suited as the chip leader, or at least having more chips than his opponent. He gets to call pretty wide here and make his life difficult post-flop. Doesn't always have to be about re-raising, putting the pressure on.
I mean, all of these people are now complimenting each other.
It's a pretty big deal for some people to be on this big feature table, their family off on the bank all day. Joe O'Donnell clearly has the family watching. They're all at home. Could have a few kids, could have a few grandkids, and they're in the chat and they're sticking up for dad or granddad.
I mean, I hope that's the case. Scarparis versus Wilson heads up here. Top pair for Scarparis, bottom pair for Wilson.
What now?
After the hand.
Okay.
Just back off. Let me handle this. will
You know how much I love reading
You
your
do
screen.
your job. I'll do
Especially
my
when you
job.
get private messages and I just take a glance at your life. I'm just so curious.
Scarparis
Just
with
let me in, Joe.
a very strong top pair going for a pretty small bet. Doesn't make Wilson's life too difficult. Would expect we see a turn card the vast majority of the time.
Yeah, if we're calling the button here, we're calling the flop. Can make a lot of money on a 5 or 6 if our opponent has something like exactly like what they have.
It is an ace on the turn. 6 minutes left on this level. I thought for sure we were going to get to the final 9. It's not like they haven't been trying.
Not the biggest fan of this bet. Does potentially make it a little bit easier to play against Wilson's exact hand. But when you go as small as you do on the flop, you're going to get called by a reasonable amount of aces. Especially the ones, you know, with the flush draws, the backdoor flush draws.
It's a heck of a point.
I'm not really a big fan of building the pot for my opponents. But there, of course, there's plenty of hands you can get called by that are worse than King Jack here on this board. But I just don't think...
It can't have been a backdoor flush draw with the ace of diamonds, though.
I know it's crazy, but there can be offsuit hands, right? Right? Kind of? You can have like ace queen with queen of hearts or whatever.
I was speaking to your exact statement about... Oh, I see. Wait.
You can have like ace queen with the queen of hearts, right?
Ah, yeah.
It's a crazy, crazy one though.
God, you're good. I see it now. I see it now. I can see... No.
Hey, Senior Snowden, Griffin's about to join you.
Where?
No, he's not getting banned.
Oh, come on.
This is if Wilson calls this turn, he's gonna have some very bad intentions for a lot of rivers.
Mm-hmm.
It's a spot where I would just let it go.
He does just let it go.
Because if you call here, you gotta be ready to put a lot of chips on the river. You're not gonna get to showdown with the 5 very often. Tell me what's going on in the drama in the chat, please.
You have smart clips, and when I say this, I mean, here comes another comment from a person who I'm sure is a very real live person. Says, I'm a proud Irish man living in Boston. Joe has made me feel very much at home again today playing the game I love so dear with a reckless abandon not seen since Isildur first ruined the sport.
Jesus, this
I would like to know which generation Irish if you're in Boston. Anything beyond 3 and you're going to have to call yourself American.
I'm just a little disappointed no one took exception to me.
This chat is getting toxic. Let Annabelle talk about Joe in peace. She's been here all day, and I find her very entertaining.
Come on. Has anyone really been talking over Annabelle? I feel like Annabelle's been promoted and chatted about a lot.
Yeah, Annabelle is an OG. Don't be saying a bad word about her. Like, the way that they're all taking each other's side, this doesn't happen. Maybe it's an Irish thing.
Maybe Joe's united the people. Did you ever think of that?
Maybe. Maybe I'm just cold. My heart is
Perhaps
cold and
he is the
broken.
one.
Maybe Joe's the one who will become president in Ireland next. You ever think about that?
It could be. And someone, Dazzler, I think, on Twitch said that Joe, I can't see why this would be live, Joe's the principal of his kid's school.
Maybe he's a secondary school teacher. They're all 18, and that's who's in the chat right now.
Scarperus opening under the gun with ace-8 and has gotten through another.
This is so brutal, by the way.
Another gross spot for Bobby Flowers.
Young Bobby has had nothing but close, annoying spots since he joined the feature table with 10 players remaining. I don't think he's put a foot wrong. He's tried to get aggro with the ace-7. He's tried to get in the mix, but he's just been dealt these marginal spots that are just pure awkward. Another one where I think we probably just call here, and it's tricky. I don't want to put in ace-deuce off, even if we are versus an active player when they've raised from first position, but calling and then folding the best hand post flop, not really ideal either. But it's what I do. Leaving 4 big blinds behind with the 6 big blinds in the middle.
King Jack 10.
It's just painful because he's going to be put all in and have to fold.
Yeah.
It's just so painful.
He checks. Bobby Flowers checks. He's been put all in.
I don't think we can call here. As frustrating as a spot as it is, we can just get it in too bad a shape too often.
All right.
Any final words from the Joe clan before I
this
leave?
this is all different people here, okay? Joe slashed my tires. My third cousin's second aunt is from Ireland. Makes me root for Joe. Show some love for Bobby Flowers. Simon Wilson is the GOAT. I heard the Vatican has an opening for which Joe might be best suited for. Simon Wilson, the big goat. I mean, your people real come out Irish.
My
strong.
mum loves every person who competes for Ireland to the point where I guarantee you if I look at my last text message, it's something to do with an Irish person competing in something. She will text me like the under 14s rugby second team ladies have just scored a try and lost 40 to 3. And she texts me constantly. And Mum, I love it. I'm not asking for it to stop. I enjoy the updates. We're a patriotic nation.
That is so cute. My mom does the same thing with anyone from my hometown that has anything to do with the entertainment industry. She'll like clip it out of the newspaper and mail it to me.
Mm.
Did you know they shot The Time Machine in Schenectady, New York?
Didn't know.
The Place Beyond the Pines.
Love that movie.
Only making sure.
Well, Donnell trying to decide if he's going to let Wilson live or not. Oh. No, he said he was making sure they were going on break, so he was tanking. Wilson's under the gun, raised with 9-8. Gets through, and that is going to be the last hand of the level. However, there is still a hand going on the other table. Michel Karam and Ignotas Kursis tangling out there. If it becomes something, we will dip over. But it seems like it has. I'm sorry to trail off there. I'm getting word that it has not amounted to anything at the other table, so we will be heading to the break. Oh, there it is. It doesn't seem like it's amounted to nothing. There's a showdown. And it's going to go to Michel Karam, it seems. No, it doesn't. They just left the table. Fine. Ignotas Kursis, the winner of that hand. Now we are going to break. But before we do that, let's have one last look at the feature table chip counts. Things pretty shallow here all around with no elimination during that level. 37 big blinds is the most big blinds. Everyone kind of bunched up in that 30 big blind mark, and then two players who are in big trouble, otherwise known as the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Joe O'Donnell with just 11 big blinds. Plenty for him, considering
maybe too many.
He single-handedly has saved poker. And we are headed to a break. Hartigan's Pub. Let's grab a drink. And we'll be back in just about 13 minutes.
Still the unofficial final table. EPT official final table is 8-handed. I've not seen much from George McKeever. I'm just guessing that's him.
George passes.
Aha, it was. And this must be Patrick Bueno, the other guy we haven't seen yet.
Patrick passes.
Yes!
Nailed it.
Poker Cluedo.
Willie falls.
George McKeever in the under the gun spot with 9 tray.
This does Nick.
Action fold around to Roland DeWolf.
That is 4 deuce, ladies and gentlemen.
David passes.
Will this raise get through? He's raising the big blind of the biggest stack at the table by a pretty wide margin.
Rob passes.
Pretty interesting the way you noted. He is raising into the biggest stack with 4 deuce off. Absolutely fearless. Fine line between bravery and stupidity, but I think interesting to see how he proceeds.
Thorson with a what we would call today an under-repped hand. Just calls. Ace-Jack of diamonds. And the flop is wild. Both players with big draws. Up and down for DeWolf. Thorson's got diamonds and 2 overs to the board. They both check it. Thorson makes the nuts on the turn.
DeWolf obviously now drawing dead. Will he want to call a large bet with just 4 high on the turn?
Looks like 60,000. William bet 60,000, roll and call.
An absolute disaster for Roland if he does make it straight on the river.
No straight. Thorson
William bets about 160,000, roll and fold. William
betting big on the river, gets a quick fold.
Whoa.
On
Ace
the
Jack
wolf.
of diamonds, he turned the absolute stone cold nuts.
Whoa. Remember when making the nuts was considered skillful? Like, oh man, he has a nut flush, he's so good.
William has a small blind, George has a big blind.
It always feels unbelievable to make a nut flush or a quad or any huge hand in live poker. It's just so special every time I feel.
I'm totally with you.
Every time I flop a set in live poker, I'm doing cartwheels, there's a party going on in my head. I'm just trying not to celebrate.
He passed.
And the wolf raising a slightly better hand this time. Remember, these are the 2 biggest stacks at the table. Young, I believe, is 3rd.
Rob passes, William passes.
Pocket 7s for McKeever.
This is designer. Yeah.
Oh, someone's an ICM wizard. Look at this, and Bueno moves all in right after with 9s.
Jimmy's house.
Don't think we're going to see the wolf call, although it's not a lot of chips, is it? 112,000.
Nope. And there is the call.
Pair of 9s for Patrick, 8-7.
Bueno doing very well against DeWolf, who flops a straight draw again.
5-6 deuce, giving
He's like, boing.
The 9 would be incredibly salty.
The turn is a
Not
deuce.
a good
Now the
turn
9 is
for the
fine.
wolf.
9 out, so now he has to hit a 4. The
And
river is a
DeWolf
king.
bricks the straight draw twice in a row. No flush for him either on this 4-card board. Bueno doubles up. The wolf a little loosey-goosey at this unofficial final table. The only thing he's missing is the sandwich.
Buttons on George. Patrick and Willie have the
Line's
small
16,000 now.
small blinds respectively. Gavin will be first back.
Definitely does seem like the wolf is the player who is going to be getting in the mix the most, playing the most pots, willing to get his gamble on. We've seen him raise twice so far, and he's not had better than 8 high. No way, he folds Queen Jack.
Roland makes it 42,500. David passes it.
Queen Jack, or as I like to call it, Queege.
William calls.
Orson's in with ace king. McKeever. Queen 10. No way he gets involved. Look at this guy. That, my friends, is a ladder king. Once again, the two biggest stacks going toe to toe.
Yeah, I think that's the reason we see the flat call with the ace king here. Doesn't want to clash with the other big stack.
And bingo, bango, bongo. Top two. Top pair, top kicker. Second pair, best kicker.
William checks.
Laying the trap.
Turn to 4 of diamonds.
50. I looked over at Trump's 5,000. There's 100,000 now. Yeah, plus. Nice one.
I think it's about 75 back from Rome.
feel like Thorson
65,000.
playing the player here. James was talking about earlier on, and you as well, Joe. Giving him a chance to hang himself, given the aggression he's shown so far on this final table.
William calls.
And I don't know if you guys noticed that, but Roland's got 2 stacks of blue chips.
Oh my God, what a river card.
Yellows, 3 stacks. And the Wolf rivers the nuts. Man, oh man.
Absolutely no way for Thorson to ever find a fold with his top 2. The diamonds even missed. Only hand he has to be worried about is the queen jack, really. Occasionally aces and kings will play it like this, but top 2 is just too strong to fold.
It's like a bet of 140, 150,000. Thorson at least has the sense to know he doesn't love this bet. I mean, the only hand, right? And somehow that 10's got there. Go ahead.
As played, I mean, his opponent could have aces and kings, but it's just not that likely when you have ace king, right?
10's come again for the nuts.
Thorson calls and has to pay off to Wolf.
It's 3 times you two have done that. Nice one, Ralph. 3 times on 2 battles, and that's it.
What a sick river card. God.
So he misses the 2 open-enders, but
Last time he hit it.
rivers the gut shot when it really matters.
It's one of those
I think
spots
when he
that
bets it on the river, he's bluffing very infrequently, but your hand's just so strong. Like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, he could even
Could be ace 10
value
sometimes,
bet
I
ace
guess.
10 or king 10. Yeah, for sure.
Roland's first act.
Whose turn with ace king now? Roland to Wolf's turn. Okay.
He raises to 60.
His hands just keep getting better. Start with the deuce 4, then the 7-8 to the queen jack, and then we have a real hand.
Rob and William both pass. Patrick passes, George passes. Willie pushes all his chips in.
Willie jams. Ace jack for Tan. Sims. It's really hard to tell when these guys have an actual decision anymore. This is probably like jack 10 suited.
I think it's a real one. He dropped his chip on the cards. Nope.
Gavin passes. As does Nick. Roland says he calls.
Wolf calls. It's Domination Nation.
He's got ace king.
Willie Tan
Willie has ace
poised to go out in 9th place. The big dog to the Wolf.
Flop is 9 king.
King high flop, an even bigger dog now.
He's in extreme trouble here. Turn card, please.
He's going to need to make runner straight, and he does not.
Willie has no outs. Go ahead.
So Willie Tan, Busto, clap him off. 9th place, 31,410 euros.
Welcome back to Dublin, hosting the 2025 Irish Open, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. It's the final day of the main event with 10 players remaining, 2 tables of 5. The last 10 runners from a starting field of 4,562. Biggest Irish Open ever. It was pretty big 2 years ago in 2023 when this guy won. David Doherty, welcome.
Thanks for having me in, James. I would rather be on that table right now, but I'll settle for second place of the commentary booth.
Also alongside me, James Hartigan, is Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And this is the lineup we're looking at right now. So yeah, we've got 2 tables in action, 2 tables of 5. The big stacks and the short stacks, none shorter than Marius Gikovanu playing just 9 big blinds. Because the blinds are going up. That's what they do every 60 minutes. 400,000, 800,000 with an 800K big blind ante. I think it's fair to say that most of the players remaining in the tournament have impressed us at some stage. I think it's also fair to say that we've seen all of the remaining players at some stage. Kareem currently with 64 big blinds, more than 51 million chips. Monster stack, David.
Yeah, I think when I won this, I got like 73 million, so this goes to show just how big this field is this year, that there's this many chips in play with 10 left.
And now that all 10 are on this wonderful piece of visual information, we can see all of the remaining payouts. Next player out, 36,700 euros. We hit the 6-figure scores once we get down to 6. And the winner of this year's Irish Open is going to ship a first prize of 600,000 euros and lift the delightful Irish Open main event trophy. Looks like we're getting the players back in their seats. The clock is running again, so we can kick off the action at level 38. As we continue to play down to a winner tonight, play does not stop when we get to the final table. I mean, it will stop because there'll be the final redraw of the tournament, but we will then pick it up again after a short hiatus, and we will play until just 1 player remains with all of the plastic betting discs. Something's going on out there.
Something. You've come all this way.
There's a lot of lively people in this venue. There's a lot of big events concluding today.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of Guinness being consumed.
Sure.
So every now and then you're going to hear some what some people might consider raucous behavior from behind the curtain, but it's more of the jovial atmosphere that makes the Irish Open what it is.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So, D-Doc, you know we have this massive field this year, of course. 4,562 entries. 36x your money for 10th place. Does that not feel somewhat unjust?
Thank you.
After coming all that way.
Yeah, I do think it is a little bit top-heavy, Nick. I think there is a good chance that we'll see a final table deal. I do think it'll depend upon who has chips at what stage of the tournament.
Sure.
I'm not fully aware of the history of each player that is still left in the tournament right now. I was suggesting yesterday when the likes of Steve Dwyer were still in, of course he put on a really dominating final table performance when he won the tournament. I thought maybe someone like him would not deal, and that might make for quite an uneven final table. But I do think we will see one. I do agree with you that these payouts are a little bit too top heavy, in my opinion anyway.
And 69.
Nice.
Looks like this is going to be folded to the blinds. Curses, this man's going to prove me wrong. We have got the short stack in the big blind, Marius Gikovanu. So action is on Brandon Harris in the small. And looks like Harris is going to shove on his opponent, and this is going to be a call. For 7 big blinds, this is a call.
What else can you do? Blind to be blind. This feels like a slam dunk at this effective stack tab.
Yeah, you're thrilled right here. Brandon's someone who's going to shove correctly as well in this position. So obviously we are behind the ace-6 off, but I think Brandon is going to show up with King Deuce off here.
Played with Brandon at UKIPT Nottingham last year.
I was going to say I played with him in some side events this trip as well, and I think we know where this is headed, but he has been getting it quietly. We actually haven't seen him much on feature tables as of yet, so here we go.
Yeah, Gikivanu gets it in as a slight underdog. It's almost a flip, ace-6 versus king-queen. Crucially, ace-high is ahead right now, and Gikivanu is going to need to hit to survive, or we are down to 9, and it will be final table time in the Irish Open.
I had somebody do it for me, but
Thank you.
33. Perso un colpo di là.
No ace on the desk, so the king and the queen still live.
And this could be Gikivanu's second bust of the day, James. He was multi-tabling the mini-main earlier. He's already out of that one, but can he survive in the big one?
6 outs. King, queen still live. Still 6 cards that the Romanian can hit.
GG, oh no, he stood up. Oh no. He's getting the coat and everything. He's trying to find everything he can. How much? 7? Bye. Good luck, guys.
The good luck equity as well.
The river card is a deuce, and that will see.
Good luck.
They'll play there.
Gikivanu eliminated in 10th place. That means we have reached the 9-handed final table here in the Irish Open.
Yeah.
We're going to pause now, right?
Yeah, but there is still a hand in progress at the other table, and that hand will need to play out before we can go on break, conduct the final redraw of the tournament, and get the final 9 players seated on the main stage.
So yeah, it was a pleasure to be in the commentary booth, guys. I'm glad that you enjoyed my insight for that hand.
So let's head over to the other table and see what is happening here. Looks like we've had a raise from Georgia Skaparis. Action is on Simon Wilson. And that is a 3-bet from Wilson, and that looks like 7 million. Action back around to Skaparis. Everyone at the table now aware that there has been a bust out on the main stage, and we are down to 9. We are at the final table.
James, I feel like we've seen this dynamic a few times on our feature today. Skaparis not wanting to allow Wilson to push him around, I think are the words that he used. And now in a very similar spot, does decide to bang it in.
And a quick fold from Simon Wilson. So play concludes, and it's redraw time. The final 9 are going to take their seats on the main stage. Now, obviously, it's going to take no time at all for them to conduct the redraw. That's pretty quick. But getting the players mic'd up in their new seats, get the chips counted, get that information to the graphics system is going to take a few minutes. So I imagine there is going to be a brief hiatus, probably a 10-minute break to allow that to happen. And then we're going to kick things off here in Dublin with the final table of this tournament. An exciting time, David, for everyone who's made it to this stage. I'm sure you still have very fond memories of this moment from 2 years ago.
Yeah, this is a crazy buzz right now. I was very lucky 2 years ago where I won a huge pot, maybe 3 hands before the final table was set, and it got me second in chips to head in there. But no matter where you are in the counts, it's just a huge buzz at this point in time. You're playing for life-changing money.
Yeah.
Every player at this table will fancy their chances. You've got to get through 4,500 players to get this far. Whether we think these players are experienced or not, they're going to be confident having got this far. So it's going to be an entertaining watch.
So now we are down to 9. Everyone is locked up nearly 50,000 euros, 45,800. And we are at the stage of the tournament where there is a jump in prize money with every single elimination. And soon, in the next few hours, we're going to see someone claim that first prize of 600,000 euros. So go nowhere. This is going to be a short break to get the 9 finalists around that table, and then we will kick off the final table of the 2025 Irish Open main event. Back in a few minutes. We'll get the action started. We're going to play down to a winner today. So taking the title bracelet and $10 million first prize was Jonathan Tomeo from Humboldt, Texas. We're delighted he's able to join us on this week's podcast. Jonathan, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
And congratulations, $10 million. Joe, you get to ask the question.
What are you going to spend the money on?
I'll tell you. First big purchase. Let's see if I can find it in here.
Oh, nobody ever has an answer for this. Thank God. I knew you were going to because you seem like such a dude. You're just like a regular dude.
10 pounds of Jelly Belly jelly beans.
Dude, those are not cheap jelly beans. I remember that from when I was a kid.
10-pound bulk box. I had to find a place to put it.
What's in what flavors are in there? That's what I need to know now.
Only lemon.
Only lemon?
Yeah, if you buy them in 10-pound boxes, it's one flavor.
Oh, wow. And you like lemon Jelly Bellies that much. Geez, this is something that...
It'll last me about a year or something. I saw the expiration date on the box. It says November 2025, so we're okay.
Jonathan, I'm interested to know your background, your life story. Can you give us the elevator pitch of how Jonathan Tomeo found his way into poker and how you came to this point in your poker career?
So I was a decent golfer in high school. And then one summer... hurt my wrist on a tree root. Started playing poker home games. This was around, was it? Yeah, it was the Moneymaker summer.
Wow.
So that on the TV, and the cash game I was playing was, I believe, a $20 minimum buy-in, but it was ante only. But the cash game had one of those dumb things where they raised the ante every hour or so, and if it got too hot, they said, then get out.
I love this. This is a weird home game rules where they're just like, yeah, okay, the blinds are going up in a cash game. Fantastic.
And if it got too hot, you can cash out. I don't care. Don't have to play. To where I think at the end of the night, it was like a $2 ante. And I remember the first time I had two aces. I don't think I put a single dollar in the pot pre-flop because you're allowed to check because I didn't know what I was doing. Okay, this is nice. Played something post-flop, made some money. I forget, but I was just like, what am I supposed to do pre-flop? I have no idea. And then that year, those years were great online. So if you had half of a brain at that time, you could make money.
Yeah.
Eventually. And then it kind of carried on to college because for about 5 years after that, it was kind of the same thing. The population didn't really start getting better until after 08, 09. 2010, everyone started getting a lot better.
I mentioned that this was another record-breaking field in the World Series of Poker main event, and obviously when you've got more than 10,000 entries, no one on day one or day two is thinking, I'm going to win this. I'm interested, at what point did you think I could win this? At what point did you realize there is the potential for me to win an extraordinary amount of money in this tournament?
There's some weird saying that I don't know if I came up with it or one of my friends came up with it that told me that the tournament doesn't get real until 100 left.
Right.
But then you start thinking about it. It's like, wait a second. I have a 1% shot. No big deal. Even at the final table, on that day off, just going through expectations, you don't get them too high. And Jay told me, just don't be too disappointed. Your expectations like 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th a lot. And if you die in 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, then so be it. You did what you could. Because I had 4.5% of the chips in play at 17 blinds.
Wow.
So that's one hand. One regen spot, and then you can be gone. So it's like, okay. Didn't really get real until 3 left because you had time. You have time to go eat. Like, wait a second, we're all even. 3 left in the main. It's a shot now. I ended up looking. Somebody sent me one of those crypto sportsbook that put up odds before the final table. I was 25 to 1 to win. So wow. those are vague. So what are my true chances? Okay, 4.5% of the chips in play. I'm not the best player at the table. I'm probably somewhere between number 4 and number 6 as far as skill. I'm not better than Brian Kim. I'm not better than Astet. You know, I'm not going to outplay those guys. They play high rollers. That's not my scene. You know, I'm not studied like that. I know my limitations. You know, you're just going to have to. You got to have to out sun run them.
Yeah, of course, and fortunately for all of us, there is variance in poker, especially in tournaments. The weird thing is I was following this in real time because I was in Vegas and I actually had the pleasure of watching the live stream on the big screens in the Horseshoe while playing the closer. But it also means you get to hear every single pro at the table dissect every single bet on every single street. And don't get me started on the analysis of Kristen Foxen's exit that I had to hear from everyone. I guess when you're playing, you can just shut out that noise. You're oblivious to the fact that all this is going on, right?
Yeah, you don't know what's going on. You have no idea. Nobody can get within 15 feet of you. So I remember saying in my media interview that it's a lot more peaceful on the TV table for me. A lot of people freak out, but it's better for me because there's no distractions. The worst thing, I remember day five, I was near the rail, and one guy had his 2 or 3 buddies just right there, they're almost right on top of me, so I gotta look at my cards like this.
Yeah.
And just you gotta protect your hand. And meanwhile, between every hand, his buddies are telling him, you know, giving him advice and stuff like that. You know, hearing all of that. You know, they clearly can see every action. So he's getting, you know, 301 coaching, and I'm just sitting there like, okay, but the advantage is I can listen to what they're saying, unless they went into the corner and whispered.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, you get a glimpse of the adjustments, which, by the way, little piece of advice on tournament breaks, especially when the tournament's deep, be aware who's around you when you're talking.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Day 7 to 8, or during one of the final table breaks, Kim would be talking to me, or Dong would be talking to me. I go, hold on a second, look around, look up. Okay, go ahead and talk.
So if you're a bit serious here and you're trying to break down Nin's range, right, gonna have some flushes, the small flushes on the turn, some medium big flushes, all the flushes really. Also some 9x, it's not always gonna check raise the flop. Is gonna just call the turn once the third card comes. Some floated kings on the flop that are now, if the other card isn't a heart, it's gonna be very difficult to call in the river. Don't put your opponent on a lot of aces. Either way, this is obviously a pure bluff catcher for Nin, and if he hasn't believed him on the flop or the turn, you have to imagine a decent percentage of the time he's gonna make this potentially brilliant hero call.
So the last time you bet against me, you have a flush.
Always interesting to hear the inner monologue vocalized sometimes with certain players. Very rare to get that, but
2.250.
And it's the thing that's difficult to sort of commentate on is what Nin must be thinking when it comes to sort of live tells, betting tells. This is the stuff that, you know, is hard to.
Minutes, okay?
But he is talking about the history that they've had, the last few hands they've played against each other. I mean, that's what's so amazing and fun about getting deep in, particularly in a live tournament, is you get these.
Wow.
6 call.
Makes the hero call.
Yes!
And he loves
Come
it.
on!
That's some pretty top flight poker
Even
there.
ace high I call. Even doesn't scream an I call.
Okay.
He makes so many moves yesterday against me. He makes so many moves against me yesterday. I knew it. I knew it. So many times.
I'm the big one. Yeah, I'm the big one.
Heaping in.
I wake up all night studying about him.
Yeah. Now playing 15 million. Pocket nines for Mark Johnston.
9-9.
Open jam here, Griffin, or min raise?
Oh, min raise, baby. Oh, yeah.
Well, he decides just to shove from the bottom. And ace-jack suited.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
4 heaping in.
Money goes in either way to premiums, three-handed.
Yeah, and we are going to have a classic race at the final table, a coin flip that will decide Mark Johnston's fate. Neen verifying the chip count.
18, 700. Oh, yeah.
Reshoves. Tepi, 10-5 off, folds. Let's flip that coin.
Ysit vasta AJ.
Here's another 9.
Yes. And I can swear Mark Johnson
Yes,
pocket
Jack.
nines.
It's a
yeah?
flip. It's a flip.
Seat 1 pocket nines dealer.
Got the 9s. 18, 7. You have more than, right?
Yeah.
What's the chip? What's the pot size?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an all-in and a call on in the main event. Mark Johnston has pocket nines, and with the ace-jack suited ace-jack of clubs, we have Heapning, who is ace-jack of clubs. Mark Johnston, pocket nines, all in both players. Who's in danger?
Only one player's all in, and that player is Mark Johnston.
Mark Johnston is the short stack with the pocket nines, and the flop is...
Uh-oh.
Ace.
Wow.
2, 4.
What a flop
clubs.
for Nin.
Hashtag ninning.
Johnston drawing thin, needs a 9.
And the turn. 8 of hearts.
Needs hit on the river.
And 9 and a 9 only will save Mark Johnston from elimination from the main event.
And become Irish Open main event champion for 2025.
And the river. A 3 of diamonds. Ladies and gentlemen, we lose Mark Johnston in 3rd place from the Irish Open.
We have a contract. Well done.
Mark, on behalf of everybody here at the Irish Open, I've got really good news and really bad news for you.
It's only like
The really good
15
news
minutes, so
is
I
you've
can't
just won 232,000 plus change here at the main event. The bad news is that your twin brother Owen has gone over to collect the money.
Yeah, that's great.
Mark, on behalf of everybody here, what a tremendous performance from a young guy. Best of luck for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Northern Ireland's very special Mark Johnston!
Congratulations.
Well, that was 2024. This is 2025. It is the Irish Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. And we have reached the final table of this year's main event. Our live cards up coverage from the RDS Dublin is about to begin as they play down from 9 to a winner. It's James Hartigan rejoined by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And 2023 champion David Doherty.
Yo, yo.
So these are the players, these are the stacks. It is Umberto Ruggieri who's coming with the slight chip lead into this FT. Georgios Skarparis not that far behind. And we have got a couple of short stacks, Robert Florecci and Joe O'Donnell. Pretty short right now. And these are the payouts. This is what they are playing for. Next player out, 45,800. The winner getting 600,000. By the way, those were the players in seat order. The chip leader is actually Michel Karim, playing 51 million. So we're going to go down to the floor for the final table introductions. Here's Master of Ceremonies, Phil Baker.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Irish Open feature table with their final 9. On behalf of Paul O'Reilly and JP McCann, the proprietors of the Irish Open, thank you to the over 17 nations that have joined us for the last 2 weeks of poker here in Dublin at the RDS. We have our final 9 contestants in the main event who will be fighting it out for what's remaining in the pot. It's a little over 1.8 million up for grabs, with 600,000 going to our winner. On behalf of the Irish Open, we would like to thank Mr. Sean Lytle, our tournament director, and very especially we would like to thank all our TDs, floor staff and dealers for doing such a tremendous job here in the RDS over the last 2 weeks. Are you ready to see some poker? Are you ready to get excited? Ladies and gentlemen, in seat 1, representing Italy, with 33,100,000, please welcome Umberto Ruggeri. In seat 2, representing Cyprus with 19,075,000, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Georgios Skaparas. A local boy next. Joe, I'm apologizing early. I can't speak Oscailga. I can't speak my own language. This man is a master, not only on the poker table, but of the Irish language. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Ireland with 8,250,000, please welcome Joe Donnell.
Phil's numbers are a bit out. Don't worry about it.
In seat number 4, representing the UK with 21,600,000. Please welcome to the table, Brandon Harris.
21 million, 28 million.
In seat number 5, representing Romania with 9,725,000. Please welcome Robert Florich. Salute, salute. In seat number 6, this could get crazy. This could get crazy. This could get crazy. In seat number 6, representing Ashburn, Ireland, with 19,575,000. Please welcome Simon Wilson. Simon, could you give Joe a loan to some of your friends? Ladies and gentlemen, in seat number 7, representing Greece with 34,500,000, please welcome Pantelis Pontus. In seat number 8, representing Sweden with 51,200,000, and our chip leader, please welcome Michel Karim from Sweden. And ladies and gentlemen, last but certainly not least, representing Lithuania, he is our final contestant on the feature table. Let's get crazy for Ignotas Kirsas. Ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate the rail of all these players who are on the final table. As I mentioned at the very start, 1.8 million is still up for grabs on this feature table. On behalf of JP McCann and Paul O'Reilly, thank you to everybody for coming along and making these 69 poker events such a huge success. And we want to see you all back here in Dublin at the RDS in 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor now to ask the dealer, please shuffle up and deal.
Thank you, Phil Baker, and we can get the action started at the final table of the Irish Open. Still 48 minutes to run on level 38. Blinds are 400,000, 800,000 with an 800k big blind ante. And yes, the numbers that you see on screen, the numbers that you'll see on the player stacks are the correct chip counts that won't cause the players to shake their head in confusion.
69 events in total, James.
Nice.
Awesome organization there. I love that from the tournament staff. Well done.
So Florecki opening under the gun with 10-8 to Strawberries. Pontos with ace-queen.
Well, this already suggests we're in for quite a bit of entertainment today when the short stack at the final table opens 10-8 suited under the gun in the first hand. Blockers aren't real.
Blockers definitely aren't real. Why not? 10-8 suited's pretty enough.
This is what we need, though, guys. If we want this to be done before, like, 3 a.m., we kind of want some rambling, gambling, opening with suited one-gappers in random spots kind of play.
4.2.
We have got a re-raise from Pontus. A 3-bet to 4.2, I think he said.
Yeah, I just don't think he has a choice here, Nick. Obviously, we can see that under the gun doesn't have a good hand, but the first hand of the final table, you've got ace-queen off in early position. The short stack's raised under the gun off of 12 blinds.
Yeah.
I would 3-bet and get it in here, but I'd be terrified.
Yeah, it feels really strong, huh? And I was going to say, start as you mean to go on, but you're in such a good spot to try and find a ladder. I wouldn't be wasting 2 big ones in that situation necessarily.
Excuse me?
Wait. Is he running it?
Excuse me?
He's just going to spin?
He's 4-bet shoved, 10-8 suited.
10-8 of hearts.
What the hell just happened?
The call is ace-queen. 10-8 of hearts, called by ace-queen.
Okay, I'm calling it, guys. Midnight finish.
Wow.
Have they done a deal already?
All right, off we go.
Ace-queen on the flop.
Nick, I'll take the ace-queen. You can take the 10-8.
Okay, deal. Oh. So you're saying there's a chance?
Let's go, dealer!
We're about to find out if it really is the Euro Romania if this comes in.
Good game,
Just
Bobby
10
Flowers,
and a
says
10
Aaron.
only will save Robert Flurridge. Ace-queen 10, 3. Only a 10 will save.
Oh!
What the?
It's a 10!
What on earth?
Unbelievable! Ace-queen 10 and a 10.
Bobby Flowers!
You owe me $50, James.
Unbelievable. 10 and a 10 only.
They're doing that for TV, you know, cold deck.
What in the name of God was that?
What is going on this table? This is the first hand of the final, right?
You know, everything was prepared.
That is one of the most disgusting beats I have ever seen.
Nice hand, man.
Wow. I am lost. I don't even...
Runner. 11 grand it cost me.
Look at that react.
I'm happy for him.
My hands are still in my head, Nick.
Top reacts, mate. I know. I think everyone's in shock after that exchange.
Okay, so this might be a case of people in glass houses. We know that some of the chip counts Phil announced weren't right, but we also suspect that some of the chip counts we were given are also not right. I think Florecki was significantly shorter and actually had around 2.5 million at the start of that hand.
Okay, that would make more sense. Okay.
Ace-queen 10 on the flop.
I thought we had just seen one of the biggest punts of all time. So I apologise to Robert Florecki if he maybe only had a few blinds there and left some back. Because at that point, let's say he's got 4 or 5 bigs there, raising, leaving some chips back, that would be fine.
Sure.
With 10-8 suited. If he had the 12 that the graphics suggested he had, then I would be lost for words.
Okay, Scaparis with kings in the cutoff opens. Joe O'Donnell, who we think has around 9 million chips. So that would be just over 10 big blinds. Oh, and he's got 9s.
Raise. All in.
Oh my gosh. What a way to start this final table, guys.
This is carnage.
I can't keep up with this.
Joe O'Donnell has moved all in.
You got the chip counts?
Yeah, there's no way Florecki has 19
And a
million
call.
there.
All in and a call. Kings versus 9s. The all-in player, Joe O'Donnell, has pocket 9s, called by pocket kings.
Donald at risk and way behind.
Georgios Kaparis has called Joe's all-in with pocket kings. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got our players now. Joe O'Donnell has pocket nines. They're calling him. It has pocket kings.
One of two Irish players to make the final table, and it's not looking good
Queen,
for him.
10-2, 2 hearts.
Jack 8.
Trying to get there the hard way.
I'd prefer to hit the 8 first, Nick.
I'll accept an 8 to make it interesting.
Okay.
Jack of hearts on the turn. So, at the moment, we've got Queen Jack 10. We pocket nines against King. It does give Joe the up and down, but it also gives Georgios the flush draw. Also gives him our run out.
I have the 9s, you have the kings, James.
Option of a flush draw.
I'll keep the kings. 3 outs. We're not going to have a stupid river card 2 hands in a row. It's a safe card for Scar Paris, and it's the elimination of Joe O'Donnell.
How many 10s in this deck, though, by the way?
€5,800 representing Ireland. Please put your hands together for Joe O'Donnell.
Great performance. Loved watching Joe play throughout. Our cards up coverage, and a legend eliminated there. And I guess that means we continue with 8.
Indeed, we're already down to 8
Simon
players.
now representing a country by himself.
And 8 different nationalities as well.
That is true.
We have 8 players remaining. The next player knocked out of the Irish Open 2025 will receive €59,030. Gentlemen, the best of luck to you.
Thank you very much, Phil. As I was trying to say, yes, and that means that Simon Wilson is the last remaining Irish player in the field.
Yeah, I was having a look at the history of the tournament, and I think the last time a proper local boy won, I know Steve Dwyer does have the Irish flag on the Hendon mob, but and he did win it in 2022, but the last time a local boy won was Dan Wilson in 2016, so they've been waiting a long time for a crowd favourite to win here, I think.
So we have got Kareem opening here with ace-9. We believe he is the final table chip leader.
Yeah, we're going to have to be quite careful with describing these actions here.
Well,
the blues are 1 million, right?
I think so.
So Florecci is sitting there,
3,
I reckon,
4.
with around 5.5 blinds.
So I think they're just going to move the players around the table a little bit, give them some extra space. An opportunity to remind you that once the Irish Open has wrapped, the PokerStars live stream circus moves to Monaco for the first European Poker Tour stop of 2025. And we are going to be streaming the last 5 days of the main event from EPT Monte Carlo. So those are the festival dates, April 30th through May 10th. We're going to be on air the last 5 days, up to and including Saturday, May 10th, which will be the main event final table on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. The very next day, everyone is going to be making their way home from Monaco for the first day of Scoop 2025, because the Spring Championship of Online Poker also starts that weekend. And I know that I don't know if you're actually going to be playing anything, Nick, but I know you're going to be streaming a lot of action from Scoop. I guess if you're doing kind of retrospective final table coverage during the day, it gives you the opportunity to play a few events at night, right?
It does. I mean, outside of the fact that I actually think doing the final table replays is a great way to fill our daytime schedule and get more content out to the people who are really enjoying our Scoop coverage, it also means I get a chance to play in some of the evening events as well. So I'm looking forward to that. Hoping to get some fantastic guests on for those as well. What are your plans for the Scoopage, Mr. Doherty?
I haven't looked at the full schedule yet.
It's not out yet, to be fair, so it's tough, I guess.
It's not
main
out there,
event dates have been confirmed, but outside of that, we're waiting for all the tournaments to be deployed.
Can I just ask, does PS Open Namur clash with any of it?
Let me have a look.
That's a good question.
Because I definitely am going there, but I assume I will be playing the first 2 weeks of Scoop at least.
Can you play from Belgium?
No, but if I'm at home, I can play and then I can go to Belgium afterwards, right? I think Namur starts the last couple of days of May.
Hang on, won't let me do anything until I accept bloody cookies. PokerStars Open Namur is May 28th to June 9th. So that is going to be the tail end of Scoop. The main event will already have happened because the Scoop main event is Sunday 25th. So
perfect. So I can play the full of Scoop and then I can go straight to Namur and hunt down some leaderboard points to stretch my lead over David Lappin.
Are you currently in the lead?
I'm not in the lead, but I've got more points than Lappin. That's all
That's
that really
all
matters.
that matters. That's all that matters.
Interesting decision point for Pontos here, assuming these stack sizes are correct. Certainly would be fine to shove, but there's also the possibility that you could perform a little trap flat here, right? Maybe keep in some of those dominated steals that Harris has. The King Jacks, the King Tens of the world, the Queen Tens that aren't going to call a shove. So interested to see which direction he chooses here.
Yeah, I do actually think that chip count is correct on this occasion.
Yeah, it looks pretty close to me.
Decides to call. And no improvement for the King Queen.
No improvement, but a fairly dynamic board in terms of Harris's c-bet range, right? Like, does he want to c-bet nines here and face some potential check raises, and then you're really in an awkward situation? So there's a couple of ways this hand could still play. I don't think Pontos should fold this particular combo on the flop yet. He has a couple of options. I would probably call with it, but
yeah, I'm assuming Harris is going to size relatively small here as well. Goes for around the 1/3.
Yeah.
Continue. I think with the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, 2 of our cards that might be live. Probably want to at least call one. This seems like a pretty reasonable king check raise candidate as well. Once in a while. What are your thoughts, D-Doc?
I think it's almost a little bit too strong to check raise.
Sure. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, against the cutoff range, probably already showing down some of the time with King Queen.
I think maybe you want to be a little bit more polar and go for like a backdoor King X of clubs or something like that.
Okay.
But he did just get out the way. It's obviously a very dicey situation with 9 players, or 8 players as it is now, remaining on the final table.
And another hand where we saw Mr. Pontos take his sweet time over every decision. 35 minutes left on the clock for this level, and then we will roll into level 39. Back-to-back 60-minute levels throughout this final table. I believe levels can be reduced when we're either short-handed or if a deal is struck.
It wouldn't be an Irish Open final table, James, unless there was a Greek player taking his sweet time at it.
I am interested to see if we do end up talking deals. As you say, it really depends on the dynamic, David. But with it being so top-heavy, you got to feel like the final few players are going to really consider this a huge moment for everyone involved. Yeah. Imagine flipping for 300,000 heads up. That just seems like a very sad state of affairs.
This is crazy. I didn't deal when I won mine, but I would find it very hard not to deal in this setup.
Pontos, you have ace deuce in the small blind. What are you going to do? What happened? Thank you. Simon Wilson's also had enough. He called clock on Pontos.
He's claiming he didn't know the action was on him, I think, but if I'm reading the clock correctly, we're nowhere near the blinds increasing, so I am more inclined to believe him. He's just given the big blind a walk with an ace and relatively shallow stack.
maybe a little bit frazzled by the fact that the clock called on him.
Yeah. Well, even like the previous hand as well, the king-queen could have had the option of going in pre-flop. It could have had the option of putting more chips in on the flop, and there,
Yeah.
I know you're against the chip leader, but you are blind be blind with an ace, and you are the short stack in the tournament, or I guess the second shortest. I think Florecci's shorter, but definitely a little bit conservative there in each of those hands.
Pocket four is just folding here, seems pretty good. We got Harris in a pretty prime position here, middle of the pack, and it seems like a very, very marginal spot to have some small pocket pairs on FTs with the ICM in place.
Yeah, agreed, Nick. And if we take a close look at Florecci's stat there, he actually has 4.4 million. So that's going to influence the decisions of everyone on his right until he's busted.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to open, allow him to fold, and now the chip leader behind you gets to 3-bet you and pile ICM pressure on you. So all of the guys on Florecci's right are going to play pretty conservatively for the time being, I think. And I am forgetting that in Pontos' shoes as well. Like, there's a guy sat there with no chips.
Right. So obviously the realization has hit that the information we were given about chip counts was out, and that's now just thrown everything out of whack. Whilst this can be resolved in real time because we can get actual chip counts from the players, unfortunately we don't get the benefit of that for another 20-25 minutes. So just bear with us as we kind of tread carefully around these bet sizes and these stack sizes.
Yeah.
What I find incredible is that we had numbers that weren't right. Phil Baker had numbers that weren't right, but those numbers weren't the same.
Yeah, there were two sets of incorrect numbers. And I like that from Kareem here. I think this is quite an interesting dynamic in terms of the stack arrangements here, Nick, where Kareem isn't a runaway chip leader. Scarparis, I think, is relatively close to him. But he is the chip leader, and there are very short stacks at the table. And this could be a prime position for someone like Michel Kareem to open up a lead.
Yeah.
And, you know, he almost doesn't want, you know, Florecci to bust. Well, he's this shallow.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one of those dynamics where you'd assume, you know, let's get the shorty out because that puts us all in a better position in terms of ladders. And of course, the ladders the way they are, that does seem like a good outcome. However, keeping one guy short and piling on the pressure to the mid stacks this is really what it's all about when it comes to sort of the ICM study. Finding opportunities to put players who are almost at risk in further jeopardy to increase your chip lead is the name of the game.
Action folded to Simon Wilson in the hijack, and he's raising with ace-jack. We're at the 400, 800K blind level. He's made it 1.6 million. Pontus has folded. Kareem gives up the button, so around the blinds. It's Cursis in the small.
Oh, pocket jacks. Curtis is allegedly around the 22 big blind mark.
Curtis has some chips.
He has chips. What do you think, Dave? You're better at doing the chips than I am.
I think it's pretty close to accurate, this one, to be honest. Like the blues in front there are 5 million. He just puts some of them in the middle. The stack of purple is going to be another 10. So yeah, I think it's pretty close to accurate.
So hijack opens, small blind 3-bet. Would you have sometimes liked to have seen a flat here, given the sort of immediate jeopardy of a super short stack, Dave, or are we just gonna going to apply pressure like this.
The issue is that, yes, we would like to not force our chips in when there's someone super short, but like you can't really construct the small blind flatting range in this spot when you're covered on a final table versus a very competent opponent. So I do agree with the decision to 3-bet. He's not going to be thrilled if he gets shoved on. He's going to be in good shape.
Are we 3-bet folding this then? I guess that's the theoretical.
No, I don't think we're folding. We could potentially make some very tight folds. Like I wouldn't even be shocked if we just fold 9s sometimes to the open in the small blind here.
Okay.
I think certainly 8s we can just ditch, but our 3-bet folds are still going to be like blocker oriented, you know. So you'll maybe find like the ace 3 suited or something and use that.
7.69.
Whoa! Get in the bin.
How do you feel about jacks now?
Yeah, you got to ask yourself a few questions here.
Do I feel lucky?
That is one of them.
Do you?
Is Wilson capable of this? Would he play flats with a hand like aces? Would he just shove a hand like ace king? Would he be willing to induce pocket 10s or pocket queens, or would he just shove those? So there's a lot of questions that Curses has to ask himself here. I commentated on him last night, and he was very quick with his decisions. I think this is one I would like to see him take his time with. I don't think he's a folder, and based on what I've seen of Simon Wilson, and this is praise, not criticism, I wouldn't fold jacks here, but I would not want to get it in at all. I know I can see that Wilson has ace-jack offsuit, but this is quite nice, honestly, I think.
Curses calling, out of position without the betting lead in a 4-bet pot. 16.8 million in the middle, and there aren't much better flops for jacks than that, David.
No. See, you've got to, the reason he's called here, I think, is because he's assuming Wilson is never going to 4-bet fold a hand like ace-queen or king-queen. So when Wilson is bluffing, Curses is assuming that he only ever has one overcard to dodge, and it's usually an ace. So Wilson, for example, is unlikely to be bluffing a hand like king-9 suited here or something. So if Curses can call and avoid an ace on the flop, he's probably going to be pretty happy getting it in. As happy as you can be anyway. But Wilson is not slowing down. And this is like, I don't know, Nick, I don't want to be judgmental, but the man has 3-bet and peeled a 4-bet out of position with a uber short stack on the table. I think you have to start giving a little bit of consideration to his range.
Yeah, he's all in.
Yeah. I think Curses has played this hand wonderfully.
That was a big hit for Simon there.
It was. We think Simon Wilson has now dropped down to around 15 at big blinds, while Curses is going to be playing around 40.
I mean, we have to assume ace king goes in pre, right, Dave? Does that seem like a reasonable assumption?
I think there's a possibility that that Simon will just 4-bet with ace king suited.
Yeah.
But I think that ace king offsuit will always shove pre-flop. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, and for that reason, you think the c-bet perhaps we're just blasting off too often into hands just like that?
Yeah, it's interesting because we do have a jack in our hand, and maybe jacks is one of the most likely hands, as are aces that play like this in the small blinds position. But as I said, it's like you've kind of got to boil it down to the most basic details at this point. There's a super short stack there. The guy has 3-bet out the small blind and called your 4-bet and left himself with 0.6 of a pot behind.
Right.
I think it's a little bit of a misstep from Simon. The other point being that the top of Simon's value range there is a hand like aces. Is he willing to bet that on the flop, or would he trap it on such a dry board?
Sure.
You know, so I think the 4-bet is something we can do at a small pip. I think the flop bet is maybe a little bit of a misstep there.
So Wilson back in action, opening with king, jack of clubs. Folded to Curses. on the button. Now round to Ruggieri in the small blind. And finally, Scaparas in the big blind, who has ace-9 of spades. That is a call. Heads up to the flop. Glasses on so we can see that flop.
Reading glasses on. I thought he was reading for the shades for a minute.
Okay, second pair for Wilson. Not a lot for Scaparas to be excited about. He's checked to the razor.
And as we mentioned, Wilson needs to be a little bit careful here about how to proceed. Is in a fair amount of jeopardy, especially with a player being as short as Pontus. Excuse me, Florici to the 2 is right. Does decide to bet the Queen Jack Deuce flop.
6, yeah, but was the flop.
Yeah, I think it's mandatory to bet this flop. When we've opened +2, this is our board. I know the big blind can connect with it. I know he can have a queen, he can have some better hands.
Yeah.
Tell you what, mate, this is going to be an entertaining final table.
The float from the ace-9 of spades here.
I mean, he's got the 3 straight in both directions and a backdoor nut flush draw.
Yep.
He has plans.
He's got a plan. And yeah, I'm with you as well, Dave. It's not a board I think we're going to expect to be check raise light on or anything like that. So it seems very nice to go ahead and fire here for value. And now, how do we proceed on the turn?
I wonder if Simon double barrels this. I think it would be a nice find, honestly. The logic being that you're going to face a bet from a queen on the river anyway if you check back. He does check. I mean, checking is also completely
Well, and then we can
100%.
also still get value from a deuce or a jack once in a while, right?
Yeah, and we keep ourselves uncapped, right?
Yeah.
We're going to bet aces and kings again on the turn and so on. So this gets a little bit tricky. Let's say Scaparas jams here. How do we range him? Because we haven't gained any additional information throughout the hand, right? I think versus this, Simon is just going to have to find a call. But it's not a great position to be in.
He's blocking king 10 as well.
Yeah.
And this is 60% of his stack, this full pot size bet.
Oh, it's funny, isn't it, as well? Because like a deuce probably just wants to get to showdown some of the time. A jack probably is quite happy to get to showdown some of the time. So does he have a queen or not? Basically is the deal here.
Well, I don't think Scaparas is ever betting this size with a worse value hand. So we are only bluff catching now.
Exactly.
However, we probably would bet the turn ourselves if we had a queen.
Yep.
So we're right in there in the mix in terms of hands that we're going to have to find some calls with sometimes. There are some very obvious draws that bricked. I know Scaparas has the ace-9. Maybe Wilson doesn't expect him to be that wide floating the flop. I think it's a reasonable float, but there are still 9-8s out there. There are still 10-9s out there that have very obviously bricked and can't win the pot unless they bet. What do you think of that comment in chat as well, Nick? Like, Wilson will call for the wrong reasons since he's tilting. Do you think people are more likely to call in these spots if they've just lost a big hand previously?
Well, I feel bad about that comment on 2 fronts. Number one, I think Wilson's a pretty composed guy, and I think like there's this weird thing in Twitch chat in particular, like he lost a pot, he's on tilt. You have to bear that in mind. I don't think that's the case. I don't think he's that kind of player. Yeah. And then also, is he going to call for the wrong reasons? I don't know. Anybody that is more reasoned, I guess, probably struggles from that less. We all know people that have tilt issues and perhaps will call here because they're frustrated. But I think the gravity of this moment, even if he does feel somewhat frustrated, brings you into sharp focus. You'll know more about that than I will. Absolutely.
Well, he's taken 2.5 minutes or something here, so I don't think this is an emotional decision.
Sure.
Yeah, he's breaking it down.
I mean, the adrenaline at this stage as well David, has just got to put everything into sharp focus regardless of your frustrations, I think.
Yeah, you just don't have the option to like make emotional decisions, and some people will make them, sure, but yeah, he has made the call. Very nice from Simon.
Nice, well done.
Finds the call. It is a good call. And Simon Wilson back up around the 30 big blind mark.
If you were going to barrel that turn, David, what would your size be? As you say, we can get value from certain hands. I guess in that case, we probably don't want it to be a particularly large size. Are we like B40 on the turn or something like that?
I don't know what the exact SPR on turn was. I didn't have a look at that, but I think we go on the smaller side, especially in ICM. All of the sizes, you know, drop down a little bit.
Yeah.
Certainly fine to check the turn. I think when we do, we have to call the river quite often. And yeah, it was a very well played hand.
Keaty says, is the rail on a delay? I speak from experience when I say it's not always easy to see what's happened and who's won when you're standing there.
When you see him later, you can tell him that he called for the wrong reasons, though.
Yeah.
He'll love that. I mean, I'm glad you won the hand, buddy, but you know you called for the wrong reasons, right?
And you were just tilted.
Yeah. The chat knew you were just tilted, and that's why you called. Everyone knew you wanted to fold.
Florecci virtually all in under the gun. Looks to me like he has 1.4 million behind.
Yeah, Florecci is significantly shorter than the stack displayed in yellow. And we have Kessis here with ace-10 in the cutoff.
Feels like a pretty reasonable flat or maybe a click. I mean, with the final table and the chips being so valuable, I mean, I think the flat is probably enough of an indication we have a strong holding here, right?
Yeah, I think generally that is the route to go down. Like some very spicy situations can arise if we three-bet and someone wakes up behind us.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Florecci gets to fold and then puts us in the blender.
Yeah. I think in the earlier stages of the tournament, you might find moments where you're like, I'm going to isolate the guy who's short. That just seems like a good way to proceed. But on the final table like this, with the chips being so valuable and still an opportunity for players to wake up with big hands behind, I think flatting here is probably much preferred.
Let's even give Cursus a hand like pocket jacks here and suggest that he three-bets it. Okay, and then let me just see who's behind him actually. So
Scaparis or something.
Yeah, Ruggeri's behind him
Yep.
and marginally covers, right? Let's say we've three-bet jacks in this position and then Ruggeri just four-bets us and Florecci folds.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? You know?
Nightmare.
Okay, well, with Cursus folding, it is going to be Ruggeri who gets involved, flatting on the button with ace-8, and with the blinds folding, we're going heads up to the flop.
I saw a lot of aces folded there.
9, 6, 7. So we have second pair for Florecci, but we have the open-ended straight draw for Ruggeri. And ace high, open-ended straight draw. Yeah, you're getting it in here every day of the week and twice on Fridays. Remember, it's only for a few million chips.
Yeah, that's the confusion in the chat right now. People are really confused by the graphics, understandably so.
I get it.
Yeah.
Ace-10?
Ace-10. He was waiting for so long to push under
This
the
was
gun.
just for a smidge more.
It's good for me.
It was an effective all-in pre-flop.
Yeah.
That is a safe card for Bobby Flowers. As to fade 5s, 8s, 10s, does not want to see an ace on the river. River card is a queen, and that is a double up for Florecci, but it is not a 40 million chip pot. That we can say with 100% certainty.
No, I understand why some of you guys are confused by the action there. It was an effective all-in, leaving just a little bit behind. Only a handful of big blinds. That's why we were suggesting the flat would be appropriate. with some of the other ace combos. But seems fine from all parties there.
So just to remind you guys, they did do a real-time chip count. I want to say the better part of 20 minutes ago, so give us another 10 minutes, and then we should catch up. Because remember, we're on a 30-minute delay, so anything they do in real time, we don't get the impact of that. We don't reap the benefit of that until half an hour later.
At some point, we will have a hard reset, and we'll sort that out.
Tom in chat waiting for someone to be forced all in with their big blind for a 300 million chip.
We can only work with the information we're given. Let's just put it that way. Easy with nuts. I just explained the chip counts have been updated in real time. We are just waiting for the delay to catch up. And no 10 minutes would not suffice, Lomachenko. Find me a live event anywhere in the world that is running their stream on a 10-minute delay. As we see Harris shove on Florecci, who calls with sevens.
They're all in on the feature table.
It's the final table,
We had
Phil.
a raise from Brandon in C3. Robert, who's been involved in 2 all-in so far, has called with pocket sevens. It's ace-9 for Brandon. Robert has pocket sevens. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a race on the feature table.
Easy one, these ones. Easy. Can't triple up, can he?
The player in jeopardy, Robert, has pocket sevens. Called by Brandon with ace-9.
Not a 55 million chip pot.
Queen, 9. Brandon takes the lead.
Just going to posit a theory that we could potentially lose the graphics. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's better. No information is better than absolutely inaccurate information.
3 of diamonds.
The British Rail are about to erupt, as they tend to do, no matter who it is on the final
It
table.
means that Robert Flurich must hit the 7 and only a 7 to stay in the main event.
Is it always coming? No.
It's an 8. Ladies and gentlemen, we lose in 8th place, receiving 59,030 euro. Please put your hands together for Romania's Robert Flurich.
Well, it was certainly entertaining. Did manage to find a ladder.
GG, Bobby Flowers.
Bobby Flowers, the legend. And some legends never die.
That's right. Zip it up, put it away as 7-handed action begins.
The next player who exits the Irish Open will receive 77,500 euro. Welcome along to Dublin, welcome to the ODS, and welcome to the feature table of the main event.
Skip it now. And you? 18.
So next player out, 77,500 euros. Then we hit the 6-figure scores. If you can make it to the top 6, you're guaranteed at least 100 grand.
That's 2 with blind v blind, that would be big.
So we might not have graphics right now, but Curses has opened the hijack here. Simon Wilson is in the big blind.
Yeah, Curses is open to 1.7 million. We are still at the 400, 800 blind level right now. Obviously 400,000, 800,000. And Wilson in the big blind folds.
Shil Kareem and Brandon Harris both with 69 big blinds now.
Mood keeps us much better without the card information. It's a more immersive experience. Yeah, because you can now imagine that you're at the table where you wouldn't have that HUD.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let's see how good we are at commentating now, guys.
Oh, dear. Estimating tournament chip stacks has never been my forte.
Well, this takes me back to EPT Barcelona 2007, which was the first poker live stream I hosted, where you literally just had the line cut from the gallery, no graphics whatsoever.
How much you start the hand with roughly?
I've offered to buy an entire new chipset for the cash room based on the fact that the 25s and the 5s look identical to my colorblind eyes.
They're very light in color, right?
Extremely light, and the ones and the hundreds are actually similar when you look from them side on because they're so worn.
Yeah.
I feel disenfranchised, and I think we need to resolve it.
Well, Skaparis has opened here with a min raise to 1.6 million. Action on Brandon Harris, who we just saw eliminate a Romanian player.
I will say this chip stack is this chipset, I should say, is gorgeous.
I agree.
I've never played with a million chips before. They didn't need them when I was there, but I love a chipset where the colors are all very distinguishable.
Yeah,
of course.
Distinct and clear.
That's exactly what you want.
That's exactly what you're looking for, which I know sounds like a very obvious thing to say, but how many tours have you been on where they're all shades of pastel or something ridiculous?
Like light brown, yellow, slightly camouflage green.
To be fair, at the start of day 2 of this tournament, because of just the sheer number of players involved, they had to color our stacks up when we bagged in day 1C to the highest denomination chips possible. So I had a 100k chip in my stack for day 2, which was red in color, which was orange in color, and the 500 chips were still in play.
Oh no!
Which were red in color. And I asked my table mates if they could all place their 100k chips at the front of their stack if they had them, just so that we can distinguish easily between them.
Yeah.
And one of the guys across the table pointed out to me that the 100k chip was slightly larger than the 500 chip, and that should be enough for me to distinguish it.
So stupid.
So Harris 3-bet to 4.4, Skaparis called, and on this 7-6-5 flop, we have a continuation bet from Brandon Harris. 3.5 million.
It's quite important to know on day 2 whether your opponent has bet 1,500 or 100,000.
Yeah,
500, you know.
That is a minor detail, David. I really think you kind of you shouldn't let the little things bother you.
I thought we had gotten past this whole know how much do you have, kind of mentality.
He's got 2 sweats. He's got 2 sweats. We're allowed.
Okay, so this is the point in the tournament where everyone conceded that we can't go on like this and we need to get accurate chip counts for the 7 remaining players. So a short break, and then we are going to come back and carry on playing this final table with, shockingly, can you believe it, accurate information, accurate chip counts, accurate graphics, and hopefully lays tonight a winning moment in the Irish Open main event.
Correctly calling with Queen Deuce. You know, if Neen is the charismatic, trash-talking character, Tepe is the composed, underestimated, and might be surprise winner.
Red 4,700,000.
4.7 million. The bet with 9 high. Queen high still ahead.
Just doesn't buy it. It's remarkable too because the sizing pre-flop, it doesn't feel particularly weak, right? If you're going to raise a weak hand, you want to make it something like 3.5, maybe even over 4x. But he still doesn't buy what Neen is selling, and this is going to be a huge swing pot. Look at what's in the middle here, James. 22 million. That is at least going to be added to either stack, either jumping Tepe up to 56 or Neen up to 64, and that's if no more chips go in the middle. And I don't know about you, that don't look like a check-in face to me. That might be. You'd love to have a spade in your hand here, sort of as a blocker to find more bluffs. Finding yourself at the river with one of the worst hands you can have.
Okay, he's going to take a stab at it. And I'll tell you what, Griffin, I will be very impressed if we see a queen high hero call.
Well, I will also say there is a version of this story where Tepe just shoves as well. It has backdoored in spades. He has the queen of spades blocker. Sure, his opponent might just snap him off with a king and it'll be over, but might be able to get him to fold a hand that happens to be better.
Makes the call! Heroes with queen high, and he is right! Torila.
That's who you're dealing with.
And what a chip advantage now. Almost a 2-to-1 chip lead for Tepe.
Wow. And a nod of surprise and I think a little bit of respect, maybe realizing that he underestimated the gentleman sitting across from him, because that was some high-level poker, the most incredible hand at this Irish Open.
Nina's just shoved.
How much? Yeah, that's going to be a call for me, dog.
10 big blinds with 8-7. Tepe calls with Queen Jack.
All in on the call. The all-in player. Heap is all in with 7-8 off. Called by Turo with Queen Jack of spades.
Just an absolute.
The all-in player has 8-7. Called by Queen Jack of spades.
Absolute.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event. This is the Irish Open. We're going to see a flop in a couple of moments. All-in player 8-7, called by Queen Jack of spades. Queen 9-2.
Easy game, say it.
Say it. Easy takes the lead with Queen with a Jack kicker. Ladies and gentlemen, with just the river to go, we now have a one queen's on the river. Ladies and gentlemen, the Irish Open champion for 2024. Please put together for
Torila!
Congratulations to you, sir. Tremendous performance. Heap, we'd like to also answer what a tremendous performance by you. Tiro, Irish Open champion, how does it feel?
Can I curse?
Okay.
Fucking awesome.
Well, that was... No, I can't curse. Hello, my babies. And welcome back to the 2025 Irish Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh.
Hello.
David Doherty.
Hello.
Irish Open champion. They can never take that away. And it is my solemn pledge. Nope, gonna start over. Pledge isn't a thing. But I was just about to pledge that there will never be another mistake in this broadcast ever again.
I just wanted to say thank you for sorting out the chip counts out there, Joe.
Everything will be perfect.
Thank you, mate.
From here on out, you have my personal guarantee.
His solemn pledge.
My pledge to you is that there'll be no more flubs, screw-ups, mix-ups, boners, errors, or oversights.
We can't promise some of those.
As we continue the action here, finally at the final table, we are one elimination away from being where we would have liked to start the day today. Six-handed.
That's quite the milestone.
At 7:30 in the evening, we are seven-handed. Still 600,000 euros have been carved out for the winner.
It's about a 40 big blind average right now.
As we have Harris. Well, this guy just registered today. Who is this? Brandon Harris?
Yeah, it's quite funny. We've actually seen very little of Harris on our actual Cards Up broadcast. Silent assassin, if you will. Do you know Brandon pretty well, don't you?
I wouldn't say pretty well, but I have played with him a few times in the UK. I know a lot of his mutual friends. Don't know him personally too well, although we are acquainted. But yeah, he does have a good few UK regs on his rail there.
Karam in the big blind, up against Big Slick.
And he's off to a good start here, guys. Second in chips. Feels pretty good.
Pretty much a tie between first and second at this point, between Karam and Harris, 66 and 60 big blinds respectively. Then sort of a tie for third and fourth as well. Cursis and Scarparis with 38 and 36. Ruggieri not far behind with 33 bigs. Wilson with 25, and the quote-unquote short stack is Pontos with just 19 bigs. Those chip counts are 100% accurate, and once again, you have my personal guarantee on that.
Your personal pledge.
Yeah, my personal pledge to you.
If somebody questions it later on, you can say that wasn't actually a pledge, it was just a pledge.
My fingers were crossed the whole time. Pocket fives now for Harris Presto, speaking of pre words. The Presto Pledge.
Hey presto, pocket fives.
The God of Toilet Thunder says Hartigan will be predicting a late finish now after the chip count mistake, etc. It was already going to be a late finish. We already accounted for the chips that are in play, so it's not like them being adjusted would really mess around with that. However, having to take an extra break occasionally will add some time.
It will indeed, yeah. Day. Hopefully no more time wasting. I'm a big believer in no breaks.
Cursis. 9-8.
It's the Irish Open, Nick, not the Iron Open.
This is a nice hand to defend with at least. Cursis here got around 38 big blinds.
So again, in these spots in chip EV, Nick, you can 3-bet this combo out of the big blind. It's much less of a thing in ICM, where you don't want to be playing inflated pots out of position with, albeit playable hands, but hands that can flop dominated draws.
Right.
So
how about that draw?
That is quite a nice draw.
It is a nice way to start the hand, certainly.
2 hearts for Cursis. Harris with the pre-flop betting lead. Hoping to fold out hands like Knight 8 of clubs.
A little smile there, facing the small C-bet.
Well, he did that yesterday before he 4-bet jammed ace 10 off. So maybe this is his I'm check raising you tell.
He's balancing.
If this is intentional, this is fantastic.
Nah, just call. Yeah, I have to say Brendan Harris has been very composed thus far. Queen of spades in the turn. Does Harris want to continue blasting here with the fives? It feels pretty good, right?
I think this is one of the combos that I would like in this spot.
You would like to have pocket fives in this spot?
I would like to have pocket fives to keep putting chips in the pot.
No more chips go in on the turn. Free river, and that delivers for Kyrsis.
What would have been your size in the turn there if you were going to barrel again?
Very large.
About 5'7".
Like 6 mil?
Yeah, it seems reasonable, yeah.
Oh, I was just naming what I thought your height might be, and it turned out
6 mil?
5.7 million was close to what you were going to say.
As it turns out, Kyrsis has got there on the river. I think if Harris had barreled the turn, Kyrsis would have been forced to fold this combination. Just a matter now of what size Kyrsis wants to go to try and extract from some value.
I mean, once Harris doesn't barrel turn here, I think we suddenly don't have that many super strong value hands to try and get value from, right? Might not even have an ace, you know. I don't know how many aces want to bet flop and then check such a clean turn even. So for that reason, I think we need to perhaps size down a little bit, but I guess a queen or a jack still might get brave for this size. What are your thoughts, David?
I think Brandon still can have some value hands that get there that can pay us. Like he can turn a queen with queen jack. He can river a set of jacks. He can river king 10 potentially. I do think we probably will play two sizes there. It's just a matter of
the Irish Open. The blinds are now 500,000, 1 million with an ante of 1 million.
One of my
7
favorite
players
blinds
remaining
levels.
With 600,000 euro going to the winner of the Irish Open 2025 main event.
Thanks for that, Phil.
Thanks, Phil. The calculator level.
Man, Phil is so good at this. Like, the way he wrangles these crowds here and, like, gets everybody on board for what they're doing, like, I don't think I could do it. I think that the crowds at the Irish Open would completely overpower me.
Yeah.
And it would just be mass hysteria. But Phil just
controls them.
Yeah, he just knows how to crowd control.
Somebody legitimately asked me if I could do Phil's job since, like, I already talk for a living. And I was like, absolutely not. It's totally different.
No way. I'm so happy that he's here.
And we are getting quite a rail going here, which I love to see. I love a rail here on our PokerStars streams. Also, shout out to Paddy Power. Let's not take anything away from both squads.
What happened to the greatest thing that happened to poker since Isildur? Where's Joe O'Donnell?
He got 9s all in against kings and is now
He
eliminated.
ran into kings for real?
He ran into kings, even though...
That's what someone in chat predicted. They were like, a guy like this always he's gonna run into kings in 5 minutes.
That's literally what happened. 5 minutes into the final table.
That's incredible.
Somebody tried to tell him that, like, he actually, like, his equity was less than kings with 9s, but he doesn't believe that sort of thing.
Oh, really? Huh. Top pair for Kyrsis.
Just kidding. That's more of a chat pro dig than it is at
well,
Joe.
no, I mean, there was a lot of exalting of Joe O'Donnell in the chat.
Legend.
And so I wouldn't have been surprised if he was like, yeah, 9s are a favorite here.
This is a little interesting one for Ruggieri as well. He's got the wrong end of the gut shot, albeit, but a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. He is in position blind v blind. I think we are likely to take one off here. We either get there with an 8, we sometimes get there with a 6 or a 7, or we have a nice little hand that we can bluff with later, but Mr. Ruggieri is going to bluff with it right here.
Is this a check raise?
It's an in position raise.
Oh,
it's blind v blind.
All raises are check raises as far as I'm concerned.
Don't you know, pump it up.
Look at the pressure Jack 10 of diamonds is under already here, by the way. I know he's covering, I know he's not folding, but think of how many bad runouts there are for this hand.
Yeah. I mean, Ruggieri obviously could turn any spade into a potential continue as well, trying to rep sort of a raised flush draw, combo draw scenario as well, so it doesn't even necessarily need to improve into the straight gutter ball. And playing out of position sucks.
This pot's getting pretty big, 12.5 million plus in the center. And Ruggieri goes from double gutted to open-ended.
Don't let me.
Also has the spade draw.
Sorry, Joe. Don't let me die, Mr. Ruggieri. I want to see you all in by the river here. I want a brick.
5 million on the turn. Could go even smaller, I suppose.
I do think a small issue he might have with this line is he might not raise a lot of flush draws on the flop in position. But when you get this turn card, what else are you going to do?
What else are you supposed to do? There is definitely a level there. I agree with you, David. How often are we really going to raise a flush draw here that isn't 8-7 of spades or 6-7 of spades or something? But as played, goes for a very small continue, leaving himself a very cute sum on the riv to go for it if he wants to continue representing.
Yeah, this is getting very tricky for Cursus, because I think if Ruggieri had sized up this turn even slightly more,
yeah,
I think we might have seen the Jack-10 fold immediately.
Really?
And that's where it gets interesting, right, David? Because I was going to suggest 5K. I think that's actually probably a nicer size to get it done on the turn. But is that telling as believable a story as this line when you're actually going to size down to try and get max from 8-7 of spades or whatever?
Yeah.
So one of the flop draws does get there.
It's a balancing act on that turn.
Yeah, I did say I wanted to see Mr. Ruggieri all in by river. I don't think he's going to shove here on this run out, but he has to bluff. He has to put a significant portion of his chips in here. One of the other flop draws, Joe, that he certainly might raise is 10-8.
Yeah.
And that just got there, and that is good enough to value bet.
That's what I was getting at.
Go on, buddy. Do it.
You do sometimes see these non-all-in sizes in these spots, even though the SPR is less than 1. His opponent is still capable of having the nuts here, so you tend to have like, you know, it's difficult to find it, but like you maybe have a size like 12 million here with some parts of your range because you're recognizing that your opponent is still uncapped to a degree.
I guess now would be a good time to talk about the pay jumps that exist. He checks, he gives up.
I mean, if this is the line, David, I just think we make it bigger on the turn and just try and do it right then and there.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't have a horse in this particular hand, but I don't think that was the correct decision. Having played the hand like that with 7-6, if you're going to play it that aggressively on the flop or turn, you can just call the flop. You can just check the turn if you want. If you're going to put that many chips in over 2 streets when you don't have to, I think you have to pull the trigger on that river.
Well, that hand brings Ruggieri basically down to tied with the shortest stack. 15 and 16 big blinds for Pontos and Ruggieri. 15.6 big blinds to be exact, and 16.7, carry the 1.7 big blinds.
Nice work, Joe.
Yeah, the human calculator is...
Human calculator level.
It's just like I'm a numbers guy, I can't really turn it off.
Don't get me wrong, guys, it's bloody hard to pull the trigger when you're playing for this much money.
No, absolutely. It's so easy for us to sit here and see what we could have done differently, but I'm kind of with you, David. I think we want to know what our plan is going into it. And if we are going to raise flop and if we are going to continue turn, it feels like on the river we need to do something again. As you say, it doesn't even necessarily need to be all in, even though that feels like the kind of more natural thing to do when SPR is less than 1.
Simon Wilson has made it 2 million chips with pocket 8s.
So Johnny Chan that used to say he doesn't like to leave his children in the pot. There were 19 million children in there.
I heard Doyle Brunson say once, and I didn't know what it meant at the time, I hate to see my children drown. And I was like, what? What don't we know about Doyle?
19 million children, and we had 7 high.
It's a pre-flop pickup there for Simon Wilson.
That's not.
Question in the chat, what is SPR? SPR is just a fancy way of saying stack to pot ratio. So if SPR is 1, it means that you have 1 pot size bet left. So if there's $100 in the middle, you got $100 back, SPR equals 1. It's also a clever way of doing some cool little pot odd calculations, right? Because if somebody is all in with SPR 1, rather than sitting and doing all the math and you divide by 4 square root of pi, based on the SPR that someone is all in for, you can actually do really quick and easy sort of shortcuts to find out what your required pot odds are in order to make a call. What are some other ways that you might apply that? I know that you made reference to SPR just then about the bet size with the King Jack on Queen Jack X.
Mm-hmm.
What are some other ways that you might use SPR, Dave, as a much better poker player than me?
I mean, it's just a way of tracking how efficiently your chips are getting into the pot, essentially. Like, if the SPR on the turn is 2, then you don't want to bet a quarter of the pot, because that's going to leave an SPR of over 1 for the river. And generally speaking, you want to try and have around pot or a little bit under it. There are exceptions.
Right.
There are situations where the SPR is maybe 6 on the turn, and so you'll bet 150% of the pot to leave 150% of the pot for the river, and so on, you know. But yeah, it's just a way of calculating how many bets you have left, essentially, throughout the hand if you're going to get your chips in the pot in an efficient manner. Now, Kareem is tanking with this King Jack off. He seems like a man to me who enjoys a hand funeral, because he took a very long time to fold Ace-9 off last night in a similar situation when I was in the booth. He does get out the way again.
Supplementary question. Stack spot ratio. Is this an ICM thing, or why are we just giving it a clever name? No, it's nothing to do with ICM. Well, I'm sure it can be applied to ICM as well, but it could be applied to cash games, no problem. It's not necessarily correlated to ICM.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say it's a clever name either. It's just an acronym, right?
Yeah.
22. Thank you, man.
Action folds around to Michelle Caron. Not going to mess with the King 3. Curses, not going to mess with the King 6. I think Ruggieri is going to mess with the Ace-8.
Yeah.
That's just me. But I think he's going to mess with this.
Absolutely.
Maybe he won't let me down on this one. Maybe he'll be all in by the river this time.
I wonder when... Uh-oh. Wilson with a playable hand in the big blind.
He's gone.
Move your, cast your hand aside.
He's gone full.
I request to see your stack.
He's gone full fleece mode.
He might be about to get fleeced.
Starts with a call. Let's go to the flop.
I haven't watched Game of Thrones, but I feel like Simon Wilson could play a character in it.
100%. Looks like he'd make a good wildling. O'Donnell played the game much pure, no ratios or clever pseudoscience.
I'm just wondering how long they paid for these bots to keep complimenting the guy after he's left.
I'm sorry, guys. SPR is just pseudoscience nonsense. Ignore me.
We've gotten to the turn here. No betting on the flop. Wilson has turned a gut shot.
So 2 checks on the flop here. And suddenly, does Mr. Wilson want to do something with the gutter ball? Does he want to try and rep this quote-unquote big blind flop / turn?
think size is going to be interesting here, Nick, if he does go for it, because we got two options. We can saber value betting a 6 and go small, or we can saber value betting an 8 and go large and start pressuring, you know, the ace kings in Ruggeri's range. But I think it is a little bit too much equity to start bluffing right now versus the type of hands of Ruggeri that we would be targeting. We'd be wanting hands like King Queen to fold, King Jack to fold, Ace Jack to fold.
Decided not to barrel the turn there, even after Wilson welled up. That seems interesting because it did feel a bit like we're going to try and get value from some straight draw, flush draw, possibly a 6, possibly a 9 kind of situations.
Wilson welled up, Ruggeri filled up.
I want to reference a little comment that was in the chat maybe about an hour ago or something, where someone mentioned that Wilson was trappable. And maybe that's playing into Ruggeri's mind a little bit, thinking the best way to get chips out of him is to give him as much rope as possible.
Yeah, well, he did not take that rope.
He's been reading the chat, and now plays perfect.
Yeah, I feel that this is the combo from Wilson that doesn't really get to bluff, honestly, so I think he has played this quite well. I think there's much weaker ones in his range that he can just take off with.
Ruggeri has overbet 7.8 million. And obviously not much of a decision there as Wilson folds.
Aces?
Nice call. Nice read, I should say. Nice fold followed by a nice read. That doesn't count as a mistake, by the way.
Definitely not.
I just said nice call, but I didn't mean the literal call.
Yeah.
That's my predge.
That was a solemn predge.
My predge lives.
What do you think, Nick? Should we indulge the chat for one hand and
please do. Please do.
Play it like old school live players?
I think that there is room in poker for all styles.
Kirsch has got 10-9 here. 10's a terrible high card. What's he doing, Nick? He's put money in the pot with a 10.
It doesn't even have a letter on it.
It's a drawing hand at best.
Just one flush draw?
8-4 of clubs in the bin, and you're facing an under the gun open. That's exactly the type of hand that can crack aces. Why are you not calling, Ruggeri?
Stop saying cracked with all this new age jargon, okay?
You could suck out on your opponent.
Thank you, yeah. Stop using all this new age jargon to scare away the recreational players. We need more people in the game.
Harris puts the pair of 3s in the bin. That's a proper player. He knows that Curses is opened in early position and he could have an overpair. He's not giving his chips away lightly.
This is going to become a hand now as well. Big blind folds.
And you see that was pure poker there. No SPR or ratios or talking about value.
Just good old-fashioned moves from Curses. He had a 10 in his hand and a 9, and he pushed.
He didn't look at his cards. He just looked at the other players.
He had a 10 in his hand and a fire in his belly.
All right, they don't want us to look at the cards anymore either.
I'm convinced he didn't look at the 10-9. He just looked at he looked in the eyes of his opponents and decided he was taking his pot pre-flop. Really pure poker.
Yeah.
Do one stack of blue or two?
The break from 60 minutes to 45? No. The dinner break was saying 60 before, 45.
Actually, folded around to.
So the break will be 45 minutes?
Panteleimon Pontos, King 10 in the small blind.
Make poker great again, Lost Coco.
I love you, chat.
Can you see actually what I had.
I'm with Father Brother here, who says most unhinged a PokerStars chat has ever been.
This is pretty insane. I'm enjoying it.
And this has been going on for hours and hours.
I think some of them don't know that others are being ironic either, which is even better.
Wakes up.
All right, we are all in with the KT.
And Karam is all out.
Chat also asking about the current payout. Everyone guaranteed 77,500 euros here at the Irish Open.
Max Villa says Harris is by far the best player here. Surprised he even gives time to events like this.
I know. Who would want to win 600,000 euros? What's the point in that?
That's like second place of a super high roller.
As we see in the background there, the Irish tricolour with the Uruguay flag next to it, Joe.
Thanks, pal. Thank you very much. I said no more boners.
His sullen pledge.
I've pledged no more boners. And there will be no more gaffes.
I folded.
Goofs,
19.7.
blunders, or bloopers.
All right, Ace Deuce on Pontos here has about 15 big blinds. As the shortest stack, David, are we feeling confident just putting this in, or actually, sorry, on the final table, we probably just want to, I don't know, mate. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, the blocker value isn't strong enough here with an offsuit ace.
Sure.
Even on the button, I think we just slide this one into the muck.
It doesn't feel high value enough to push yet, right, for that amount of big blinds. Min raising feels catastrophic because we're just going to end up playing too much post flop with a really weak combo.
Yeah, you can raise fold some ace X offsuit, but you actually want both of the cards to be working for you. And like the blinds having a deuce is beneficial for you, so you don't want to have one in your own hand. You could raise fold like an ace six off or something here, but you know, blocking the sixes that'll reshove on you. But
yeah, if we were close to like sort of 10 big blinds here, I guess any ace would do as the shortest stack. What are your thoughts on that?
I'd probably still fold ace deuce off with 10 blinds here, just because of how condensed the stacks are. I don't think we have to panic quite yet. It's still 1 hour blinds. There's a lot of pay jumps going on.
Interesting.
Chips are very valuable to us. So I would still fold it all the way down to maybe like 8 blinds or something. But he does fold it himself on the button, and we get what looks like a fairly boring hand.
Yeah, and obviously if he knew Curses had the ace jack in the big blind, even more reason to avoid.
Roadman says 47 seconds to fold ace deuce off. The man sat there with his stopwatch on, counting how long players are taking to make decisions. You're enjoying the stream, I hope, mate. Put that stopwatch away. You're missing some real quality, old school poker here.
And what's bizarre is that, clearly you have the time. You're writing into chat.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not stopping you from curing cancer. Clearly you've got nothing better to do. Just enjoy the ride.
Are you expecting chat to cure cancer, Joe?
It's possible.
I mean,
could be someone out there.
That would be
That's why I'm hard on chat. It's because I have high hopes for chat. I love chat. I want chat to succeed. I want the best version of you, chat. When me and your mother came to this, I don't know where I'm going with this. Jacks for Harris.
Irish Open was a great success and we cured cancer. I mean, that'd be a great headline.
They're the lads with the bets. Paul's mates. Those lads there. They're Schwen.
Hiya.
They're just there.
Hiya. Hiya.
What, did somebody just drink out of a shoe?
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't had shoe bombs on a British rail for a good while.
Classic shoey.
Give me that smile. Thank you.
We do like the curse's smile. As he folds this time. Somebody's watching the stream.
Somebody's watching the stream on the rail.
This is a fun little flop here for Scarparis, who's defended King 9. Flops top pair. Second pair. And a straight draw and backdoor diamonds for Harris. Harris up and down. Scarparis has a gut shot to the bad end. Four diamonds on the turn. That's a fun one.
Yeah, additional equity for Mr. Harris with the Diamantes.
I think a beautiful one to just find the check back here with. You'd never have any decision on any river really. Makes the hand very simple to play.
And does Scarparis now want to go for value? Nope. Looks like a quick check. Perhaps a little missed opportunity there. Given the action, David.
Yeah, for sure. Like when your opponent's checked back, even though he's under the gun, when he's checked back the turn there, I don't think you're going to be facing too many river raises. So unlikely that you're going to find yourself in the blender. Maybe could have squeezed a couple of blinds out of Brandon there, but just went for the showdown.
So about 33 minutes left on this level, guys, before we go on another break. 7 players remain. Average is still around 32 big blinds, but that distribution is what's going to drive the action here. Michelle, Kareem, Ignotus, Kyrsis, the 2 biggest stacks, 48 and 47 big blinds respectively. Pontus at the bottom with 15 bigs, Wilson around 19, just above. And this is hand number 93 of the session of the day. Kyrsis in the cutoff with ace-7 offsuit.
Give us a smile.
For you, anytime.
That's cute. Let's just start the hand with 30, 40.
40 or something.
Harris just deciding what to do in the big blind here now, facing that open. Open was to 2.1 big blinds.
Ooh, baby.
Well, I wouldn't have liked calling, but I think this is option number 2.
This is different.
Goes for 9 mil. Really, really sizing up here, really trying to leverage some folds.
This is very nice because we do have to go very large here. You have to again think, are we willing to get pocket 10s in pre-flop here for 80 million chips? When we look around the table and we see a 15 million stack and a 19 million stack. So we go for the polarized size because our value range becomes very narrow. That's a nice little pickup from Brandon. Not too many people are willing to take those sort of combos on a huge final table.
And showing a lot of confidence here, man. Really unwavering.
Very impressive.
He's looking very, very good out there on this table.
Laurina.
Action folding over to Umberto. Oh, excuse me, not Umberto. Scarparis.
Starts the hand with about 30 bigs. I think we just want to put in a little steal here. That's just the straight min.
Good boy.
This is an interesting one, Dave. What are your thoughts on the fours now? Opening off of a 30 big blind stack from the button.
Yeah, we can't call this one. This isn't like the other ones where I was saying we don't really want to be out of position. I think it was it pocket eights we had before in a similar situation? Not Brandon, but another player. But we're versus a button opening range here, and we cover on the final table. So there's no ICM pressure on us really as the out of position player here.
King, Queen, 8, top pair, top kicker for Scarparis. Pretty miserable flop for fours.
How much are we allowed to just play fit or fold with the fours here now on King, Queen, 8?
Yeah, they're straight in the bin on this board.
Pretty ABC poker there.
I'm sorry, chat as well. I did mention the letters ICM there. I apologize. Brandon had a pair of fours and he tried to hit his set and he didn't hit it.
It's just this newfangled new age nonsense and I'm just sick of talking about it.
Everyone's always talking about ICM. What about ICP? I'm more of an insane clown posse guy myself.
Huge fan.
You think they know charts?
Are you a juggalo?
Yeah, I'm a juggalo. I got my hatchet and everything.
Sweet.
Fago, delicious.
This is for the juggalos and juggalettes. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah, whoop, whoop. Forgot about that. Ruggieri with ace-10 of diamonds. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's a hand that practically sparkles when you look down at it. Harris in position with Queen Jack.
I would like 25.
Less.
Re-raise.
4 million.
4.5 million.
Goodness gracious me. Man on a tear.
Yeah, Brandon's taking some nice combos here. One thing I will say is you've got to be a little bit careful about frequency, especially once people watch back the stream and see these sorts of combos. Now, I was going to be interested, I don't know if you picked up on anything there, guys, but I was going to be interested to see what Wilson had in this hand as Brandon was 3-betting. Because before Brandon put the chips in the pot, Wilson asked Ruggieri how many chips he had.
Ah.
Brandon hadn't yet put the chips over the line, and Wilson was very interested.
Sure. Yeah, perhaps might be a little bit of a tell, and we can see here now probably a very easy all-in with the AK. And there's already tons of dead money out there as well, which is just lovely when you got a hand like this.
17 million. Gonna leave 0.2 behind.
Gonna leave a smidge.
I mean, these ones are always a little bit silly. You can leave chips behind at times, but like, there's no way you're ever putting 17 million chips in here and folding anything, even if it goes jam, jam, jam. You know, folding and leaving yourself 700,000 chips with 58 million in the middle.
Does it maybe make you look a little bit weaker? Like a hand that you might fold if it went jam, jam, jam?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting infinity to 1 at that point, so you're probably not folding anything anyway, but
right.
Yeah, it's something to do in certain spots. I don't.
Maybe it's just out of habit, right? So
Yeah,
you don't forget to do it when it does matter.
That's a very good argument. Yeah.
Just spotted Conor O'Driscoll on the rail. Yo, Drizzy.
Just a quick reminder of what they're all playing for. We've got 7 players left out of 4,562 total entries. 600,000 euros for the winner. Massive heads-up match should there be no deal, with around 300K difference between second and first. Everyone is now guaranteed $77,500. However, if you don't go out next, you're guaranteed a six-figure payday, starting with $100,000 flat for sixth place.
Our moderator.
Sorry, euros.
Our moderator Tom is asking how many Guinness I've consumed this trip. It's actually not anywhere near as much as you'd think. I've actually been pretty well behaved.
No, it is for me. I've had a lot. I've had a lot of Guinness. I've had many Guinness.
I've had several Guinness, but I've kept it pretty under wraps this trip.
Queen 10 trade, 2 diamonds. Hijack versus big blind. Karam checks. Both players are pretty far from anything fun on this board. So it's going to be check to the aggressor in position and fold. I knew today was going to be a long day so that we couldn't start on the Guinness like around 6, like maybe we do on like a dinner break or something like that. But I said that 8:30 was going to be what I thought would be safe time because we're going to need something to get us through to 5 a.m. And so I was thinking about probably during the next break, which is in 23 minutes, is when I'll have my first taste of Guinness for today.
Sounds good.
Yeah, the pace has slowed down slightly. I think it's to be expected, but partly due to those incorrect graphics we had briefly, I thought this was going to be an explosive final table.
Yeah,
and
right.
From what I imagined, 10-8 suited had just 4-bet jammed on the first hand.
Yeah, we certainly got off to a blinder, even if it was slightly less dramatic than we anticipated with that chip discrepancy.
Smart Clips is back. Still talking about a player that went broke hours ago. Joe had fantastic etiquette. All the dealers have been singing his praises. I heard Joe personally thanked each dealer afterward. I like Wilson's etiquette.
60? Better?
Sure, I think if we all said it,
I think so, man. 45 is too small, you know?
See when we get closer, we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Joe should win an Oscar.
Oh, that was just me.
Exactly.
You got to come back.
Yeah, exactly.
ICM equals International Commentary
I thought
Master.
it was 60 before, and then I
Certainly
thought
not
they
me.
changed it. That's why when I asked him, he said it was 45.
Cursus is great to watch. Like,
done
he's thinking about this. He's not showboating there with a Jack-4
Hey,
off.
what flag has Cursus got, Mr. United Nations?
Lithuania.
Yeah, all right.
I'm not American, Joe.
Oh, it's very clear you're not American. Tell by the lack of.
And you're banned.
The lack of clear bag.
Cut him off. No, he's done. He's done. The mic is off. The mic is off. Get out of here. Get out of here. You gonna get.
I can tell by the fact that you're not in crippling medical debt.
Yeah, the first time a commentator's ever been chat banned. It's a new one.
Scarparis, ace deuce of diamonds. Time to, that rail is getting feisty. I can see it.
Oh dear. Pocket jacks for Pontus. I think I am all in with the Jables.
Yeah, it's go time.
Smart Clips. Agreed. Boring final table. Not sure where it went wrong, but Joe certainly brought a light to it.
And then David Doherty brought the tone down. Great. Just kidding. Ace deuce folds. On to the next hand.
Philson Phillips has great commentary from India, and he's put a little India flag next to the word India just so that Joe knows what country that is.
Just
where is this?
Confirm. YouTube chat.
Isn't the Indian flag a lot like the Irish flag?
Sideways with a wheel on it.
Which is a lot like the Italian flag?
A little bit, but then we're talking about the difference between 500 chips and 100K chips.
Yeah, right, fair enough.
Be quick.
I'm getting carried away here, chat. I need to tone it down. That's 2 insults in 2 minutes. I need to be careful.
Also, Smart Clip seems to be under the impression that only Joe is having a Guinness for some reason, which...
None of us are having a Guinness. Nick, none of us are having a Guinness.
Not me.
Can you hear that wink?
Absolutely. Bing!
None of us.
Bing!
I really gave myself an eye twitch with that. God damn it.
We shan't be getting any Guinea.
Pontos! With the aces of number cards, pocket tens.
Would have liked to have just seen an open here. I think 17.6 is a figure that we don't play any jams with from the hijack. He is just going to pick it up, but you know, his pocket nine's going to call you on the button there. I'm not so sure for that much.
And it just feels like a hand that's got a lot of playability against that sort of inevitable big blind wide defend or whatever. But no, I'm with you. And, you know, of course, let's not forget we have the old min-raise 4 all-ins behind you or whatever, and we can potentially avoid catastrophe, find ladders. That's also probably an important part of the equation.
Yeah.
Pontos. Queen 3 of hearts. Nar. Jack 4 for Karam. Cursus. King 3.
That's right, Fishmonger. Not a single Guinness.
Over to Scarparis. Oh, there they are.
The tens of letter cards.
That's right.
No, the nines of letter cards. No, the tens.
The tens of letter cards. You had it.
Fuck, I should have shut up. The one good joke that I make and then I screw it up.
Commit, mate. Just commit.
Strategy that difficult to... I mean, it's cool you even figured it out the code. Harris could be in some big trouble here. I guess flopping top pair is not super likely and doesn't go too crazy pre-flop. These are two pretty similar stacks. Jack 5 deuce. Ace 9 is drawing virtually dead.
Starts out with the 1/3 continue. And with the blind v blind dynamic, I wouldn't be surprised to see ace 9 continuing here. Just seems like quite a strong hand against what could be a relatively wider range. Queen of spades on the turn. Are you going to continue barreling here, David? I think I probably continue for 6.
I don't mind this as well. If we are going to bet, I agree with you, Nick. But these blind v blind spots are always really tricky. What you've got to be wary of is that if you're out of position and you've raised and you just keep betting, your opponent can just keep calling in position and you learn absolutely nothing about their range.
Sure. Once we see the check here, obviously now our opponent's range becomes a lot weaker.
Yeah.
And certainly now an opportunity to potentially go for more value. We have seen these two play a little bit more cagey against each other. The King 9, Queen Jack encountered just now, for example. But with a hand as strong as aces, Scarparis, how you feeling, buddy?
I want to see if Brandon snap folds here or not, because he does block both straights. He never has ace king though, so he can't raise because Scarparis can just have ace king.
6.5. 6.5 to make you laugh.
But Brandon hero called me in a similar spot in the UK a few months ago. So I think he's capable of it when he's blocking some value hands. He beats every ace high that isn't a stronger hand. He may feel that Scarparis has only got a queen or better for this size
Oh boy.
He is considering it.
Is he a wizard? Is he a payoff wizard? P-O-W. It's reading time.
1 minute, guys.
Yeah, pretty reasonable moment to actually take a pause. Big call. Obviously a pretty heroic one at that.
The thing is, I mean, this might be a better call than a 5. Like if Brandon gets here with a hand like 5-4, even though it's a pair, this might be a better call than that hand. It looks like he has called. I kind of suspected that might happen when I saw the 10 river in particular, but
that is a shift.
Ace.
Harris does Shazam his way into payoff wizardry. Scarparis rakes a 23 million chip pot, putting him to the top of the leaderboard, just ahead of Michelle Karam, while Harris drops to 3rd from the bottom, aka 4th. There's a lot of moaning going on in the chat for stuff that I haven't really witnessed. Am I just oblivious?
No, I think they woke up and chose violence today for some reason.
Yeah.
There was a lot of moaning earlier about us commentating based on being able to see the cards, and it feels like Brandon Harris is getting a lot of feedback on his hand from people who can see that his opponent had aces.
That's strange.
I don't think that was the worst call. I can see the logic behind it.
I don't think that was ridiculous at all, blind v blind, but there you go.
It just depends how capable your opponent is. He did beat every non-paired hand. Now, I think my question would be, is it a spot that generates enough EV that we want to put 6.5 million chips in?
Let me stop you right there. There you go with your newfangled EV.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chat.
I'm sorry.
Bad hero.
To be honest, Nick, like Brandon just looked his man in the eye, and he saw something. He didn't know what it was, but it was there. But he's not going to tell you what it is, but it was there.
Yeah. All right, there has been a 3-bet here, guys. From our second in chips open, 3-bet to 4.6 million. Pierce is finding an option here, and Wilson now king-queen suited in the big blind. Wilson sitting around the 26 big blind mark after putting in the big blind ante and big blind. Wonder if he's considering a little cold 4 scenario here.
It seems cold 4-able.
It's a beautiful combo for it. And Cursus is a man who is going to find light 3-bets.
Do you agree we tell the floor to make the dinner break 60 minutes instead of 45? He put 45. I think it's very little.
But now we
have dinner break. And he said
Dad, it's not enough.
It's little, isn't it? I'm going to ask because he wants.
Absolutely no breaks.
B-R-A-K-E-S or B-R-E-A-K-S?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
No breaks and no breaks.
Got it.
That's the name of my new tournament series I'm launching.
I guess all gas, no brakes. Oh, here we go. Speaking of,
wow.
Vroom, vroom.
This is extremely spicy, and I think it's going to work perfectly.
Oh, yeah? Okay, so you don't have pull either?
I'll try.
I think he's a good kid. You know, he might get it.
He'll definitely get it through.
This is a very sexy cold 4. Gets the job done.
He'll get it through.
That rail's going to be a problem.
Us two was just talking about dinner break, 45 minutes.
Make it an hour?
Yeah.
You guys all up?
Yeah?
Let's make it 2 hours. Let's enjoy ourselves. We'll never be here again.
Let's just change our flights now. Let's add some more events.
If we make
to
it,
the
if we all
Irish Open.
fucking make it.
Yeah, I'll see if we make I've already
The real prize is the friendships. Enjoy yourselves.
One of the guys.
Yeah, we're asking.
We're on a half-hour delay, right?
One of the guys who
We
was
are.
like just
That
being
means
awkward,
we
he just
have half
lost
an hour
the
to join the players.
That's right.
For a Guinness. Before they return to play.
Come on, man.
We can get the chip leader to buy them for us.
Who knows what that'll be? Still 10 minutes left to play in Delay World.
So play continues 7-handed.
In one stack of 10, just so I can count easy. The blue is 10, yeah. This is 10. Thanks. Thanks.
Blind on blind.
Going to see a lot of raise first in here from Wilson, I think, covering Pontos, especially if he's been getting any stream info and sees that maybe he's been playing a little bit risk averse.
2.8.
2.8 to go. So Pontos here, 18 big blinds behind. I feel like we have to defend this one, David. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'd be calling in position here.
Yep.
The old big lick. Now that's an old school reference, right?
Somebody always told me as well it had to be in the right order to call it that too, but
Our graphics won't do it. It always puts the bigger card first.
Even better.
But 96ing is like a more realistic sex position for me. That's when the person in the bed with me doesn't trust me, so we sleep back to back, head to foot.
The top and tail.
Yeah.
Call the floor over to discuss the hour dinner break.
Good luck, man.
I'll try my luck.
And yeah, David, well spotted there. Actually thought we would have seen some continuation, but Pontos playing it snug as you anticipated.
Guys, 60-minute dinner break, okay?
There you go.
Thank you.
It's all about the players here at the Irish Open.
It really is.
Player power.
You can barely get 6 Guinness down in 45 minutes. Let's make it 8 for an hour.
I'm actually kind of sad we're coming to the end of this level. I'm having a whale of a time in here.
Fun.
King Jack suited for Kyrsis. .1 to go. Pontos taking a while here to work it through, but it feels like it's just going to always be a fold, right? What are your thoughts here, David? I feel like this, I'm not saying we just need to snap fold and, you know, we need to like act quickly, but I think this is probably a spot that we're never going to be doing much with.
Yeah, I mean, if it was Curses tanking, I would feel like it was more legitimate, but Pontos has passed up a few easier continues than the ace-4 off there facing UTG Open.
Indeed, yeah.
So it does feel a little bit like he's tanking into the dinner break potentially.
10-8 deuce.
That can be a strategy, by the way. If you're feeling hungry, if you're feeling like you need the loot, you don't feel like you're fully concentrated. Just let's play a hand or two less here.
Button's good.
And was that just a pre-flop situation?
The big blind defended.
Okay.
With
10 high
ace
flop.
5.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted by chat. Easily done today. I love you, chat.
I have to say, after watching him 4-bet shove ace 10 offsuit last night, I didn't think Ignotus Cursus was long for this tournament. Especially when he got called by ace king and got crippled. But he seems to be, I would say alongside Wilson and Harris, someone who's willing to open his ranges a little bit and try and build a little bit of distance. And he nearly has the chip lead right now. It's been very quiet chipping up, but he's nearly caught Scarparis.
Yeah. Now sitting around the 40 big blind mark, and Pontos now on the button with 5 high. Fala.
It can be the case when distribution doesn't favor your opponents that reckless aggression just overperforms in these situations. And I wouldn't say Cursus has done anything reckless really on the final table so far. I know he is capable of it, having watched him last night, but I've got my eye on him right now at this point in the tournament. I think he's the one who's maybe stepping out from the crowd a little bit from what I've seen so far.
Cursus is going to pick that one up. About 2.5 minutes to the next break, guys, which will be a 60-minute dinner break, they've decided.
Yeah, maybe get one more hand in.
King queen in the big blind.
In the big blind.
King queen in the cutoff the last time. Opening into you when you fold. Yeah. No action. I don't mind a fold.
Scarparis is folded. Harris is out. On to Simon Wilson. Ace queen off.
Wilson about 37 bigs here. He's going to start with just the open, I imagine. He's going to make it 2.1 to go.
Sorry.
9 deuce suited for Pontos. Not too much of a decision here, I don't think.
Yeah, that has been somewhat of a theme here for Pontos. A little bit on the slower side, often with hands that aren't necessarily
double down
decisions. It's a big moment for everyone involved, though. I have to add that.
All right, he's tanking to the dinner break. I'm calling it.
Where do the blinds end up after this? Scarparis, I mean.
I don't mind taking a few seconds to balance your timing.
Well, he's reaching for chips, guys.
I will take it all back if he puts chips in the pot.
Right, same.
But I don't think he's going to.
All right, this seems gratuitous with the chip counting now.
Yeah, he's just tanking into the
Is
dinner
there
break.
action at another table we're waiting to see if a ladder presents itself?
Block, please. It's every hand for like 3 days. Man.
Ooh.
Fucking hell.
Ooh.
Yeah, Wilson.
Like if
not
I see
happy.
on the stream that you've no hands, I'm going to clock you every hand after break. This is just ridiculous.
I hope he doesn't watch this one.
What are we doing?
Waste of time.
We still have action though. Queen Force defends in the big blind.
Guys, this is too awkward now. 8-5, 8-6-5. 2 spades.
My time, not yours, okay?
Yeah, you are
Wilson
wasting my time
holding
as well, yeah?
Ooh.
Don't forget that.
Hold.
I just hear blue.
Valid complaint.
Valid. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the completion of this hand, we
I did
will
make
be
a joke.
on
They do
a
things different in
16-minute
Uruguay.
break
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the main event of the Irish Open.
I did make a joke about Greeks tanking on final tables. Panos Mavrotsakis was on mine. He's a friend of mine now, but he was getting a little bit egregious at times with his tanking as well. I don't know if it's a cultural thing or not, but he let me tank. He tanked for 7 minutes at one point in a hand against me on the final table, and my eyes were killing me at the end of it.
So on the flop, Ruggieri has decided to check. Wilson is going to check as well. 4 on the turn does mean Ruggieri becomes the player with the best hand. Do we see a lead now? He's going to lead small. I don't know if this is a bit too small for my liking, though, D-Doc. Like, you know, I think having a lead here is reasonable, but are we saying that we have 8-7, or are we saying that we have...
Well, the issue is that...
2 pair plus, I'm not, you know...
The issue is that Wilson checked back the flop, so he strips himself of a fair amount of value that would be willing to run it for Ruggieri's 15 blinds here. So I think we actually can bet this size. We can have 2 sizes. We can go very small and just have these little protection bets with 1 pair hands, sometimes with 2 pair hands. Maybe throw a little 9-7 in there sometimes. But yeah, we can also choose the larger size and try and get paid with our stronger value hands. But I think this is totally fine.
I think the fact there's a 1 card straight out on the board also changes things quite considerably as well, to your points. Jack of Hearts on the river, no change in equities. Well, obviously change in equity for 100% for Ruggieri. What I mean is no change in the strength of the 2 hands. And now, how do we proceed from here? 9.3 million in the middle. Ruggieri first to act in the big.
I'm intrigued to see what happens here, because it looks like Ruggieri's just going to bet again and maybe protect his range a little bit. This is something where he isn't sure whether he's value betting or bluffing right now. But it's going to help him out considerably in this spot, because if he checked and capped himself, Wilson may have realised he was quite low down in his range and turned ace-queen into a bluff. As it is, I think Ruggieri can value bet 2 pair for this size, and maybe even as weak as a good 8. So I think we will just see a tank fold from Wilson. We may well have seen Wilson win the pot had Ruggieri checked the river.
He bets 2.2 into a pot of 9.3, so this feels very in the sort of blocker size category. You know, you'd like to imagine he's capable of doing this with the 7 to try and induce once in a while, which is certainly an option. But some players would never play their 7 like this, for example. And knowing your customer, I think, is very relevant here.
It's like I said, I don't know whether Ruggieri knows whether he's value betting or bluffing, because I feel like he could potentially get Wilson to fold like an ace-6 here.
Good old-fashioned merge.
Yeah, but it's interesting in the sense that it has accidentally made the hand very easy for him to play. I don't want to do him a disservice. I don't want to use it. I'll retract the word accidentally, because it has put Wilson in a very tricky spot.
Like that one time he accidentally called with King Jack and he had the best hand?
Yeah. I mean, I think Ruggieri's well aware that he can still have a straight for the size. He can still have 2 pair for the size. It's just a matter of whether we chuck a hand like this in there as well.
These are interesting spots, though, aren't they? Because you just feel like ace-queen is such a strong hand, and like usually we don't want to turn strong hands into bluffs, but given the action, it doesn't feel like we're going to be able to get the showdown. Or, yeah, what if he just makes this like 9 million to go?
Yeah, I mean, Wilson can still have ace-7 in his range.
Yeah,
He can
for
still
sure.
have pocket sevens. He might even be able to have king-7 suited.
Absolutely.
Maybe even 8-7 suited. It's not like he's uncapped himself, although he is going to show up with this type of hand a lot more often, I feel.
I think you're right.
And I'm slightly concerned now that he's taken so long that it's harder to pull the trigger. But I don't think he's thinking about calling. And he proves me wrong.
He does, in fact, call. And another ace-high hero call gone wrong to close out the level. Ruggieri, yeah, going to be a little amped after that. And Ruggieri needed that pot.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now on a 60-minute break with 54 minutes remaining on the main event of the 2025 Irish Open. 600K will go to the winner of this event. We are down to our final 7 players. 7th will take home.
Thank you, Phil. Taking us into the dinner break. These are the current chip stacks. Everything a little more shallow now. Coming back with bigger blinds and antes. Giorgio Scarparis out in front with 38 bigs. Not a huge difference between first, second, and third. Umberto and Pontos, the 2 shortest stacks. Pontos getting a little bit of a talking to. We're going to let them go cool off at dinner. We're going to do the same. More from the Irish Open when we return.
This is it, the final table of EPT London. Down to the floor, and Joe Stapleton.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 101st EPT event in this, the 11th season of the European Poker Tour from the center of the world, London, England. Let's meet the final 8. Seat 1 has already made the biggest live score of his life from France, Jonathan Bensadoun.
Jonathan is dedicating his final table appearance to his friend Bruno Bard, who died earlier this year.
C2 is a hometown legend from the United Kingdom, Jake Cody.
Jake's last EPT final table, the season 9 grand final.
Seat 3 is shooting for legend status as well, as he is also attempting to win his second EPT title. Kevin McPhee.
Kevin won the EPT Berlin main event 2 months after Jake won his title in 2010.
Seat 4, he is an EPT reg who could potentially double his lifetime live earnings today. Art Corin.
He's an online qualifier. His biggest live cash to date, 56K.
Seat 5 has friends and family railing him here and at home. From Dublin, Ireland, Kevin Killeen.
He won UK IPT Dublin early this year, wearing the same hat.
Seat 6 is the short stack. Just a few weeks ago, he won 3 online tournaments in one night. Pablo Gordillo!
He also came fourth in EPT Vienna earlier this year, winning more than €250,000.
Seat 7 is the chip leader, so it should be no surprise that he is from Germany, Sebastian Pauli.
He's massive chip leader. This is his 5th EPT and his 3rd cash on the tour.
Seat 8, his previous best result was a win in a 1K side event in Barcelona, so this probably supersedes that. Jakub Mroczek.
He won his seat via a live satellite and he's been amongst the chip leaders since day 4.
Good luck, everyone. Dealer Daniela, keep calm and shuffle up and deal.
It's away. Today's the day we crown another champion on the European Poker Tour. Blinds 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Kevin Killeen first to speak, and he's got kings under the gun. Raise coming. He makes it 85,000. Action folded around to Jake Cody, and he's got ace queen.
Oh boy, this could get uglier for Jake Cody than Willem Dafoe and drag.
No re-raise from Jake, just a call on the button.
I do like the just call with how deep they are.
Art Corrin also has a queen. Queen Jack in the big blind.
Getting pretty good pre-flop pot odds, but his hand is pretty much in jail.
He calls as well. We go three-way to the flop. Colleen, roughly a 2-to-1 favorite. Well, that's a gut shot for Corrin. Colleen's king still way out in front.
Yeah, look at that. Things not so bad for Queen Jack all of a sudden, though.
No c-bet from Colleen. He's checked the action to Jake.
I'm fine with a no c-bet, believe it or not. The only problem is that there are lots of bad turn cards.
So Jake takes over the betting lead, 160,000.
He must have heard me calling him dad face most of the tournament. Today he's dressed like Sandy from the end of Grease. Sure, I could have said Danny, but I went with Sandy.
Looks like Corrin's calling with his gut shot.
Kevin's hand obviously way too strong to fold, but he can't really like this action.
He calls as well, so we're still three-way as we go to the turn.
On the rail, Liv Barry, Olashemian, and Olashemian's two guns.
It's a 6, which doesn't change anything. Corrin checks.
Given the flop action, this could very well check around.
Colleen checks again. Yeah, no second bet from Jake. He checks behind.
Do you think that's the real Iron Man?
Queen on the river, that's top pair for Corrin and Cody, but Colleen's overpair is still good.
Oh man, worst river ever for those two. Not even a great river for Colleen, actually, even though he's still winning.
He's counting out a value bet. 380,000 into a pot of nearly 800,000. So what's Jake gonna do here?
Even though we know Jake has the worst hand, folding here would actually be pretty close to being a bad fold in the long run. He might actually be winning here more often than he's losing. He's also got Art Corrin to worry about behind him. Even still, a fold here would be incredible.
He does fold!
Wow! Again, wow.
Can Art Corrin get away from his queen? No, he pays off Kevin Killeen.
Oh man, that's going to be rough watching this back, seeing Jake fold a much better hand and then calling with his. Hail to thee, Jake Cody.
Killeen chips up to the delight of his rail. And what a read by Jake Cody. He's third in chips, behind Kevin Killeen, who just increased his stack to 3.1 million. But Sebastian Paoli is still commanding chip leader with 6.1 million. Blinds are up, 25.50. Kevin McPhee folds, as does Art Corrin. Kevin Killeen with ace queen. He's in the hijack, and he raises to 105,000. Pablo Gordillo is out. Sebastian Paoli on the button has kings.
Oh man, these are going around like a case of man flu.
Ace Queen versus Kings round 2. Well, that's a 3-bet from Paoli. He's made it 275k. Action back on Killeen.
Not a spot where a dude's usually folding. Or ever.
Sure enough, Kevin Killeen in his lucky hat calls.
And sure enough, King's still a huge favorite over Ace Queen.
Killeen out of position without the betting lead with the worst hand. Oh, hang on a sec. Top pair and the nut flush draw. He's actually a statistical favorite, even though Paoli still has the best hand right now.
That is a sexy flop for Kevin Killeen, and he could be going for a check raise.
Paoli continues for 250,000.
Killeen's hand is certainly strong enough to check raise, but he might actually realize it'll be tough to get all the chips in the middle as a really big favorite. He's usually going to be a coin flip, just like now.
He just calls.
And by just calling, Heron's a little deception as well.
Near enough 1.2 million in the middle. Board pairs on the turn, the 6 of spades. Killeen checks for a second time.
Paoli should definitely keep betting.
Here comes the second barrel. That is 425,000. Does Colleen raise now?
If he does, it's generally more of a semi-bluff than a value shove.
Once again, it's just a call.
Huge pot.
2 million in the middle. 10 of spades on the river. That's a brick for Colleen. He checks.
It's kind of scary that Colleen's stationed the whole way, but I think there's too much value in this spot to check behind. I think Colleen's going to have a lot of missed draws.
Powley does check behind.
Free showdown.
Colleen with top. Powley with the overpair. Adds more than $1 million to his stack. Well, Kevin Killeen won all those chips from Jake Cody and Art Corrin. He just lost them all to the chip leader.
He's taking them back. He's taking them all back.
Have you got what it takes to make an EPT final table? You can qualify for a European Poker Tour main event at PokerStars.com. It's been an up and down start for Kevin Killeen here at the PokerStars.com EPT London final table, but during the break he managed to steady the ship, eliminating Pablo Gordillo in 8th place. And now, he's in the zone.
He's quite confident. I find with Kevin that he goes very quiet and he is concentrating on what he's doing, and that's the zone he needs to be in.
But it's still German student Sebastian Powley who possesses the commanding chip lead. And straight back to the action, we have another all-in. Powley's fellow countryman Art Corrin has called Jonathan Benzadoon's shove, and it's ace-queen versus kings again.
Jeez, this table's seen more kings than all of English history. Okay, well, maybe not that many, but a lot.
Benzadoon has hit a queen, so he's now got 5 outs. Looking for another queen or an ace, and he needs to see it on the river, or he will exit in 7th.
Are kings gonna hold again?
Martin Finger among the pros on Art Corrin's rail. The river is a deuce. Kings do hold again.
Good game.
And Jonathan Benzadoon is eliminated.
So, no Spanish champ here in London, no French champ here in London, and with 2 of 6 left in the field, you gotta like Germany's chances.
Also a decent chance of a 2-time champ.
I like this Art kid, but there's only one Corrin in my book, and that's Vicky. Art should change his name to something original, like Garfunkel.
Blinds right now are 30,000, 60,000, with a 10,000 ante. Jake Cody's under the gun. He's got 4s. That's a raise to 125k. Kevin McPhee folds his hand. Ace-king for Art Corrin.
Jake Cody is a pretty loose, aggressive player, so I think you're going to be 3-betting him most of the time. The only issue is that he did raise under the gun, so sometimes he's going to have you in worse shape than most of the Clump family.
That's a re-raise. A 3-bet to 285,000. Colleen folds the button. Powley, Marotchek fold the blinds.
I'm all in.
A shove and a call, and we've got a race on our hands. And it's a race the hometown hero needs to win to keep his 2-time hopes alive.
Pretty standard the way it played out, but I do think Jake's only making that shove if he expects he's going to get Art to fold like 10s and maybe even jacks sometimes.
There's a 4.
It is good to be Jake Cody.
How many is that? 3 of them. That is 3. That's 3 of them.
If you're wondering what that guy's deal is, it's beer.
Oh.
Got outs.
Art Corrin has 4 outs. Jake has to fade a king or a 9 on the river, and his partner Alex looks super stressed. Jake doubles up.
Jake's never seen those guys before in his life, but he has seen an EPT trophy before, and he might be seeing another one today.
He's now playing 4.7 million. Well, there's still around £1.5 million in play, with a third of that going to the eventual winner. Plus, the prestige of being an EPT champ, something that both Jake Cody and Kevin McPhee have already experienced. Blinds are now 40-80. Action fold around to Jake in the small blind. King, queen of diamonds. It's Kevin McPhee's big blind.
Getting both barrels of cowboy face right now.
Jake's raising to 200,000.
Small versus big. This is definitely a raise with the intent of calling it off if Kevin shoves.
Ace 3 of hearts for McPhee.
All in.
He does shove. And Jake calls. We've got champ on champ action.
I'm all in.
And at risk.
This is a cooler.
Jake Cody not that far behind with 2 live cards and a live suit. But McPhee flops big. Cody's out's reduced.
This is a ridiculously tense spot. These two can barely look at each other.
McPhee pairs his 3. Same outs needed for Jake Cody. A king or a queen, but not the king or queen of hearts. It's the 5 of spades. That's a double up for McPhee.
Easy game. Pretty much no other way that hand was going to play out.
So the 2 former EPT champions are pretty much level in chips now. 2.9 million for Cody, 2.7 million for McPhee. Jake is second on the leaderboard. Kevin is third in chips. Sebastian Powley looks like he's running away with this. So how's Jake's girlfriend coping with all of this drama?
It's more nerve-wracking than anything when he's in a hand. You just try to stay calm on the outside, but on the inside your heart's really like going off like that, like really badly. But I mean, he's better at it than anybody I know, so he's pretty calm throughout, no matter what the cards are, no matter what his hands are. He's a pretty calm guy.
Jake's as cool as the other side of the pillow.
Another all-in. Jakub Marocek at risk with ace-8, called by Kevin Killeen with 10s.
He is gonna need some help.
Marocek was down to just 12 big blinds, but this is a virtual all-in for Killeen, who only has 4 bigs behind. No help for Marocek on the flop.
So far, so good today, with the best hands holding up.
Marocek down to 3 outs. Needs an ace on the river. It's a 10. Jakub Marocek eliminated in 6th place, cashing for more than 100 grand.
Torino's his online handle, but his hat's name is Jelly Beans.
So 5 remain in the quest for the EPT 11 London Trophy. Killeen not going to play this hand. Powley's out. It's Jake Cody's button. He's got Queen Jack of clubs. He raises to 200k. Kevin McPhee has ace-8 of hearts.
All in.
And he's all in again. Art Corrin in the big blind folds. It's back on Jake.
Account, please. It's 1.7 million.
I think this is a fold, dudes. To make a call here, you'd have to think Kevin would be shoving lighter than a supermodel's lunch. Pretty much all his shoving hands are better than this. And Jake's got a hand that's going to be dominating very, very rarely. I assume he's going to think about this for a second and then fold. Not even getting 2 to 1.
Looking very serious.
Well, he is, but he's always looking serious. That's the same look on his face as when he's watching South Park.
Wow, Jake calls!
We got another ace high versus live card situation, and all the serious faces are warranted.
Kevin McPhee ahead, but at risk. And several UK pros on Jake's rail, including Sam Grafton and Neil Farrell. Cody's flopped a big draw.
As far as flops go, where you don't hit anything, that's a pretty good one.
Kevin now with a flush draw.
Well, at least somebody's having fun.
The river is the Jack of Hearts, a flush for McPhee. He doubled up, guys.
You lost, bro. You can't even see we lost that coup.
Jesus Christ.
You don't even know a flush beats a
Glad I didn't celebrate at least.
Awkward.
That's it.
I would be losing it at my rail right now, but Jake Cody, he is like the Fonz. And what's Fonzie like? He's cool.
We're down to 5 at the final table of the PokerStars.com EPT London main event. Before the break, Jake Cody took a huge hit in a pot against Kevin McPhee. At this point, the thought of winning a second title must be at the forefront of both their minds.
To win my second EPT would be a huge accomplishment. I mean, EPT's been a big part of my life for 5 or 6 years now.
You've got to think that the former winners have the advantage, really. They've been there, they've done it.
My experience is probably an advantage at the table because I've been there before.
This is huge. This is going to be part of history. This is the EPT title. This is so prestigious. This is the best thing you can win in tournament poker.
In the words of Jack Black, it's prestigious! And also, skadoosh.
Powley's still the big chip leader. Cody with only 12 big blinds.
Yeah, how about that Sebastian Powley just quietly bossing it over there?
I'm all in.
Jake shoving from the cutoff with King Jack.
How much is it?
1.25.
McPhee has a pair.
I call.
And he puts Jake at risk. The blinds fold, so we're off to the races.
Like pizza versus French fries, both pretty good.
This is their third clash. Breathe, Alex.
Look, Jake.
Begrudging, but still classy.
It's the first time Jake's been at risk. He pairs his jack and takes the lead.
It's a good flop.
This time it's okay to cheer, guys. You know what? Okay, forget it.
2 outs for McPhee. Chopportunities emerge on the turn.
Heart?
It is a heart. It's a chop pot. And everyone loves a chop pot.
Alex learned that exhale in Lama's class, I bet.
Leather jackets for everyone on the rail if he wins this.
He can't be having better lines than me. Get him out of here.
That's really funny.
Agreed.
Great atmosphere at this final table. Blind still 5,100. And pocket queens for Kevin McPhee.
Jeez, this table keeps picking up more monsters than a cab driver in Monstropolis. That's one for the kids.
Mike Wazowski. Colleen on the button. Passes. Powley's out. Jake has King 10 of diamonds.
Easy defend for Jake, but probably not a shove against an under-the-gun raise.
He only has 12 big blinds. But he does defend.
Look at Kevin. He is gearing up for a battle.
1.1 behind?
A little more, but yeah.
Champ versus champ, round 4. And Cody flops trips.
Flops better than a fat guy in a swimming pool.
Jake checks.
And I think Kevin checks behind here a lot. I don't think there's a ton of hands he's beating that will give him the action he wants here. Nope.
A C-bet from McPhee of 230,000.
Now that he has bet, if Jake jams, Kevin's got to call.
I'm all in.
Jake shoves.
I call.
And Kevin calls.
Dang.
You king? Yep. That's hand.
Great spot for Jake.
Cody, bring us up to speed, will you?
Got a king. Queens.
Cody's a 93% favorite to double up and get back into the game.
Kevin's got to be pretty tilted at just how lucky Jake's gotten on this flop. 1 king would have probably been scarier than 2.
McPhee has 2 outs. The turn is a queen!
That look, though.
Jake Cody now set to bust in 5th, unless a Jack 10 or the Case King hits the river. He's got 7 outs. He doesn't hit.
Game, Jake. Unlucky, man.
That was a brutal turn.
Jake Cody's bid for a second EPT title ends here.
That is the thing about tournament poker. All these guys but one is going to walk out of here a bit disappointed.
And Kevin McPhee is now second in chips, but Sebastian Paoli has almost double his stack. The other German, Art Corrin, is the shorty with 18 big blinds, while Jake cashes for nearly 134k.
Obviously very disappointed. I've always got my eye on number 1, but you know, I did win a big flip earlier, so I can't complain too much, but it would have been nice to finish Kevin off. You know, I had him all in a few times, like pretty much a flip, so it's unfortunate, but you know. I think Sebastian's probably playing the best, but I'm personally rooting for Kevin. Colleen.
Nice work specifying.
Well, Colleen has shoved on Art Corrin.
This would be a pretty big race, but Eights has got to call.
He does call, and here we go, another coin flip.
Good luck, bud.
That was a big shove for Queen Jack, but if Art thought that long with 8s, he might have ditched hands like 4s, 5s, 6s.
Here comes the flop. And there's a queen. Colleen moves in front.
Blinds are high. Gotta win your flips.
8.
It's a 10, so Art Corrin is down to 5% equity. He needs to see an 8 on the river, or we are down to 3. It's a jack.
Colleen looks like he doesn't even believe it.
Art Corrin cashes in 4th place for £169,000.
He's a good kid, and I think we're going to see him back deep in a tournament very soon. Plus, he's German, so it's pretty much in our charter.
Interested in looking at numbers?
What does Sebastian say?
Interested in looking at numbers?
We can look. We can look, definitely.
Yeah, can we pause the clock to have a look at numbers, please?
So a 3-way deal has been suggested. Paoli's got nearly half the chips in place, so he'll probably look for a straight chip shot, but the Kevins will probably be looking for the ICM method, which places more value on the short stacks. And at this point, each player can bring one advisor to the table.
There's no way we can't ask for the chip leader for money. He's played weak the whole final table. He's obviously scared. Like, he's not like in this spot at all.
Let's just play.
It's ICM calculations, yeah?
Yeah, what? I don't know what's going on.
All right. two phones there.
This is a exact chip chop, okay? I can also do an ICM.
I want to see ICM.
ICM is different, yeah?
I want to see ICM.
I'm not taking ICM. I'm just saying I'm not taking ICM, so you can...
Okay, we're not going to deal with that.
All right, then let's just play.
I'm not taking ICM. If you're not going to take ICM, there's no... Okay. Let's move on then.
Yeah, that's all good. Here, take your beer back. I got break in 15.
So you're saying that brain trust couldn't come to a deal? Huh. Even with the Riddler there leading the discussion? Huh. Play on, players.
Blind still 5,100. Three-handed action at the EPT London final table. An ace-jack for Kevin McPhee on the button.
Solid.
Raises to 200,000.
Bryn Kenny approves.
Powley with ace-queen.
Ruh-roh.
This looks like a re-raise from the chip leader. He 3-bets to 550,000.
Kevin, despite being dominated, is in position, so he could just call here, which is probably better than 4-betting than folding.
Oh, McPhee going back for more. A 4-bet to 1.28 million.
Now, since Kevin is 4-betting, he's probably doing it with the intent of snapping a shove. Ace-Jack is probably too strong a hand to turn into a bluff, which is basically what he'd be doing if he 4-bet folds.
There's the shot from Powley. Kevin has not snap called.
Yeah, it looks like he was not expecting this at all. Powley looking pretty comfortable. Maybe some live reads will come into play now.
It's going to cost Kevin everything he's got to call here.
Looking slightly less comfortable now. This is the first hand we've seen these two play together.
And obviously a tough spot for the former champ.
Look, I know I said Kevin should be snapping, but he knows something is up here, and we're talking about a lot of money between third and second and first. And he can still fold here and have 41 big blinds.
Time.
Oh, wow. Powley's called the clock on him.
Whoa. I know we need to start calling the clock more in general, but this is a weird time to be getting started.
Hey, Kevin, clock has been called. You have 1 minute to make a decision, and I'll count down the last 10 seconds for you.
Thank you, Big Nick.
And I think after all this, Kevin's going to get away from it. I think the little teeny tiny signs are pointing to Powley being stronger than Ace-Jack here. In Powley's mind, he knows if Kevin hasn't beat here, he's called already. And he may be broadcasting that.
McPhee lays it down.
Good fold, Kevin.
I don't think I've taken any time, any decision this entire final table.
No, except for that one.
I'll call the clock on first time I do.
It's a good point, but he can call the clock whenever he wants.
Meanwhile, he extends his already commanding chip lead.
It feels great to be a chip leader at an EPT final table. It's just a dream come true. I did not expect to get this far. Actually, I booked my flight for today. I thought that it's a good day to book the flight, and then if I make the final table, it's only 200 euros. I can't really recall any bad day over the whole tournament. Hit a lot of flops, many good cards, so people might think that I'm more aggressive than I really am. I'm just playing my game as I would play online. So I have to concentrate, focus, and just think that it's just a poker tournament like any other tournament. I feel very confident right now. I've played well, I've run well, and that feels really good.
He's running like a fine German automobile. He's a far from spewing.
Blinds are now 61-20, which means Kevin Killeen has fewer than 20 big blinds. Ace-7 of diamonds.
All in.
He is shoving.
This is a big shove, but it's probably the right one.
Ace-Queen for McPhee.
I call.
I take it back.
So Kevin Killeen at risk and dominated.
Calling there is more obvious than the ending to the movie The Village, only just not terrible.
I quite liked it.
Let me guess which two shirts are here for the Irish guy.
Good luck, Kevin.
We got this. We got this.
I actually really like both these Kevins.
Easy game.
It is an easy game when you flop a 7.
I'd settle down. Kevin McPhee's been running really good on the turn.
It's an ace.
8 or queen?
Colleen has to fade an 8 or queen on the river to survive. It's a queen!
Wounded rail.
Game, Kevin.
Kevin Colleen out in third.
I really did like this kid. Who says you gotta dress like a cowboy or a computer nerd to be good at poker? Sometimes you can dress like an 8-year-old Rastafarian snowboarder goth. Nice.
And then there were 2.
Kevin? Kevin? You want to talk numbers now or not?
No. I don't know why you didn't just take ICM before.
Because it's not fair. It's not fair for the big stake.
Man.
Why don't you take chip chop then?
Well, because ICM is fair. ICM
No,
is
it's
standard
not.
in tournaments. So. Yeah, no deal. Yeah, let's play.
Fight! Fight! Fight!
Deal denied. We're now heads up. Will the former champ win his second title? Or will the German chip leader continue to dominate? We're heads up at the PokerStars.com EPT London main event, where our finalists, Sebastian Pauli and Kevin McPhee, have already locked horns.
Time.
I don't think I've taken any time in any decision. Clock on first time I do.
Things then went from bad to worse.
Kevin, you want to talk numbers now or not?
No. Yeah, I don't know why you didn't just take ICM before.
Because it's not fair for the big stake.
Yeah, no deal.
The EPT veteran aims to stay focused as he goes for the double.
Hopefully my opponent will make mistakes and I can capitalize on those. But I haven't seen Sebastian make any mistakes the whole tournament.
While the chip leader wants to show us there's a new kid on the block.
I don't think that it's intimidating playing against former EPT champions. There are no friends at the poker table.
The trophy and a difference in prize money of nearly £200,000 on the line.
Sebastian Pauli only made one mistake. He called the clock on Kevin McPhee and he let him live. All right, I may be overstating the importance of that, but it's going to look great on the poster.
Well, Pauli has a 2-1 chip lead over McPhee. Kevin raising here with 8-9.
Yep, sure, heads up. Let's do this. Raise them all.
Pauli with 7-4 of clubs. And that's a re-raise. A 3-bet to 845,000.
Interesting and fine re-raise. Sometimes you get folds, other times you got a loose little goose you can turn into a funky chicken.
Okay. McPhee calls. He'll play the flop in position. And that flop gives McPhee top pair. Second pair for Pauli.
Hard to make a pair heads up. Both guys are going to think they have the best hand most of the time. Pauli can safely continue knowing most unpaired hands missed. Just not the one Kevin has.
Into a pot of 1.7 million, he bets 800,000. And Kevin calls. He's a 4-1 favorite here. Strike that, reverse it. Pauli turns 2 pair.
That 4 is a bit of a golden ticket.
Pauli slows down, he checks. And McPhee checks behind.
Nice check back from Kevin, maybe fearing a check raise.
A queen on the river.
Nice river for Pauli. Kevin will have caught up a bit sometimes.
He's going for value. 2.2 million, that's more than 2/3 pot.
This is a pretty gross spot for Kevin. Top pair on the flop is going to be good so often. However, this is not a great line to take as a bluff, and maybe Kevin will recognize that and figure Pauli's going to have a queen most of the time?
Good call.
McPhee calls. And loses a huge one.
Somewhat understandable. Pauli's not really supposed to have a queen there very often, and he's not supposed to have better even less often than that.
Guess I should have raised the flop, eh?
No.
You understand, sir?
I think at least part of him means that.
Should have raised the flop. Oh well.
Kevin's tilting super hard, but at least he looks pretty cool while he's doing it.
So Pauli extends his chip lead. And check shirt dude is loving it.
I've seen plenty of Kevins make comebacks bigger than this. Hello, Home Alone?
McPhee's on the ropes right now.
320.
He's raising with ace-6 suited. Pauli has ace-4.
All in.
He shoves on McPhee.
Yeah, I call.
And Kevin calls.
With the way they're stacked, this is just what's supposed to happen. Chips fall where they may. Oh my God, they shot Kenny. Pauli's rail gets the reference.
And Pauli knows that Kevin has a decent chance of doubling up here. 2 spades on the flop.
Kevin McPhee expected to double up before the flop. He's probably really expecting it now.
He can only lose if the 4 of clubs or 4 of diamonds hits. Plenty of chop opportunities now.
3? Is there a 3 in there? 3 spades, yeah.
The river is the 3 of spades.
Right then.
No way.
Did I say the 3 of spades? I think I did.
Okay.
3 of spades, though.
Yeah.
That was like ESP. That was like when Kevin McAllister knew Joe Pesci wasn't really a cop.
Kevin McPhee gets the double up.
Well, now they're almost back to where they started. Kevin's making a stand against the Wet Bandits.
Blinds at 80,000 and 160,000. Ace-10 for McPhee. That's a raise. Ace-Queen for Pauli.
Oh, boy.
He re-raises. Makes it 860,000.
With how aggressive Pauli's been pre-flop, I don't think it's ever not going in here. Kevin may just take his time because he wants to make sure he gets called by worse. There's only one thing Kevin can say here. This is my button. I have to defend it.
Mullen.
I call.
All in and a call, and this could be it.
McPhee knows it's bad when he gets called so fast.
If ace-queen holds, we have a winner.
5.5 to start the hand. Ace-10.
Pauli is a wreck.
Jack, King, Queen. I'm feeling that.
If McPhee sucks out, he'll have the chip lead. Pauli still ahead on the flop.
Diamonds?
Yep, diamonds are also a thing. Backdoor. Sound advice.
It's a diamond! Kevin now has a ton of outs. But unless it's a king 10, 6-4 or diamond on the river, McPhee will be denied a second title, and Sebastian Pauli will be crowned champion.
This poor Pauli kid may not make it, whether he wins or loses.
Just one card.
The river card is an 8. Sebastian Pauli ships it! The student from Dortmund is an EPT main event champion.
I have to admit it, I'm a little gutted for Kevin McPhee, but I am super happy for this kid. This finish. It's why people watch the EPT.
It's all right ripping that much to Ace-10, huh? I mean, he 3-bet.
3-bet. For what?
Great to watch the former champs go the distance and new talent win massive amounts of money.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved. He beat a tough opponent, a former champ, to win the title, the trophy, and nearly £500,000.
Sebastian, buddy, congratulations. You're obviously a little overcome with emotion right now. Did you think it was going to affect you this much?
Kind of expected it because yesterday when I backed in the chip lead, I almost started crying. It just means so much to me. I can't even tell you how happy I am right now.
Do you think that what's the reason for all this emotion? Is it just that all your friends are here? Is it the money? Is it the title?
It's the title. I mean, I've always watched the coverages of EPTs. It's a dream come true. When I entered the tournament, obviously I had in mind that I could actually win this tournament. I'm thinking day to day, my goal is just to reach the final table with as many chips as possible.
Sebastian Pauli!
I was overwhelmed going into the last day as chip leader, but also very happy. Lots of friends are supporting me, and that feels very good.
Mullen.
I call.
All in and a call, and this could be it. If ace queen holds, we have a winner. Pauli still ahead on the flop. It's a diamond. Kevin now has a ton of outs.
Just one card.
Sebastian is an EPT main event champion.
It's a title. It just means so much to me. I can't even tell you how happy I am right now. It's a dream come true.
A dream has become reality here in London. Next time, millionaires will be made in the Bahamas at PCA 2015.
Recently signed with PokerStars in a role as an ambassador, but mainly as a live events advisor. So that will mean that I will be helping the PokerStars live events team by organizing their live events, and that will be by giving feedback on schedules, structures, payouts, rake, trying to be innovative with new events. Also working as a player liaison, so trying to bridge the gap between the player and the organizer. Like if players have ideas, suggestions, or complaints, they will always be able to come to me, and I will gather all that feedback and see how in the future we can make the PokerStars events that are already amazing, in my opinion, even better than they already are.
I have a couple of follow-up questions to that. One is that I am not a person that takes suggestions very well. I think you have to be the sort of person that's well suited for it. Being an administrator on the poker side of things, you're constantly getting suggestions, criticism, complaints. You kind of have to not have a very big ego to have a job like that, or at least you have to fake it. What is your sort of defense mechanism when people come to you with criticism and stuff? Do you take it well?
Yeah, I will try to take it well, and of course, where possible, we will try to listen to the players and implement the changes that they are requesting. But yeah, especially like in poker, it's always hard to please everybody. Of course, I might say, okay, we pay 15% of the field, that's fine, and Joe might say, well, I'd rather pay 10%, and James might say, well, I want to have 5% paid or 12.5% paid or whatever. So you cannot always please everybody. Some people like fast structures, some people like more slower structures, some people want to have late reg open until we're almost in the money. Other people want to have it cut off after 2 levels. You always have to come to a compromise, of course, whenever you organize an event, and try at least that the majority of the players can find themselves in the way you're running the events, of course.
When Joe talks about being not necessarily open to criticism and suggestions, I guess the key question is, how open to criticism and suggestions is Toby Stone? Do you have a good relationship with Toby?
Yeah, I have a good relationship with Toby. Toby and I, even before I started this role, we would frequently have a few words at the EPT, or like exchange, not having words, like not having a discussion, but like exchanging some ideas at EPTs, for example. And I already would give sometimes a little bit my feedback to see where things can be improved. And Toby is definitely always open to listen to some of that feedback. But it is true, I will work closely, together with Toby, who is the global TD for PokerStars.
In your opinion, what are the biggest issues pressing that you want to start working on? Even if it's not with us, what do you think as an industry as a whole are like the most important subjects we should be tackling, prioritizing?
I've always been a big advocate for, having late reg not open for too long and limited the amount of re-entries that are possible. Because I do play a lot of live poker around the globe as well. And what I see very often is that operators, they would extend late registration and as long as possible, they would have unlimited re-entries. And from a business point of view, I obviously understand, I get it, because with every entry that you generate, there's always a fee attached to it, and that fee goes to the organizers and the staff. So if you're running an event like in the poker room in a casino, and at the end of the month, like you have to give all your numbers to the boss. You can say, hey, look, we had this many entries, which is of course nice. But I always want to protect the recreational player, and by having unlimited re-entry and late registration open very long, we're not doing that as an industry as a whole. I think re-entries, like, I've seen a positive change recently, albeit rather slightly. But there's more operators now that would throw in a freeze out on their schedule that would, or at least limit the amount of re-entries. For me, I think every tournament can have pretty much a single re-entry. I think that is fine, especially I'm talking about live poker here.
Especially if you're talking about protecting recreationals. It seems like a lot of recreationals are okay with one re-entry. Most people, they drive all the way to the casino, they get a hotel room, they want to be able to get back in.
Yes, yeah.
I think it's the compromise which everyone is pretty much on board with.
Yeah, even because, let's say for a main event, even like a single re-entry, okay, that is fine. Even if a qualifier might not have the budget or the abilities to re-enter that specific event, I think one re-entry is fine, because there are players, as you say, like they make a travel effort to go to the event. You have a reasonable amount of cost, and to offset those costs, of course, a little bit, you want to make some volume while you're playing. But you can also do that by having more side events, for example. The operators would say, well, we don't have the capacity to organize any side events because our main event is full. Well, yeah, your main event has a limited re-entry. If it wouldn't have a limited re-entry, you would have more tables available, and you could organize a side event. So like those are the things that I'm trying to improve. Or like, at least that's like sort of like my goals. Although with the PokerStars events, like for example, if we're looking at the EPT, the majority of the tournaments are already limited to one re-entry, or one re-entry per flight at least. So I think that's a good thing. Like, I'm currently playing here at the World Series of Poker. I think they're doing a good job as well. Like most events are as well, like single re-entry or sometimes maybe a double re-entry, and the unlimited re-entry are rather limited. I think they're only at the end of the schedule. There's a few unlimited re-entries, which is fine, of course. If you have like 100 events or something running here, I think we can, or I at least can live with it.
Welcome back to Dublin and the Irish Open 2025, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. We're at the final table of the main event at the RDS. 7 players returning from the dinner break. 7 players from a starting field of 4,562 competing for the main event trophy and a first prize of $600,000. As we check on the stacks of those final 7, it is Georgios Skaparis who is the current chip leader. Not a monster stack with 38 big blinds, but the biggest stack of the 7 remaining players. Curtis and Kareem not that far behind. Pontus the current short stack with 14 big blinds. We're now playing 600,000, 1.2 million with a 1.2 million big blind ante. It's James Hartigan, delighted to be yapping with Lappin because David Lappin is in the house.
So great to be back, and I am so excited for this. 7 players remain in my favourite tournament of the year, and Simon Wilson, my pick from a long way out, still in with a great shot here.
Yeah, I mean, you've been highlighting Simon for the last few days, David, the last remaining local, a player who we thought was going to go broke on one of the first hands of the day, but was saved. Managed to hold on to 10 big blinds, span that up, at one point was contesting for the chip lead, and is now middle of the pack with 26 bigs. Again, we should highlight, it's getting shallower right now, but he is by no means in the danger zone. Pontos, Ruggieri, the 2 shortest stacks right now. I mean, if we play through this entire level without losing a player, then it really kind of gets a little bit shove-festy.
It does, but what's really noticeable about this particular stack distribution setup is how big the ICM is right now on these guys with 7 left. Really compressed. You know, nobody has a runaway chip lead, not even close, and we don't really have a short stack either.
Yeah, so the clock is ticking, still playing 60-minute levels. And just to highlight what David was saying about the payouts, next player out, 77,500. You can ladder almost 25K by making it to 6th. That's when you lock up 100 grand. That's when you're guaranteed a 6-figure score.
Yeah, it's an interesting payout structure this year. The big difference between second and first, obviously creating a less ICM environment, a more chip environment, because people are obviously incentivized to go for it for this big first prize. But at the same time, we are right now with 9 left, 8 left, 7 left, ICM at its very peak.
And if we get to a situation where, let's just say for argument's sake, Karim, Kursis, Skaparis end up as the final 3 with similar stack distribution to where they're at now, just a few big blinds separating them, I can't imagine anyone is not going to say, let's look at the numbers.
True. Very incentivizing when there is a big gap between second and first, as has been the decision this year. Obviously, it makes a nice round number. Close to a record as well. I think maybe the 3rd highest Irish Open ever first prize giveaway. And, you know, bear in mind, the 2 previous times it was a far bigger buy-in back then.
Oh, absolutely.
I want to say Marty Smith and definitely Neil Channing, the winners of the bigger ones.
So first hand back from the dinner break, we see Ruggieri complete in the small blind, get raised by Skaparis and fold the 5-3. Well, I dislike McGregor watching on Twitch, as Simon has already said he will play heads up from the horse's mouth. He's not interested in doing a deal.
Well, it will be interesting to see if somebody like a Simon Wilson, who will be backing himself, I think, in this field, if he was to get heads up, does he want to flatten it out or does he want to go for it? Sometimes, you know, when you're young and you're willing to sort of take chances, you know, you've got your poker career in front of you, maybe you take it on. David Doherty very famously here did not deal with Declan Rice, and as a consequence, you know, banked himself a really handsome first place payday with no deal a couple of years ago, and very much spoke to me and Dara on the chip race in an interview right after about how happy he was with that decision. You know, if it hadn't gone his way, he would still have been happy with that decision. Did feel like it was an opportunity he didn't want to pass up.
Round 2, Karim. King 6 in the hijack. And now Kursis with Jack Deuce.
Well, this is a little spicy.
Light open, I think it's fair to say.
Small?
Makes it 2.5. Brandon Harris in the big blind with ace-3 of spades. So Brandon, we saw at one of the outer tables yesterday, I think when the final table was formed was the first time that Brandon was able to spend some time on the main stage. I got to play with him for pretty much all of day 1 of UK IPT Nottingham last year. Had a good chat with him. He's a pleasant chap.
Interesting there. He pondered over that. I assume working out the merits and demerits of a reshove here with this ace-3 suited.
Yeah, Harris with 18 bigs behind is the effective stack here. Still has the best hand with ace high.
Yeah, and one feels he's going to have to be sticky or even aggressive on a flop such as this one, 7-7-5. He's going to have decent amount of 7x. He has that double backdoor stuff going for him with an overcard, spades, possible straight. Generally don't want to give up on these, and in fact, pretty reasonable to turn it into a bluff.
$2.1 million called by Brandon Harris, taking us to the turn. 10 of hearts, and Harris now almost a 9-1 favourite. Ace high still the best hand.
Well, this will be a test of Curses' mettle here. Does he shut down and essentially wave the white flag here, or does he continue with his story?
The latter option, it seems. And looks like he's sized up as well. We've got a pot of 11 million. Curses betting 6.8 million. And Harris will fold the best hand. Few people observing that Pontos has sped up. I think words were had, especially by Simon Wilson, with Pontos during the last session of play about how long he was taking over every single decision, sometimes with complete trash.
Yeah, not really able to come up with a reason why you would do that other than to potentially shallow out this tournament by taking a few hands off the clock. But in a 1 hour situation, I don't think you really want to do that. Maybe you fancy your short stack game against these guys, but that's just kind of nonsense, really.
Well, right now you're only punishing yourself because you are the shortest stack. So if you want 14 big blinds to be 9 big blinds, knock yourself out.
Aidan Quinlan in the background there. Looks like he's tucking into some dinner on his dinner break, presumably from a side event. On the rail here for Simon, no doubt. Big Irish contingent on the rail. And I think it will grow as this final table goes on if Simon is still in the mix.
Karim with the 9-6. Makes it 2.5 million. Round to the big blind, which is Simon Wilson. 9-8 of hearts.
Yeah, it's got to be said, pretty loose open here from Karim. Getting after it. Wilson with a mandatory defend, one would feel. Won't be expecting to be in a dominating position such as he is here.
Calls the raise, and that will take his heads up to the flop. Jack 6-3, domination, rotation.
Yeah, were there a single heart on board here, I could certainly imagine Simon, similar to the last hand, thinking about a semi-bluff check raise.
Yeah.
But without the heart, I don't think that there's any reason to continue.
Was it last year or the year before that Aidan had the deep run in this event?
I think it was last year. I think he finished 20th, obviously very famously had that hand where he accidentally exposed.
Oh, got the penalty, right?
He got the penalty as well. And sort of, I guess the end of the day came at a good time. He was able to regroup and came back and did some laddering. And, you know, Aidan is a fantastic player. He just won the European Deep Stacks only a month or so ago here in Dublin.
So I did meet Aidan the year before because he was on my table on day one of the main event in 2023, and we had a wonderfully deep, nerdy conversation about watches.
Oh, I could imagine that with Aidan. He's a lovely guy and very much considers himself a recreational poker player, but to be honest, plays at the standard of a pro these days.
I was at Vegas this summer during the series. Aidan's wandering through the casino. Does not say, hello, how are you? What's on the wrist today? That's how he introduced himself.
You got your shorthand now.
So Cursis, ace-9 suited, makes it 2.5 to go. Sixes for Skaparis, who is the chip leader right now with just shy of 40 bigs. Harris has folded the queen 10. Wilson gives up the small blind, and Pontus snap folds the big blind.
Yeah, that queen 10 suited was discarded pretty quickly. Certainly a hand that he could reasonably have considered call, or a tasty little 3-bet shove there.
Ace high flop. Advantage Cursus.
Yeah, with the likely sizing going to be small here, one wonders if Skaparis will keep him honest for one street. Obviously, he's ahead of some Broadway stuff right now, but it is hard to realise your equity and hang on. He's going to try, though.
King of diamonds on the turn.
Big range advantage for the original raiser on this type of board. But Curses will be a little bit wary of the fact that there will be some ace 10s, ace jacks, that sort of thing in the Skaparis range. And in fact, Skaparis is going to turn his hand into a bluff here. Cursus clearly going for check call on this street, but going to give it some time. Could get put in an awkward spot on rivers. Hand does have plenty of value now, but would be just a bluff catcher on river unimproved.
Calls the 4.6. That takes the pot to 23.2. River card is a deuce.
So
it's a pretty good card for the ace-9.
Yeah, ace-9's now happy that it's chopping with the ace-10, ace-jacks as mentioned. Skaparis now has to wonder if his opponent hung on there on the turn with the king-x. Something like a king-jack would make sense. And he could get that to fold, but he does decide to wave the white flag in the end.
Goes check, check. And that's going to see a switcheroo at the top of the leaderboard as Cursus moves into the #1 position with more than 50 big blinds. And Skaparis dropping down to third with 30 big blinds. A question from the Sun Running TV on Twitch. How many Guinness did the booth have during the Irish Open? Plus 100, yes or no? So when you say the booth, I assume you mean every single member of the commentary team combined. So myself, David, Joe, Nick, Griffin, Sam Grafton, Finton. I would say everyone combined, including Nick Walsh, probably over 100. Take Nick Walsh out the equation, substantially below 100.
Over this entire festival? Not in the booth or drunk?
Just during the Irish Open.
Oh, I might be contributing half of that myself.
Okay, fair enough. I guess you've been here for the whole thing, right?
I have been here for the whole thing, and I recently found out that I am not gluten intolerant, I am wheat intolerant, and I've been making up for lost time when it comes to Guinness.
Nice. So hang on, when did we arrive? Sunday, so Monday, 7 days. What's 7 times 4? 28?
Correct.
Oh wow, Jesus, I've had probably 28 to 30 Guinness on this trip. Wow. Yeah, plus 100, even without Nick.
Skaparis right back on the horse here, opening up the Queen 10 offsuit from the hijack, and now Harris in a dreamy spot here with the reshovable one. Looks like he's going to leave a couple of chips back, but Put most of it in.
That's right, DB. Guinness is good for you, as Keaty points out. It's full of iron. If you have an iron deficiency, drink Guinness. Harris's 3-bet gets through, and someone decides to give him a whoop.
Someone cut him off. It's all on my tab.
Arctic Emmett says, what bars you've been hitting, James? Well, mostly the bars here at the Irish Open. Although on Monday night, we did go on the legendary Dublin Literary Pub Crawl.
That's a great thing to do if you're in town. You started the international bar?
No, you started the Duke.
Ah, okay. Well, this one certainly qualifies for Harris now.
With an extended stop of the writer's room at O'Neill's.
Lovely. You a big fan of Irish literature, James?
I am indeed. I mean, James Joyce's Ulysses are my favourite books.
Same.
You'll be pleased to know that we won the quiz at the end of the tour, David.
Nice. Well, will Pontus be our boiling the bill sticker here? Get sticky with the ace-3 suited.
Mattel asking, are you going to visit the Guinness factory in Dublin? Joe did the tour of the Guinness factory. I learnt about the history of Irish literature. It was very on brand, I kind of feel, those respective activities. Divide and conquer. Of course, the literature lecture also had drinking involved. I mean, it is Ireland.
Naturally. Most of those books were written while the person was drinking. This is a tough one now, actually, for Harris. Assuming it gets back to him without further action. It's a 12 big blind reshove here. King, Queen. He's getting a good price up, but Kareem is lurking.
Kareem with the ace, king of diamonds, announces all in. Harris can fold. Pontus, though, I guess just has to get the rest in there. He's committed himself.
That wasn't. Yeah, I reckon so.
There's the call from Pontus. Pontus at risk of behind.
We have an all-in on the feature table. We have ace-king versus ace-3 suited, ace-king of diamonds, ace-3 of spades.
King Queen. Like 11. It's close, I'll probably fold.
Fatalis is all in with ace-3, taking on Michel Karim with ace-king suited.
3 on the flop.
The flop is 10-9-3. The 3 is hit for the ace-3.
Domination rotation.
No backdoor flush draw for Kareem, just backdoor straight possibilities, and oh, it's materializing.
It's the Queen of Hearts on the turn, which helps the outs for the ace-king.
It helps the outs.
He needs to hit the king or a jack.
5 cards. River. King!
Wow.
He hits the king, ladies and gentlemen. He hits the king on the river, the king of spades. Ladies and gentlemen, finishing in 7th place tonight. Please give him a big round of applause from Greece. Vitalis Portas finishes in 7th place, winning €77,500. Congratulations on your great run, and thank you for joining us here at the Irish Open. Congratulations, unlucky. Well done to you, my friend.
Eventually.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event feature table.
You'll have a good
We
day.
have 600,000 euro going
I'll
to the
probably
winner.
flick it in for
The
11.
7th place finisher,
You're good.
Patalis, has just won
Probably.
himself
When he had a good hand before, he
77,500.
snapped
The next place in the Irish Open bust out will win a six-figured sum of 100,000 euro. 100,000 euro will go to the next person who exits the Irish Open.
And Michel Karim has reclaimed the chip lead, playing 50 big blinds. Umberto Ruggieri now the shortest stack with 16 big blinds. Still 40 minutes to play at this level. A few people saying this should pick up the pace a bit. To be fair, since coming back from the dinner break, Pontus was playing pretty speedily. Gills, I did not get a spice bag on this particular trip, but I have eaten one in previous years. Wilson with the Spraggy in the cutoff. He's open to 2.4 million. Obviously unaware, potentially unaware of the reputation of this hand. Ace 5, Recursus in the small blind.
Yeah, lovely spot to 3-bet and lean into Wilson here. Leverage him for his entire stack. You can go reasonably small here, even out of the small blind. Maybe bump it up to around 7 million.
Yeah.
I'll turn next.
Lets him off though.
Okay, fair enough. What's the big blind got? Nothing, clearly, because Ruggieri has folded. Savanda asking, are family and friends on the rail actually able to see the action? As I mentioned earlier on, it's actually quite hard to follow the action from the rail. So there are screens. If you crane your neck, you can see who the director's cutting to, and you've got a shot of the flop shot at all times. But it is very hard to follow the action, and obviously you don't know what cards anyone has. It's a lot easier when you have a screen with graphics. I enjoyed that during the dinner break, David, we revisited the EPT London final table from 2014. You had Jake Cody going for his second title, Kevin McPhee going for his second EPT, Kevin Killeen, and of course Kevin being railed by Finton in his Riddler costume. Kevin McPhee had Bryn Kenny supporting him. Sam Grafton, after one too many drinks, was cheering for Jake Cody, saying, "Leather jackets for everyone."
I was on that rail myself.
Thank you.
Kevin was part of a staking collective we called The Firm back then. And yeah, we were interested parties, let's put it that way, in that particular result. Kevin ultimately getting third. But what a year it was for Kevin Killeen. He won the UK IPT Dublin, chopped the Irish Open, and got that third place in EPT London.
Nice.
All within a year of each other.
Oh, sure.
My recollection of that final table is that after Kevin went out, there was an aborted deal attempt. I think Kevin was expecting Sebastian Pauli, the eventual winner, to give up far too much equity. Kevin obviously boasting about his experience and potential advantage heads up, and then got quite bitter when Sebastian Pauli started to dominate, took the chip lead, and obviously eventually closed it out.
Yeah, and I remember another villain making his presence very much felt in that context. Bryn Kenny was backing Kevin McPhee at the time, and I remember quite an obnoxious comment when the deal making was taking place, because I guess it was known that Sebastian didn't have all of himself, maybe had quite a small piece of himself. small piece of what was going to be a very big result, don't get me wrong. But I think Bryn sort of marched in, as only Bryn can, and said something along the lines of, you know, I'm the one playing for the most money here out of everybody. I'm going to decide what we're doing. Ooh. And I think that rubbed the Germans up very badly.
Yeah, well, fortunately, in the 11 years that have followed, Bryn Kenny has not been at the centre of any major controversy whatsoever, and has never been painted as the villain in any situation.
Only opens aces, no?
Only. You think a bluff on the final table?
I don't know.
Six-handed now.
Hey, big pot that could have been.
Now, I believe the blind levels will start to go down ever so slightly as we reach, maybe, is it 5 players left or something around that?
I think all that's been agreed or all that's been publicised is that when it gets three-handed, the blind level's reduced to 40 minutes.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any contingency beyond that like there is on the EPT. Because, you know, worst case scenario, if we're here at 1 o'clock in the morning and it's still six-handed, you kind of want to start doing something.
Sure.
He was like tanking with 5-4 off, and he was sitting for 5 minutes.
And 9-2 one time.
Yeah, 9-2 as well, yeah. What the fuck?
Well, no love for the departed here. All the players thinking they're going to get a few more hands in per hour now.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, I did think he'd sped up post-dinner break, but, you know, that doesn't necessarily excuse or forgive what was happening earlier on at the final table, or indeed in the earlier stages of the tournament.
One of the magic hands here, well, I suppose in both players' holdings here, both showing King 6. King 6 suited for Wilson could certainly come with a 3-bet here. Flat is reasonable too. And, you know, obviously in high ICM environments, sometimes there's that downward drift to the either more passive action or the less aggressive action.
Yeah.
Ace 5-4.
Facing small bet from Scarparis, Wilson may have to include a hand like this in his minimum defense frequency. No. Quick fold. Wasn't that small a c-bet in the end.
Approximately halfway through this level, blinds will go to 800,000, 1.6 million when we roll into level 41.
And with that, Simon now very much in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Credit to Karim and Kyrsis. They have managed to put a bit of daylight between themselves and the rest.
Ace deuce suited for Scarparis.
He does get after it. This one certainly qualifies.
Ace jack of diamonds for Simon Wilson.
Playing 22 big blinds here. Could just go for shove, but also may just go for 3-bet.
So that betting market for the Irish Open, David, where it was Wilson was 225 to 1. Do you get something for him making the final table?
No,
that was an outright.
I don't think there was an each way option.
Okay.
I remember in previous years you could do an each way option, and it was final table would qualify for that. I hope for their sake that's what it was. So at least they've locked something up. And as expected, Wilson, he's going to send this one. Nice little pickup now. He's up to 31.6. Adds 20% in that hand.
He is pumping it up.
got lots of other tournaments taking place here in the RDS today, one of which is the mini main event of the Irish Open.
Oh, how's that going?
Just reached final table. We have 3 Irish players, Stephen Murphy, Kevin Lynch and Moya Murphy. Wonder if there's a brother-sister or partners there, 2 Murphys.
I mean, it's a very uncommon last name in
Very
Ireland,
rare
so
name.
they must be related.
I assume so. We've also got Spanish Gonzalo Viega, Joseph Bold of the UK, Tyler Gordon of the UK, Haraldur Peterson of Finland, and Alexander Risby of England, flying the specifically English flag. That got an absolutely monstrous field.
How many total entries across the 39 flights?
I think it was in the region of 6,500, 6,400 as I recall.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely incredible tournament. I think we had flight M last night. A couple of turbos, actually 3 turbos being played out today as well. There was a 1K at 2 o'clock, the Liam Flood Memorial at 4 o'clock, and at 6 p.m. there was a 250 kind of last chance turbo, for want of a better phrase. Liam Flood Memorial, obviously the one that got the big field. Liam, such a big character in the history of the Irish Open.
Liam the Gentleman Flood.
And a man who didn't particularly like deep structures, it must be said.
No, had some strange rules as a tournament director.
Really,
He was very much into double the bet, not double the raise.
He did like that.
It is a bit crazy. I don't understand it. Like,
I asked him at the
Basically,
break, I saw you-
all of his little kinks and rules that he liked sped up play and made it more likely that you could get to the bar quicker.
First time he's playing for this much money. And he said,
So
I
quite
was-
right, maybe, that the fastest structured tournament of the week is named after
Yeah,
him.
when I heard you guys say about, I didn't see the stream.
I've seen 3 or 4 that was.
I mean, there was
just no
one
decision.
time he wasn't aware when you told him he didn't know. But he's doing it with 5, 4, and 9 too. Then it's the
Battle of the big stacks here.
The only logical thing is he thinks he's worse than us, so he wants to try reduce
Like
the
get the
skill.
blind level up.
Yeah.
But like it's an hour level.
Yeah.
It's not gonna.
No, I'm saying that's the only thing I.
Yeah,
Still talking about punters is stalling. He's not there anymore.
Because I told him at the break, well, what are you doing? Like, why are you?
As we see Kareem muck the 10-7 there. Tom Murphy over his shoulder. He was in the booth this week, right?
He was indeed.
Very talented young Irish player. Excellent up-and-coming commentator for me as well. Someone I like to think I talent spotted early on, as did Dara O'Kearney when we got him involved in the IPO a few years ago. One of the other great tournaments of the year here in Ireland.
Yeah, I keep ringing. Don't you know? Pump it up.
Yeah, so just thinking, pump it up every time I win a hand. I'm just thinking, pump it up.
It's a good song, right?
It is a good song for when you're racking in chips.
It is a good song. It's very catchy. Action folded around to Kareem. Folds the 6 deuce. Curtis on the button, 10-3 off. So it's going to be blind v blind. Ruggieri in the small.
And that sounds quite shit. A lot of people were saying.
King Queen.
You have to take no coats, no hats.
Yeah, I think this is more than enough kit.
It's good, but like it's a bit.
Like all of the dealers, the poker people, excellent, but the front
Yeah.
staff are like.
That's what everyone's been saying.
Very rude.
Just decided to jam and gets a fold.
Their way or the highway.
I think I'm right in saying Ruggieri came into today as chip leader with
Indeed.
19 or 20 left. Obviously has progressed into this final 6, but he is the short stack now. And noticeable here how the crowd is starting to swell. I wonder if we have enough rail to accommodate all that will want to get a glimpse of the next Simon Wilson showdown.
I'm slightly concerned, David, because they just did a shout out for the crack den, so maybe the crowd will be tempted by the comedy night that I believe is taking place in the crack den. Kareem with King Queen opens to 2.5. Nines. And that was a pretty quick all-in from the button.
Yeah, super quick. Ruggeri, his engines are well and truly purring now. Back-to-back hands. Don't think Kareem can find a call here. Would be a little optimistic. I'm sure Ruggeri does have it in him to reshove a Queen-Jack suited, a King-Jack suited, that type of thing, but versus the entire range, you're not loving it here.
So that was confusing. He said 19 million, but put all of his chips forward. So initially went as an all-in, but actually because he verbally declared 19, he is keeping 600k back.
Deep in the tank here, Kareem. Giving this some thought would be a unnecessarily gambly spot. At the moment, he's sitting in a very nice situation, more or less joint chip leader. Were he to win this one, okay, yes, he does take that chip lead all to himself and put a little cushion between he and Curtis. But were he to lose it, he'd be right back in the pack. And I think the downside maybe outweighs the upside in this situation.
Michelle, you got the time it takes the board to revolve to decide what to do. What do the audience think he should do? Gamble, gamble, gamble! Go for it. He is thinking about it. Oh my word, he is going to gamble.
Wow, I am really surprised to see this. He's got a good outcome in the sense that he has a flip.
Wait, he just called.
Oh no.
So Ruggeri does still have 600k behind.
Apologies, we do have a raise and a call. Raise and a call.
You'll be coming back in a second,
Raise
Phil.
and a call on the main event table.
He's getting the rest in now.
962, all in a call.
And barring runner here, Ruggeri going to get the full double up.
And Umberto shows pocket nines for top set.
Well, this is how he started the day, with a set of nines.
Umberto has top set with 962 flop. And Michelle has king, queen.
And that is going to seal the deal. That is going to be a double up for the Italian.
Congratulations to Umberto, ladies and gentlemen. Umberto's double up on the main event table for the Irish Open with €600,000 going to the winner.
James, not wishing to be overly critical here. Clearly, these guys have been battling for 4 days solid.
Yeah.
Kareem has played superbly well in plenty of spots to get himself into this situation, but that felt unnecessary. I'm not a fan of that call off there, and obviously he did find himself in a flip, and had he won that flip, it would just be a very different complexion right now, but that was unnecessary, and it has now pushed him right back into the pack.
Bit sweaty, then you see that flop and you're...
For the moment, I'm not.
Yeah. For the moment, I shouldn't really be losing this pot many times. He's got 2 outs at best.
Kareem, second place in the Kings of Talon just a couple of months ago. His previous best score of 41k that weekend. Obviously outshone that no matter what happens from here on out.
Absolutely. All these players now guaranteed at least €100,000. Kareem officially third in chips with around 30 big blinds. Ruggeri now second in chips with 35 bigs. Kareem back in action, opening with Queen 9. Gary with another pair and has just flatted with it. And now we've got Skaparis with ace-king on the button.
Oh, this could get messy.
12 million.
Here comes the re-raise, making it big, making it look squeezy. 12 million total. A trivial fold for Queen 9, but what does Ruggieri do here with the 10s, David?
This is a very, very tough spot now. I think, you know, we're obviously not overthinking a hand like Queens. Jacks feels like it might be the line. 10s. With all this ICM, I think probably has to fold. It's a very committing raise from Skarparis here, 3-betting to 12k. It's a big raise. He hasn't just, you know, 3x the open here. He's put some really meaningful chips in here and doesn't look like there's any fold equity to a shove. I think we're going to see Ruggieri make an itty fold at the end of this contemplation. Also maybe psychologically that you just got those chips. It's a strange one here because had Skarparis come with 70.5 million, something in that region, leaving plenty of room for Ruggieri to come over the top, believing that there would be a big enough raise fold range from Skarparis. This doesn't look like there's any raise folds now. And for that reason, Ruggieri thinking to himself, well, how often would this be? Pocket 8s, pocket 9s. Doesn't really want to get into a flip. That would be a disaster for both.
Fold.
Good fold, sir.
Did he show it?
He did.
How do we feel about that?
I guess he was hoping to maybe get the show back. Obviously, he'll see it in an hour or half an hour.
Dusted some off.
But I agree with you, James. I don't really see what the function of letting people know he made that kind of fold here. If anything, you want people to believe that you might make it in the game of chicken that often high ICM environments are.
Yeah.
8 and 5. Yeah. Bit too big. It's
just looking through Skarparis' resume here. Pretty impressive stuff, actually. Last year at the World Series, he won a bracelet in the 1K freeze out. That was a huge field for a career best 550k. Earlier this year, he was at the Merit Series, the Western, where he won the warm-up event for 180k. So on something of an uptick is that man Skarparis.
Action folded to Harris, folds the 9-8. So blind v blind, Wilson in the small. King deuce.
It's always a little tricky to limp these kinds of hands in. He might come with raise, use that king blocker. Were he to raise, I assume we'll see something in the region of a 3.3x.
Raised to 4.2. Kareem, 10-4.
So 3.5x here from Wilson. Very hard to continue here as Kareem with the 10-4 does pass it.
We're going to pump it up. Yes, I think you should pump it up.
There's a sort of Rasputin quality to Simon Wilson today. He's already got that deathly stare, that intensity.
There was a cat that really was gone.
We're going to get singing here.
Shark BG on Twitch says, please send many greetings to my friend David. We played at the same table in Barcelona with him and Scott Margerison.
Oh, and Simon Wilson has picked up pocket tens here. Ruggieri. Cheeky little open here. The jack 10 off from under the gun. Obviously, under the gun is the low jack right now in this six-handed affair. Wilson might be one of those spots where you don't really want to induce action here with tens. Want to sort of earn those folds. Don't want the ace jack, ace queens to come back over the top and you have to call it off. So may just come with jam here. Interesting to see how his young mind decides to proceed. Does look like he's counting out a raise.
Yeah, responds to Ruggieri's open with a 3-bet. Makes it 6.5 million. Let's see if the blinds have anything. Well, it's round to Curtis in the big blind, and he's folded the king 6. So back on Ruggieri with the jack 10.
I think we're going to pump it up again, James.
You think Ruggieri's going to re-raise?
No, I think he's going to fold, and we're going to hear.
Oh, I see.
Pump it up again. Absolutely nowhere to go here from Ruggieri. Would be a wild play now, given that he's already opened a hand that he probably shouldn't be opening from this seat. Feels like a couple of pips too light as an open in the first place. Oh, but look at this.
What? Oh, no.
What are we about to see?
Makes a disciplined lay down with tens and then gets completely carried away with jack 10 offsuit.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. He's gone for the 4-bet click.
I don't think this is going to work.
It's a tough spot now for Wilson, it's got to be said. It's a really tough spot. This is a real get a read on your man type situation. Obviously, they've been playing a lot of poker together for the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
And Simon Wilson's going to have to make a stone-cold, dead-on read on this situation. Does his opponent have a bigger pair? Does he have a hand like ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited? Or a very improbable jack-10 off? Simon will take his time over this one.
I wonder if showing the tens is going to come back to haunt him. You know he's going to fold a lot of hands here if you jam on him.
Very interesting, James, yes. Showing himself as someone who didn't want to commit those final chips. He may be put to a similar test now. Simon Wilson. Can he piece this one together? This is a tough spot, ladies and gents. If you are tuning in now, Simon Wilson in the blender. Got to give Ruggieri some credit here for the moxie to pull the trigger on this 4-bet. I don't really love the play, to be honest. Doesn't have the right blocker properties either, but he has found it and may yet get the fold from Wilson.
Are we going to see a 5-bet from Simon Wilson?
Digging deep here, Simon Wilson. 6 left in the Irish Poker Open. It is hands like these that make legends. Can he find it? You can hear a pin drop on the rail.
Yeah. He shoves on him!
Wow.
He 5-bet jams.
Animal stuff. Animal stuff.
We are going to pump it up. Yes, you have to pump it up. Would you like to pump it up?
Aces.
That was an extraordinarily tough spot. Ruggieri put Simon Wilson in an awfully tough position there. Simon found the answer, and with that now 47 million into second place.
Wilson now playing 47 million. That's just shy of 40 big blinds. Our chip leader has just under 50 big blinds, and Umberto Ruggieri is now playing a 20 big blind stack. Those blinds going up in 9 minutes' time. On to the next hand. We have Brandon Harris with King Queen. Harris has made it 2.4 million. And we have sixes here for Cursis, who is the current chip leader.
Stefan. Guess what my stack is? 47?
Curse is still considering his options. Wow, so we get the flat from Curses with sixes in the small, and now Ruggieri decides to jam from the big with ace-jack.
Yeah, I like this from Ruggieri, recognizing that we are in a short-handed game here. This was a pretty pure squeeze spot. Can pick up a lot without showdown, and Curses don't think can make a call for this amount. Maybe for 6 or 7 million less, it would be a tempter. Certainly not for this amount.
I mean, we do see the fold there, so that shove gets through for Ruggieri, who
did you have? Did you say?
Never would have found himself in that spot if he'd played that set of nines differently this morning.
Nice hand.
Brandon Harris, very much the shortest of the 6 players. Not super short stacked, hovering around 14 big blinds. But again, I will highlight the blinds go up very soon. That'll make things shallower, especially for Brandon.
Yeah, this sort of setup really does lend itself to a tippy-tappy style of poker, but that's not what we're seeing.
No.
We're seeing these guys going for it.
And I like it. Small blind versus big blind. Ruggieri versus Scaparis.
No, I won't. I never look, but because it was stream, I thought maybe I should look, but I prefer not.
Good.
I never look. When it's walk, I never look, but because stream, I thought maybe you should look, but better not. I don't like looking on walks.
Never look when you get a walk. Never
Yeah,
look.
I mean, either it's very good and I get annoyed, either it's very bad and he gets annoyed. So it's like...
I'm on board with that strategy.
Sounds wrong.
Dara Moran asks, is it possible to get into the venue to spectate? Yes, it is. It is open to the public. As long as you're of legal age, you can come down to the RDS, grab yourself a Guinness, stand on the rail. Ruggieri opens the button with Queen 5 offsuit. I mean, as a few people have observed, Dave, you've got to give him credit for driving the action right now. He's playing hands.
He absolutely is. All of these guys getting after it in different ways, usually with these loose opens kicking things off.
Interesting question from Tobias Leckner, Senkel 92. Do you guys think players are adjusting to the extremely top-heavy payouts, or are they just natural wild beasts?
Yeah, we sort of talked about this in the preview to this frame. 600k, obviously a huge first prize in this tournament, 6 times what you're banking right now with 6 left. That is an unusually top-heavy payout structure, and that does lend itself to a sort of a ICM be damned, let's go for it approach. But at the same time, there are ladder jumps between now and then.
Yep.
And there is not an absence of ICM. It is just slightly curtailed.
Okay, so in translation, wild beasts.
I think they're just wild beasts.
Love it. Beast mode engaged. A cursus on both your houses. Folds. Hans Erlandson says, you have to love Michel Karim's game. He knows how to bicycle, and everyone else does. What he does on his bicycle is another thing. Just love your game, bro. Thanks, Hans. That was an interesting comment. Scaparis with the button raise. Wilson with Jack 9 in the big.
Feels like a natural enough flat for Simon here.
Aiden looks like he's enjoying himself. Do you think he heard our conversation earlier on? Do you think he knows he got a shout out?
Who's this?
Aiden Quinlan on the rail. A big smile on his face.
Only love for you, Aiden.
Pair of 9s here for Simon Wilson. The gut shot for Skaparis.
Yeah, Skaparis knuckling back here. Obviously aware that he may not even get ace high to shift. So with this king high, deciding to go for pot control. Third diamond, no diamond in either player's hand, but Simon may consider a small bet here to protect, to deny equity. It's a close one though. I could see him going either way, and he does actually go for check.
And Skaparis checks behind and does not get there on the river. Wilson's hand's still good.
Yeah, at this point it does feel like Simon can pursue value. The double check back, suggesting maybe an ace high, or maybe something like pocket sixes. Wondering what the target hand is right now. We'll probably settle on ace high and try to eke out maybe a couple more big blinds.
$4.7 million. Are we witnessing a hand funeral or a serious consideration of a king high hero call? I agree, Tobias. It is a big bet. The pot was 6.8. It's 4.7. And, oh my word, he has heroed. 9's good. Another big pot for Simon Wilson.
Very nice from Simon.
Haven't realized yet.
The rail will realize that their boy is now contesting for the chip lead. Pretty much tied for the chip lead with Curtis. Here we go.
Lovely execution there by Simon. Obviously, very, very capable of finding bluffs in that spot. Skaparis decided to be a hero.
I wanted to sing the song to them.
So 6 players remain in the Irish Open main event. A reminder, we've got EPT Monte Carlo coming up. End of April, beginning of May, and then Scoop 2025 kicks off. The dates are out there. The full schedule is not yet. It's running May 11th through June 2nd this year, with the main events running on Sunday, May 25th. So the full schedule will be revealed soon. You can expect cards up coverage of the high buy-in main event. That will kick off on Sunday, May 25th, and will stream on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the following week. And there'll be additional coverage of Scoop on Twitch, courtesy of our friend and colleague, Nicholas Walsh. Joe Stapleton rejoins us on stream as we kick off level 41. Blinds 800,000, 1.6 million, with a 1.6 million big blind ante.
Hello, my babies.
Hello, Joseph.
Howdy. Man, is it just me, or do you guys love the way that Michel Krim rides a bicycle?
He is an epic bicyclist.
I can ride with no handlebars. All right, here we are. Ace-9 suited from Skaparis. and is going to be, that's it. The hand's over. I mean, I just got here. I thought it was all crazy action. I sit down, it's raise and take it.
Well, that's the first one. Joe, I tell you, I'm not a believer in poker momentum. I'm sort of a rational person that doesn't sort of see the world that way, but I am starting to get a little bit goosebumpy and tingly in this booth. I have a feeling we are witnessing something here. Simon Wilson has driven his way into second place, almost the chip lead on his own now. And I feel like we might be witnessing the birth of a very special poker talent on the world stage.
I mean, it's got to feel good to have, like, you know, a week ago been like, Simon Wilson, keep an eye on him. And here he is in the final 6. And, I mean, technically we have him with the chip lead right now.
Yeah, I just can't say this enough. I've played a lot of poker against Simon online. I've played a decent bit of poker with him live. There is something about his intensity. There is something about the way he carries himself at the table. He plays a sort of a flawless brand of poker, but he also just has that X factor that I think of, you know, with the Phil Ivies of this world, these very, very special generational talents. I think he's just got something different about him.
I appreciate your ability and your willingness to put yourself out there with a bold statement like that. He seems pretty good to me. Ruggieri opening the Snowmen. And we get to see some more cycling tricks here. Maybe pop a wheelie with ace-king from Michel Karim. Curses is out of the small blind. Folding queen 10. Back to Ruggieri. So my guess is that at this point, 19.9 million isn't that much. No, it sure isn't. It's 12 big blinds.
Yeah, the price of poker is rather expensive now at the tail end of this Irish Open. 50k starting stack. 4,562 of those in play.
I don't have any flips ready. Hold on, I gotta think. Give me a second. Give me a second, Ruggieri. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Rugs and carpets?
Yeah, rugs and carpets is a good one. That's more generic. Sometimes I go location specific. But we're not flipping. We're flatting.
Wow. Oh, this is interesting now. We have a stack to pot ratio of 1.
It looks like Ruggieri maybe underestimated the size of this re-raise.
Wow, well, that would make things very interesting. As played now, he's going to have to just trust on any non-ace-king board.
Oh, that is not a non-ace-king board. That is an ace-high board.
Yeah, so the problem for Ruggieri here is a lot of the bluffs would contain an ace here. If he was going with an ace-5, an ace-4 suited, something of that nature, he's also got ahead. So I don't think he has anywhere to go here. Facing presumably quite a small c-bet here. As I said, the stack to pot ratio so incredibly low now. Would not be surprised to see something like, you know, 4 million, 4.5 million would be pretty reasonable on this unbelievably dry board. Could go less again, to be honest, at this stack depth. You could really put out a micro bet here. Oh, or you could do that.
It's a micro bet. The blinds are pretty high.
Yeah, not a big fan of this from Karim, kind of depriving his opponent the opportunity to make a mistake.
I know, but it's so scary. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, I have this right now. Who knows? The turn can be an 8. Look, none of this is correct strategy, right? I just get it. I understand it. I understand wanting to put money in. What's happening?
Yeah, the cards have not been released, and the chips are being counted. I'm very worried Ruggieri might level himself into a call here.
What sorts of hands do this that he's beating? 6s?
No, I think this is like, yeah, there are a couple. It might be the king queen.
He's just counting his chips and folding,
but
right?
that would be wild.
Yeah. We're just having a little fun with chips here, guys. That's all.
So Karim with a little bit of clunky post-flop play there, it must be said. Does manage to take that pot down and get his nose ahead of a couple of his table mates here, overtaking Scarparis. And
maybe you think that, you know, you're up against the worst ace sometimes and they have to call it off there?
Perhaps. But they'd certainly put it in over 2 streets as well, you'd feel.
Your logic is so annoying. Of course, the chat pros are all on your side because it didn't work out. Retakes the chip lead after winning a nice pre-flop pot.
Yeah, a bit of a donation, to be honest. That was gift wrapped.
I mean, on the one hand, he made 13.5 million extra. On the other hand, he could have maybe won a lot more from the ace-10.
Yep.
Who knows? Maybe a wash in the end. Welcome back to those of you who lost connection to the stream. Unfortunately, it was the most incredible hand I've ever seen in my life.
I will never be the same again.
I can't. Its words won't do it justice, and unfortunately, you'll never get to see it. No, it's your internet. Each and every one of you individually had an internet problem. It wasn't us.
And after the hand, when that guy ran nude,
insane
across the screen,
crazy, and then the police shootout.
Yeah.
Afterward, the bank robbers drove right through.
Bro, can you
I don't know
please
why they
put
would
the
cut through
purple?
the poker tournament
I cannot see them because they're
on their way to the
yeah, it's from
helicopter.
The place I'm sitting. Yeah,
but
like that. Perfect. Okay, thank you. It's not your fault. It's where I'm sitting. You know.
that's a nice way to say it. Cursus has attempted a button raise, but has run into a pretty large holding in the big blind. And Scarparis makes the call.
Yeah, 2 of the bigger stacks here clashing, both incentivized to keep this pot small.
Oh, look at those 4s, huh? Oh.
Pretty reasonable here for Cursus to fire out a small c-bet. But Scarparis is going to have to be fairly sticky across a couple of streets, one would assume.
Yeah.
Having played this one as a flat. He has a strength which is
pretty quick call there.
Disguised, yeah.
Not sure how much that gives away or doesn't. Another jack on the turn's got to make 7s feel a little bit better.
Yeah, the only hand Cursus is now beating, and he knows it, is flush draws.
And non-nut flush draws.
Indeed.
So this is a pretty strong hand if you're playing the board. Not too bad. Jacks and 4s with an ace. Scarparis checks. Maybe looking to bluff catch, but maybe the ace is a scare card. Are you supposed to bet this ace once it gets checked to you here, David?
It is a really funky spot, to be honest, because obviously you play the board and you may well just, you know, get to chop up this pot if he does have a flush draw that's, you know, 10 high or whatever. But you can represent this ace, try to muscle your opponent off a chop, and actually this will be kind of tough for Scarparis now.
Yeah, you're I don't know, I feel like you're almost free rolling by betting this river.
Now,
Nice river, huh?
Size-wise, he went 8.3, so a healthy bet, and it does get the job done.
God, how relieved are you when that bet just gets such like a snap fold? My goodness. And believe it or not, that puts Ignotus Kersis in the chip lead 38 bigs for Cursus. Wilson and Scarparis tied at 31.
Don't worry, guys. Go point two.
Yeah, I feel like that last hand, maybe Scarparis missed a trick there. Quite like the idea of a 10% blocker on river. Your opponent will be a little bit honest, given the Jack-Jack 4-4 nature of that turn scenario, and you know you can actually beat the board. So your opponent would certainly call for a chop in that situation.
Yeah,
and you would eke out a little bit of value against that part of the range, but then also just not open the door to being bluffed. So don't know if there was a little trick missed there.
Okay, that makes sense. Wilson with ace-10 again, this time offsuit. Kerm's folded. Cursus is out. Ruggieri not going to play. Scarparis also elects to send it into the muck, and Harris in the big blind is unfortunately dominated and is so short. 6 big blinds. Ugh.
Noticed a little adjustment from Wilson here, sizing up ever so slightly to 3.8, just trying to discourage some calls from Harris, who might just look for a spot where he can call.
You can't just realize your equity here as easily. He's going to try.
Yeah, and credit to Wilson for making this a bit more expensive for Harris to do now. Of course, these hands will interact quite a bit. There could be some boards where Harris gets to do the old stop-go, and Wilson may well pick it off. Let's see.
10 high flop. Oh, man. How? Oh, man. Brandon Harris, we hardly knew ye.
Yeah, this is just exactly the situation Harris really wanted. Yep. And now, unfortunately, he's going to get the really bad news that he's out-kicked. He's going to be all in here on this flop in every universe.
Here comes the c-bet from Wilson. Looks like he's going small. Not really gonna matter. Oh, Brandon Harris.
Yeah, really unlucky here. Did nothing wrong in this hand.
My sweet summer child. Nope.
In it goes.
Harris moves all in.
Okay, we have
that
an
face
all-in
says it all.
On the main event Irish Open table.
Oh, look at this, the confidence. The Brad Pitt eating an apple while acting.
UK versus Ireland, ladies and gentlemen. The
so comfortable.
Is
so laxed.
Brandon Harris called by Simon Wilson. Simon has ace-10. Brandon has jack-10. The flop is 10-5-2, 2 diamonds.
Domination, consternation.
At the moment, Brandon needs to hit a jack to give himself a chance to survive in the Irish Open for 2025.
I think a lot of people out here right now want to be that apple. Turn card is a 3.
It's a 3 of clubs.
Harris needs to hit a jack.
And a jack only.
That's right.
Brandon in the Irish Open for 2025.
Pandemonium in the RDS Dublin. Simon Wilson is our chip leader.
Wins €100,000. Can we have a big round of applause?
Yes, let's get a big round of applause.
Finishing in 6th place for $100,000. Congratulations
for Brandon Harris. Dispatched in 6th place. The first person in this tournament to score for 6 figures.
Now down to 5 players.
And boy, oh boy, did he play well, Joe. Obviously, across 4 days, this is a marathon, but he has played so well on this final day as well.
For 6th place. Our next place.
A couple of years ago, he came third in the 8-8 Coventry event for his career best 66K. He's just outdone that now with his first 6-figure result.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Irish Open. This is final table for the main event with still 1.3 million euro plus still up for grabs with the last 5 players. Gentlemen,
nearly half of that going to first base.
Yeah, right.
5 players remain. Everyone else just laddered up, I believe, 30 grand.
It's big blind, right?
And we play on. And chip leader Simon Wilson getting a walk. And we say chip leader, you know, things have changed. It's pretty shallow at the moment. Chip leader's 40 bigs. And Cursus is not far behind, 38 bigs.
Yeah, credit to the structure, it's got to be said. Since we went to the 1 hour clock on day 2, it has remained pretty consistently level for level at the 40 big blind average.
The purple's 20, yeah. Well, no, the purple's in 20, yeah. I just don't want to. I don't know. Counting it wrong. I can't. I'll look for you. 19. 19.
Before Simon takes a look at his holding, he just wants to get a sense of Karim's stack here. We have it as 28-6, so.
And this sort of awareness, this sort of paying attention to everything else that's going on is really important. You know, you're not just playing your stack, you're not just playing your cards.
Karim currently 4 of 5. A lot of ICM pressure on him right now. One would feel Wilson is going to look to use that.
So you're not superstitious.
No.
That's kind of what you were telling me earlier. So we can talk about an Irish champion at the Irish Open. It's not going to change the outcome by bringing it up.
We can totally do that.
So you're a bit of a poker historian. When's the last time that happened? Wilson has shoved on Karim.
Yeah, I like this with the suited king. We'll get a lot of better hands to fold here. Hand like King 10 really doesn't feel it right now in that spot.
And Wilson adds to his chip lead.
So last year we had Tero from Finland.
That's right.
We had David Doherty the year before that. Are we claiming Steve O'Dwyer?
Yes, but who else? Let's just say yes, but who else? Because I do want to respect Steve. He is an Irish citizen. I believe he renounced his American citizenship, so he is Irish.
The 2 online Irish Opens, I don't think we really count them.
I'm going to
guys.
say nay on those as well. Yep.
And they were a Brazilian, and I'm not sure who the other person was. Pablo Silva, I know the Brazilian won the first one, and I'm not sure I even paid enough attention to the second one. So we are going back to 2019 now, when our winner was. Well, I certainly remember Dan Wilson. I think that was.
That's your best guess. 2016. Okay.
Dan Wilson. Just trying to think. Wei Ji Zhang, 2019.
Wei Ji Zhang, 2019.
Yeah,
okay,
from Cork.
so Steve O'Dwyer and Wei Ji Zhang, the last 2.
I think so. Yeah, I'm going to go back now. 2018, 2017. I think we had an Englishman in there somewhere. Oh, we had fantastic player Ryan Mandara.
Sure, I know that name. So anyway, my point is that this would be pretty cool, right?
This would be very, very cool.
Especially given how big the field is now, how much more international it has gotten. You know, I'm sure there were a bunch of years that it was only won by Irish people.
Yeah, I would imagine maybe the first 20 were.
Yeah, right.
Irish Open very much mirrored the World Series in that sense of, the very early editions of it were little more than one table tournaments. Fields grew ever so slightly through the 80s and then grew a bit more in the 90s and then obviously the poker boom.
Just want to handle this question from Devin, who says commentators are live but not sure when the actual tourney happened. We're on a 30-minute delay. That's really the minimum amount of time you can do it and maintain integrity, because theoretically a hand could take 30 minutes.
Yeah, in fact, very famously, that epic final hand between Espen Jorstad and actually can't remember the Australian gentleman's name when they were heads up for the World Championship World Series a couple of years ago. I think it might have been a more than 30-minute hand.
Wow, okay, there you go.
Very famously, that's the one where Espen just closed his eyes and sort of went into a meditative sleep state while his opponent got a 26-minute read on where he was and then got it wrong.
Oh, he just checked out while he waited for his opponent to make a decision? Wild. So we've got about 30 minutes left on this level. The eliminations have been slow but steady. Cursus with the off-brand sourdough. Oh my God. It's just stuff like this. It just drives me nuts. Plaminus. I get the stream delay, but calculating those in quasi-real time, a few seconds delay should not be that hard. Can you just imagine showing up to some broadcast where there's like a team of hundreds of people working on it for decades? You're like, I think I could do it better.
I think I know better.
What a bozo. You're banned, by the way. 10-4-4, ace on ace. Lots of ways this can chop. Lots of ways this can get to not showdown.
Yeah, one would assume Cursus gets to fire very small here to deny some equity. And Scarparis with ace high, constructing a minimum defense frequency here. Does have backdoor wheel possibilities. More importantly, does have ace high. Enough to be sticky. Makes the call. And we've seen him actually deploy a pretty good defense in these types of spots before.
King ball on the turn.
Yeah, and definitely a card that Cursus could represent here.
Let's go. Let's fire on this king.
Might have to go for a triple barrel here against tens. Does decide that he has some showdown, I guess. Six of diamonds likely changes nothing here. Scarparis did miss a blocker bet a few moments ago. I wonder if he would consider such a thing now. Does just check, and looks like both players happy to get the showdown and happy to chop this one up.
That is not a chop, though. Oh, we showed someone scooping more of it.
No.
But it is a chop.
Suited place.
Sorry, misreading the graphics here. My bad. My bad. What? Okay, let's start over. Can you guys cut this out? That hand does end in a chop, David, and you know what they say.
I still haven't won one hand from you.
Everybody loves a chop pot. What scores? Okay, what are the scores?
You didn't get the words right. There's like 6 words in it.
Did I say body again?
Yeah.
I think I've been saying body along with you guys for years.
Yeah, I know.
Keep trying, keep trying.
Have you thought about changing it to body?
I don't. The thing is, like, Hartigan's like more the stickler than I am. Like, I don't really mind. But you're like a detail-oriented person. You're a stickler. You're a bit, may even say, of a curmudgeon at times.
I have been called worse. For anyone interested, the mini Irish Open is down to final 6 here, and the two Murphys, Moya Murphy and Stephen Murphy, we don't know if they're related, second and third at the moment. Alexander Rizvi is in the lead.
Sorry, which event is this?
The mini.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dropping some mini updates.
Yeah, 154K up top in that one for a 250 buy-in.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Everyone guaranteed at least 28,500.
What's the difference
right
between first and second? 140,000?
It is quite chunky, actually. 67 is the difference.
Speaking of chunky, Cursus opens ace-8 at Scarparis. Re-raises out of the small blind with ace-10. And this is just what? This is like a side fold, right? Like,
I think it is. Unless you think your opponent is at it an awful lot and you're willing to click this one back, I think this is hand over. Oh, giving it the full.
He's done this a few times, and I kind of like it. I find it kind of charming that he looks real interested. He'll look around, give a smile, and then you don't really know what he's going to do after that.
17.2 just dangling out there now. He'd have to
21.
Click it to 21.
Wowee. Not a side fold. How do you find the chutzpah to do this in this spot? How do you do it? Like, I just don't have it in me at all.
Bravo, sir.
Irish only. Irish only.
I don't have it.
Bravo, sir.
And that puts Cursus back on top. 45 bigs against Simon Wilson's 40.
Ruggieri now a little bit at sea, just 10 bigs at the bottom of our chip counts. Kareem, a couple of missteps on this final table already. He's sitting on 28.6. Scarparis has brought a lot of game, it must be said, to this, as has Curtis just there a moment ago.
Yeah, I mean, way to come off the bench with a highlight play, and now you get to have a much stronger hand. And it can look like you're just playing your momentum now. And until Cursus had made this raise, he was the first player over 70 million. Now he's just dropped back down to 68 million because of the raise, but new benchmark, new high watermark,
yeah,
as Vegas Matt would say.
Oh, and some Irish flags being deployed on both sides of the table now.
I think that's a Mexico flag.
Do you? They have to make sure they got it the right way round, or else it's Ivory Coast.
Ivory, yeah.
No idea, to be honest.
Yeah, you haven't had time to count.
Nigel Connell says, I'd need a few whiskeys before making that play.
It's okay.
You and me both, pal.
Yeah, they're in 20.
Two stacks of oranges.
Oh, no, sorry. That's
Action on Ruggieri, who's still sporting the James Hartigan t-shirt. JH, Jack of Hearts, James Hartigan.
Nice.
JS for Scarparis. It took us about 12 years of doing commentary together before we realized that we were JH and JS. And now we really overuse it.
Are there any early day bits that you did just discard down the years?
Yeah.
You're 6-0.
Some stuff
6-0, come on.
because of world
Six
events
half, six half.
that just like don't play as well anymore. Like, there's a lot of poker terminology that's like very violent.
Right.
And we even though we still slip into it sometimes, we try to avoid some of that stuff these days.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Like, I have noticed a phrase that we did use a long time ago when we would say that there was, like, your stack was crippled.
Right.
That's gone away.
That's when we mostly
it's
try
nice
not
that
to
it's gone away
say.
now.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't do any good if I just say them out loud, so I'm just going to write them down.
Oh, that doesn't seem that bad. Nor does that.
12? No.
14?
17.
17, no, thanks.
Okay. Obviously, it's
the thing is, I agree with you that they're not that bad, but
Of course.
there's alternatives, and like I don't miss this that much. It's kind of like the same thing with comedy, right? Where like, oh, the whole you can't say anything anymore crowd. Oh my God! Really? Do people say that?
How are you doing, Italiano? Okay?
It's been really
Enjoy.
nice being a part of this commentary team.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
I think this might be the end of me.
I have one jack.
What?
I have jack.
Jack, just one jack.
I got to walk here for
One on
Ruggieri.
your t-shirt, bro. Huh?
In the bounty tournament, we don't really do this one anymore.
Yeah, no, I actually took that up with the people at Unibet once in the early days, saying that we can't do that.
Yeah.
It's actually a very common term in Irish poker. It's still sort of used in Irish games, and I don't know why it should go away. You can probably guess what we're talking about here, guys, but we value our careers, so we're going to keep it tidy.
Great. New jacket, Naj Byrne, who says, "Go woke, go broke, boys." Guess what? You're the one who's banned on the channel, not us. Oh, wait, did I just ban you? Yes, I did. Was it entirely intentional? Yes, it was.
JS and JD now for Wilson.
That's the Joe Stapes Jack Daniels. Which reminds me. All right, Curses, how out of line are you going to get here? Because it might not work out the same way.
Yeah, he could certainly step in it here by putting in a raise to 9 million.
Give me a second there.
Might let this one go as well. Sort of preferred to have the ace-4, ace-5 suited and the ace-6 off. Blocker is still valuable, but definitely passable.
It's a bad. Oh man, Smart Clips, you made it all day. You made it all day, and now you're banned. Unceremonious.
Now, Scarparis, different proposition here, just getting to complete from the big. We've seen him willing to hang on with just ace high on plenty of boards.
Catches the 5. It's weird that ace-5 is a slightly worse but way better ace.
Yeah.
Regal попросит когда с камеры быть поtraukta, блядь, простой трудно.
Simon has one of those hands that probably doesn't want to put too many chips in this pot. Can certainly target 9x and 5x for some value. Keep control of the pot, but also doesn't want to play a big one now. Jack of spades in hand is a comfort as well. Small bet will get called though, so we are going to go to a turn.
And that turn is going to have more than 10 million in the middle. And will deliver on Scarparis. You are right. We are going to see a turn. Far more than 10 million in the middle.
Interesting to see what Simon does on a variety of different turn cards here. That is a potential 2-pair card, of course, for Scarparis. Simon may choose to check back here and be in bluff catch mode on river. Could also go for this sort of advanced blocker. We've talked about this on the stream a few times over the weekend. Choose a size like 4 million here. Still pursuing value from draws from 9x. Maybe even a sticky 5x comes along to a small second barrel, and then he gets to check back rivers. Could certainly see the value of both. With pocket jacks, you are blocking the jack 10 quite heavily. With the jack of spades in hand, you're blocking flush draws a wee bit too. So may decide that your opponent does have value and a little bit more.
Ooh,
oh,
baby.
hello.
Oh, baby. River's a set. Now, are we worried about this making a straight?
It's certainly plausible that 10-8 and King-10 stuck around, but you're absolutely pursuing value now, hoping that your opponent has a hand like Queen-9. And, okay, yes, the combinatorically far less likely 2-pair that includes that jack. The Jack-9, the Queen-9, the Queen-Jack, all have to pay. Simon has, in the past, gone sort of 2/3 in these situations.
You know what he bets when he rivers a set?
And 2/3 it is. Quick fold.
And that puts Wilson dead even. Well, after he posts this hand, we'll be slightly behind Ignotus Cursus. Justin Anderson on YouTube says, total buy-in / rebuys must be listed somewhere. Where would they be listed? I don't know. Hidden. Surely hidden. Surely that sort of information would be very difficult to find. Like, you might have to use both of your eyes. Nope.
Do you think he means what is the breakdown between how many are re-entries? Because I think I heard something around like half the number of uniques, like 2,300 uniques and probably 2,200 rebuys, something like that. I'm not sure if that's
well the way
answer,
he worded it.
Like that.
Total number of rebuys and entries.
Yeah.
Is on your screen, Justin. I'm not going to give it away, but it's not King-9.
Is it 7.4 million?
It's not 7.4 million. It's not the raise to 3.4 million. I'm really narrowing it down for you. It's not 5.
Is it the letter G?
It is the letter G. Yeah, that's the number. G. There were G total rebuys and entries. Curses has popped it up here with King-9. The Hound Dog. And Wilson defends, flops best.
Yeah, battle of the big stacks here. Both of these guys looking to play somewhat cautiously against one another, you would presume, given the setup. Cursus with that very attractive King of Clubs in hand here on this Ace Jack of Clubs board. Got to feel like he can bet flop and carry on a decent number of turns. Wilson going to be in check call mode.
Yeah, get right up in there. See if there's any bats in the cave. Wilson. Oh. Did he announce a bet there?
Just tossed it out ever so slowly.
Well, it looked like a bet of 1 million, and it looked a little stringy, but he might have just said 3.3.
String call. No,
it was a
calling.
call. Oh,
yep.
sorry. My bad. Okay, I'm just going to have another sip of beer here.
That's a unpleasant turn card if you're Kyrgios. There was a lot of cards you would have been happy to barrel a big sizing on here. Any club, maybe on a queen or 10. But now, on this deuce of diamonds, the ace is ahead, the deuce is ahead. You are just targeting a jack, which will certainly be out there. Could maybe shake a pesky queen 10 as well, denied it some equity. Maybe get a king 10 to fold, which is a good result. This is tough for Wilson. If he makes the call here, he would be probably not considering anything on river.
Wow.
Just decide to just get out of the way here. And credit to Kyrgios for that 2-barrel there.
No
not an easy spot to fire.
Kyrgios with some impressive bluffs in the last couple of hands, and now is the first player over 80 million in chips, and this is probably the biggest gap. We got to pump it up. Yeah, get your rail involved. Get that momentum. Get the energy up. Kyrgios, now with probably the biggest lead we've seen him have over Wilson. That gap you see there is equates to about an 11 big blind difference. And we're focusing on the chip leaders, and I should mention that Karam and Ruggieri are both in the danger zone at this point, 13 and 10 big blinds respectively.
Yeah, it's a tough spot now if you're Scarparis. Sandwiched between the two shorties and two bigger stacks. You are very much handcuffed right now. Scarparis has played with a certain amount of freedom. I think he has the most career earnings of anybody at this table, and maybe wants to just stamp a bit of authority on proceedings, but he is in that tough situation now from an ICM perspective, and I wonder if someone like Simon Wilson or Kyrgios could pounce on that. Oh gosh, well he doesn't even need to, he's got the goods. Simon Wilson with the ladies. More than happy to induce something here with these queens from the small blind. You look to size up a little bit here. He might go something in the region of 10 million. That feels nice.
Firing 3 bets, just like Simon Wilson did. And King Queen suited is a hand that may not just go quietly into the night either.
No, we saw it last night. I think it was a 3-bet, 4-bet spot between 10s and the King Queen of Sohaib Parbonderwala. Certainly a hand on the button, King Queen, that you feel like you have to at least some percentage of the time follow through with that 4-bet. And I feel like this could be one of those spots. As I said, ICM pressure is at its max. Scarparis will be aware that Simon Wilson is aware of that and maybe is leveraging that against him. Maybe this King-Queen suited just is too pretty and he takes the spot. It would be great news for our two short stacks if he did. It's a very tough situation. I mentioned there, Simon Wilson might choose something around the 10 million mark. He's gone with 9.3. And that does open the door for a potential call here as well.
Wow.
So we are going to take it to the streets here.
This pot is freaking huge, 21 million. Near enough 22 million in the middle.
And a hand like King Queen suited does just flop so pure in so many situations here. Just a hint of something for Scarparis here. Wilson will not be loving that ace on board, but I presume will fire a small c-bet. You don't really want to ever not bet range in this situation on this ace-9-5 texture. You can go super small. One of these spots where your hand doesn't really want to bet, but your range absolutely does.
Right, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Like your head versus your heart.
And as I said, he can go very, very small here, 4 million, something of that note.
Yeah, just under 100 starting stacks should do it. 4.5 million the bet. And gets a quick fold, and the crowd has got the right idea here. You know, winning that pot, bloated pre-flop, winning it on the flop, it's just massive. It's just so huge. Every pot's so important, especially when there's been a re-raise before the flop. And Cursis and Wilson once again neck and neck for the chip lead. While now Scarparis joins Karam and Ruggieri in the under 20 big blind club.
Yeah, that's been the story of this level. It was very clunched together in that first hour or so of the final table. We lost a couple of players. It stayed all, you know, nobody taking a lead, no one getting too short. Everyone's sitting between 15 and maybe 35, 40 bigs. But now we have two clear runners.
And speaking of short stacks, Ruggieri is the shortest. He's wearing this card on his shirt right now, one of these two cards.
Oh, wow. And in it shall go.
Can someone wake up with something to call it off against 10 big blinds? Wilson does not. Karam does not.
Italiano on my blind.
I told you this. Cursis is real charming.
Some luminaries of Irish poker on the rail now. Paul Carr, Stephen Keogh.
You're making these names up, right?
No, you're blind.
Keogh?
Stephen Keogh.
Oh, like we would say Kehoe. Okay. So I'm not correcting you, obviously. I'm just trying to translate for myself.
It's all good.
Flight to catch.
So Ruggieri picks up that pot. Doesn't really help him. He's still his shortest stack. He went from 10 bigs to 11 bigs because he's posted this hand.
Is this a fun time to remind everybody that
yes.
Simon's schoolmates are all going on holidays this year on Paddy Power if Simon manages to clinch this victory?
Wait, hold on. It's like a promotion?
So, well, let's just watch this hand because he may.
This sounds like a really old school thing. You know, it's like, oh, you wear the PokerStars patch and you win, you get an extra $1 million.
It's even better than that. I'm going to tell you the story.
It's better than that. And Wilson has got a fun one.
Yeah.
Scarparis has kicked things off with ace-9. Wilson's going to flat.
Yeah, and the key thing here for Wilson is using post-flop ICM against his opponent, Scarparis, who is in an absolute ICM coffin right now and is going to have to proceed very, very carefully.
It just has to not get shoved on by one of these short stacks. Ruggieri is the one he's got to worry about in the big blind. With Queen Jack, maybe too strong to fold here. Yeah, you're going to see a flop with this one. Getting some pretty sweet pot odds.
Wilson has the worst of it here, but I would not be surprised against these two opponents who are perilously short right now if he can find a way to outmaneuver them on a board where nobody really makes anything.
He can pump it up. The flop, Queen 7 tray. This would not be one of those boards David's talking about.
No, this is great news for Ruggieri, who just called to try and find some equity here, try to find exactly this kind of board.
He has found all of the equity.
Strong enough to go for maybe check shove rather than stop go now.
I wouldn't be surprised if this checked around, though.
Scarparis is reaching for chips here.
I'd be so worried about the big blind peel, personally.
Simon has an interesting hand here. Backdoor, straight and flush possibilities, and two opponents who are in an ICM cage right now. I wonder if he will step out a little. There could be a fancy play in him here.
Now, tiny little bit of house cleaning here. If you're watching on YouTube, after this hand, or after the break, I should say, we're going to start a new YouTube stream. We've run out of time on YouTube, so after the next break, please come back to us. But you will have to restart the stream, as we do see, as predicted, Wilson going nowhere and has made this pot very juicy for Ruggieri.
Yeah, this is dreamy for Jerry now, who gets to shove 13 or 14 million into a 20 million pot. It's going to be a very big pickup for him, because as we can see on our screen, nobody has a callable hand. So Ruggieri began the hand with just 20 million, going to perhaps jump all the way up to 36 million, overtake Scarparis.
And there it goes, Ruggieri taking his sweet time getting those chips in. I don't think it's going to make a difference. But I guess he did sort of ensure that this is going to be the last hand of the level by doing that.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so quickly before I go, I want to tell you what's happening there with Simon and his rail.
Okay.
Simon Wilson, 22 years of age, he's in college, still hangs out with a lot of his school friends, as often you do when you're that age. All of his friends from school, 90 lads from Gonzaga, plus other family members and friends, all stuck a $5 or a $10 on him with Paddy Power at 225 to 1.
Got it. So it's not out of the kindness of Paddy Power's heart.
No.
It is. They're about to lose a significant amount. Yeah, they're probably going to get rid of poker betting after this. Anyway, Ignatius Cursis is our chip leader as we continue five-handed play. Still lots of money to be played for. 4 eliminations to go. 20-minute break. More from the Irish Open 2025. Back after this.
Limping with fours.
Haven't seen too much from Thorson on the final table.
16,000 call, William call, George pass.
That pass.
Green call,
baby.
Small blind call.
Looks like we're going to go multi-way to this flop, Vincent.
Not something you see too frequently on final tables, a 4-way pot.
Oh, hang on a sec. Squeeze play alert.
100,000 to play. What?
100,000 total, a raise of 84,000.
And we're on raising to 100,000.
I have enough to make you pass.
This is a 5-way pot.
470,000. You passed to 470. Find out.
Guessing the rules were less stringently enforced 14 years ago. But yes, this chat as entertaining as it is against the rules.
Rob pass. William pass.
And looks like this is not going to get through. What?
And the call.
What? Why did Slade do that?
Excuse me? Queen is the hand.
When I heard all in, I thought it was Gavin Sims making a move with the ace queen.
Jack 9.
But instead it's Nick Slade getting frisky with Jack 9.
He just thought the wolf was at it, maybe wanted to make a stand, went for the limp raise all in.
Ooh.
Flop comes. Queen, ace 9. Aces and queens for Ola. They are from 9s for Nick.
Because of the size of Roland's raise, Slade had limited fold equity when he did this.
And let's see the river.
And now he's drawing dead to a 9 on the river.
It's a deuce.
And Nick Slade is out in 7th place.
Wow.
Kind of feel that was a little bit suicidal. Cashes for €70,210.
Wow. What a time to just punt it in with Jack 9 on the final table.
Yeah, I'm one of the good. I still caught. I know you don't have ace king. Why? I just the way you acted. That you're like.
Still at the 8-16 blind level, and ace 10 is the hand for William Thorson.
William calls.
Come on, George.
Take it in.
Take it in. Nothing's done.
George and Gavin both cast. Roland attempts to call but doesn't quite get on enough chips. There we go.
So DeWolf has flattered the raise. Queen 9, the hand for Rob.
Rob says show us a flop. Three players will need this flop.
And Thorson didn't raise, just called with the ace 10, so an unraised pot.
The flop is
And this is ace, Trey, deuce. Top pair against a set here.
Rob checks. William checks.
What a flop for the pocket deuces. And given his reputation, Thorson could really struggle to fold down the streets here.
Roland bets 70,000. Rob Young can get away from this. Thorson, on the other hand.
Certainly not folding just yet.
The turn card is the queen of clubs. William's first to act.
Thorson checks a second time. DeWolf about to bet for a second time. So the orange chips are 10K.
Put some pressure on.
140,000.
Roland is bet 140,000. The action's on William. William calls.
This is now a huge pot. Two chip leaders going at it.
The river card is the 8 of spades. William's first to act. He checks.
How much you have?